Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Zabek on AO3. Now, let's start. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 sighed at his current predicament. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had called a staff meeting of all the first-year teachers as well as recovery girl and lunch rush. He shivered in his sleeping bag as he watched his girlfriend, 𝐒𝐻𝐻, enter the conference room. How she was able to wear her costume in the middle of January was mind-boggling to him. At least 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 wears a jacket, he thought to himself as the man in question waved their girlfriend over to them. Warm in there, 𝐤𝐻𝐻, she asked as she sat next to 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. Reaching down, she ruffled his hair, earning her a grunt in reply. It's a shame he doesn't buy larger sizes, imagine if we would squeeze in with him, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 whispered in her ear, causing her to smirk. Positive affection, disgusting, more please, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 deadpanned at the two. That's enough flirting for now, you three, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said as he walked into the room, taking his seat. Now then, you are all probably wondering what the reason for today's meeting is. I will get straight to it. It is a serious matter and concerns the background checks I had all staff undergo before I announced that 𝐼𝐺 would be joining UA as our newest heroics teacher. This meeting will cover secret information that only 2 of you here know about. Every staff member in attendance turned to look at 𝐤𝐻𝐻. 𝐻𝐻, have you been keeping secrets from us, 𝐤𝐻𝐻? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked, a fake pout on her face. He better be, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 interjected, or he would have been in a black site alongside you. The few snickers that arose from her teasing immediately stopped. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 spoke once more, 𝐼𝐺 will be heading this meeting when he arrives in a few minutes. Do not pester 𝐈𝐺 and 𝐒𝐿 with questions, they have been informed of this situation for a while now to various degrees. Does this have anything to do with those kids I've seen around the campus, 𝐒𝐻𝐻? myheroacademia, better known as Power Loader, asked. It does, he supplied, but it would seem you will be receiving your answers momentarily. Through the door came a loud and boisterous voice. I am here. With the children. 𝐼𝐺 nudged the door open, revealing himself in civilian clothing with Midoriya and Toga in each of his arms. Midoriya, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 noticed, was wearing workout clothes that seemed to be modeled after some of 𝐼𝐺's old hero costumes, while Toga was wearing black and grey clothes and a long red scarf. He huffed, they aren't sacks of potatoes, 𝐼𝐺. Well, young Toga said they had gotten some morning exercise in before I picked them up and they seemed pretty exhausted. 𝐤𝐻's eye twitched as he saw Midoriya look away too late to conceal a blush and Toga shoot a smile at 𝐒𝐻𝐻 along with a peace sign. He groaned as he realized what the exercise had been, although he couldn't judge them as 𝐒𝐻𝐻, 𝐒𝐻𝐻, and himself had done the same thing this morning. 𝐼𝐺 spoke once more as he placed the 2 teens on the floor below them. I always hate this part. With that a burst of smoke appeared enveloping the man, causing the others to shout in worry. Calm down, 𝐈𝐺 shouted, gathering their attention, pay attention to him. As they looked back to where 𝐼𝐺 was, their mouths opened in shock at the skeleton of a man standing there in the hero's clothes. The children, they noticed, did not seem shocked, but rather worried about the man, the green-haired boy especially, so as he pulled forth a rag and handed it to the man as he coughed up BLD hello, the man greeted in a voice surprisingly strong for coming from such a frail-looking body, I am Yagi Toshinori, better known as the hero 𝐼𝐺. This is a joke, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked the room, but was cut off by his boyfriend. No, 𝐺, it isn't. A little over 5 years ago now, I fought a villain who did this, Yagi said as he lifted his shirt, revealing his scar to everyone there. It still made his skin crawl seeing the spiderweb-like scar across his side, but what really got him was how fresh it looked. The villain tore out my stomach and one of my lungs, then I persevered through the pain and defeated him. The short version then, I was wondering when Yagi was going to reveal his secret to the others. The less who know the better, he thought as he looked around the room, taking in the other faculty's reactions to this. Khan spoke first, how come we never heard of this fight? Yagi frowned, you know it by another name, the Shibuya explosion. That destroyed half of Shibuya. myheroacademia yelled. Yes, I know, I was there. The villain's name is lost to time, but not his quirk, all for one, the quirk that gives and takes quirks. Nemurai looked to Aizawa before asking, "Is this why you came home in April and drank for 2 days straight?" He nodded, then spoke in a whisper, "It gets worse." They all shuddered at that, even the 2 teens did. "Continue, please," asked Nezu, keeping a straight face through all of this. All for one was born at the dawn of quirks. At some point he stole a longevity quirk, and when we fought he looked to be in his 30s. Where do the kids come into play in all this? Hisashi asked, worried about what could have involved them in this nightmare. Yagi sighed before he answered, all for one had a younger brother, whom he loved dearly but was quirkless and sickly. In a bid to sway his brother to his cause and to protect him from the wars of the time, he forced a strength stockpiling quirk into him. He looked to Midoriya and gave him a faint smile before turning back to them. What he did not know was that the brother did in fact have a quirk, a secret one he couldn't see, its sole purpose being to pass itself on to someone else. The two fused within the younger brother, forming one for all. The quirks fused. Ectoplasm asked, stunned. Like when 2 people have a kid and sometimes the child has a quirk that's a combination of the 2. Yagi nodded. The younger brother fought against his brother, the first true supervillain, as one of the first heroes. Then all for one killed his brother, but he wasn't able to take the quirk. Why not? I mean, isn't that the purpose of his quirk? Khan asked, trying to process this. You can't take what isn't there, 𝐬𝐽 supplied. Exactly, he passed it on to the person who would become the second user, who in turn fought all for one and died, but passed the quirk on before their final battle. Each time the quirk has been passed down it grows in strength. Then the 7th wielder, Shimura Nana the Brave, passed it on to me. Hisashi stood up then and pointed at Yagi. Are you giving it to one of these children? I am giving it to Midoriya here, he said as he motioned to the boy who stepped forth. He is to be my successor. Hisashi fell back into his chair, staring at the boy. No wonder you've been more of a wreck, 𝐬𝐽. You've been training All Might's hand-picked successor. I'm sorry. Midoriya suddenly said, looking worried. Izuku, Aizawa softly said, it isn't your fault. You have a lot of catching up to do now and when you get your quirk. Wait, so he's quirkless? Majima asked, then flinched as several people turned to him at once. Is there a problem with that? Toga asked, her voice cold as ice. No, we have some quirkless students in the 3rd year support courses, he answered. Other quirkless kids. Midoriya spoke up. You never told me, Nezu. You never asked, but I should have. That's a failure on my part. I was too busy teaching you and dealing with your old school. Yagi chuckled, remembering his last visit to Aldera, then frowned as he remembered how many arrests were made that day, too many in his mind. What did you do to Aldera? Midoriya asked, his face showing how worried he was. Aldera High is under new management, with a new name. I have had all of the staff except a handful arrested. Several were members or supporters of the Meta Liberation Army, Nezu stated to the room, his eyes glinting. They will never teach again, they will never harm a student again, some of them will never breathe fresh air again. If none of the staff survived the purge, I was going to acquire Aldera and have it destroyed, every brick and piece of rubble destroyed. The children who thought bullying you was acceptable shipped off to different schools with special notes in their files, detailing the doom they had brought forth upon their school and the doom that would follow them if I even heard rumors of their actions continuing at their new schools. 𝐬𝐽 smiled into his scarf. He knew Nezu was one to hold a grudge and it showed when he got to torment humans. Izuku slumped down, but Yagi caught him before he could hit the floor. You did all of that? Nezu smiled at him. Yes, I did all of that for you, and for every child there who suffered at their hands. Same as I did for Himiko when I stripped her parents of their rights to her, and had them punished for their abuse and neglect. At his words Himiko grabbed her scarf, holding it close to her. Oh 𝐬𝐽, she has a scarf like you, Nemurai cooed, then stopped. You're training her to be an underground hero, aren't you? It wasn't a question, but a statement. The others looked at him, some of them knew the horrors of underground heroism. It usually wouldn't be brought up until the 3rd year or sometimes the 2nd year if a student was persistent enough. But for a high schooler to already be singled out for it. That worried them. The scarf was not intended to show her allegiance to me. Whether it does now is up to her to decide. It's her mark for another. As he finished, he looked to Khan, who realized what he meant. Oh, was his only response. Who is it for then? Hisashi asked, looking at Nezu, who was staring at Toga. She stepped forward then and bowed, introducing herself. I am Toga Himiko, and I am a follower of Stain. The room was silent, then chaos broke free. What? Ectoplasm yelled. Rising to his full height, his mouth opening, but his quirk failed. He turned to Shouter, whose hair was floating as his eyes gleamed red. Sit down. All of you. He roared. Thank you, Aizawa, Nezu said as he pressed a button, revealing a television hidden behind the wall behind him. Watch and learn, he said, pressing another button, and the television roared to life. Himiko watched the screen show an empty alleyway before a familiar man dressed in a colorful costume appeared. Oh no, she breathed. Aizu, look away, please. Izuku looked at her, then walked over to her, grabbing her hand. He leaned in close and whispered in her ear, I said I would accept all of you, Himiko. The good and the bad. If this is what I think it is, it wasn't you but your quirk trying to keep you alive. He then kissed her softly, before he turned back to the screen. The man was limping, leaving a trail of BLD behind him on the walls and floor, then watched as a girl with blonde hair in familiar buns entered the screen, liking the BLD off of the walls as she followed. That isn't very hygienic, Himiko, Izuku said as he watched the video, trying to stay calm. He knew what was coming next and wasn't sure if he was ready. Then another figure appeared from the top of the screen attacking the man, and Himiko screamed, Mine! That's my BLD, get your own. You weren't that far gone when we met, Izuku observed. I was close to that state though. Another day or two of no BLD and I would have mauled someone again, she whispered. He pulled her in for a hug. They watched as Himiko and Stain exchanged words, then watched the brief scuffle. As they watched, Himiko lost her ability to move. A paralysis quirk. Izuku and Nezu said in tandem. Yes, if he drinks your BLD, you become paralyzed for a while, Himiko supplied. Watching her stuck self rave, screaming for BLD, she was disgusted with this version of herself. I was like a wild animal. Stain approached the girl, whose fit of madness seemed to abate as he talked to her. Dead BLD isn't good for you. It makes you crazier, Stain said as he knelt before drawing a dagger and cutting himself. Himiko latched onto his arm, drinking as he slowly rubbed her head, trying to soothe her. I don't remember that part. I must have been lost in the taste of freely given BLD. Is it really that different? Izuku asked. Yeah, like. Regular BLD is alright, but while dead BLD kept me alive, it tasted horrible. Yours and Stain's though is just amazing. Think of a food you really love that tastes amazing when cooked right, that's given BLD. Food you made that tastes horrible because you messed it up is like dead BLD, and food you cooked that is good, but not amazing is like regular BLD. Oh, and freely given BLD seems to be more efficient as well. Aizawa listened in. It was rare for BLD quirk users to discuss the nuances of their quirks like this. It would be good for when she was officially his student. The other staff continued to watch as Himiko revealed her burdens to Stain, her issues, how she didn't want to be a monster like her parents had called her. At that, Nemurai had jumped up and ran over to Himiko, pulling her into a hug. Oh my poor girl, I'm so sorry you had to deal with all of that. Himiko hugged back, then watched as Stain told her to be a hero, where Nezu paused the video. I see why you like him so much, Toga, Yagi said, breaking the silence. I know it must have been hard breaking your ties with him. When did this happen? Aizawa asked, watching her. During the summer, I met him at Dagobah where he watched Izuku and Toshi. He said that Izuku was a good choice of a successor and made to leave. I told him that I couldn't be his friend anymore, cause he's a villain and I want to be a hero. I can't be a true hero if I let someone go around killing. The others in the room grew quiet at her admission. They realized that to turn away from the first person to ever show you kindness would be hard to do. Aizawa climbed out of his sleeping bag and approached her. You did what you thought was the right thing to do. No one here is going to be upset with you for what you had to do to survive in this world. Yagi, take them home for the day, they deserve to have the rest of the day off. Oh, and problem child. Yes. Izuku asked, curious about what Aizawa needed with him. When you get your quirk, don't use it until you come here. Yes, sir. All Might was hurrying to Dagobah. Izuku had called and asked him to come today, whenever he could. Izuku had sounded happy on the phone, he wasn't sure what was going on. It was late January now, the meeting with the UA staff earlier in the month had gone remarkably well. Maybe one of them had come to see how he was doing. As he landed in the parking lot he noticed that there were now 2 dumpsters about to overflow with trash. He chuckled as he walked past them and froze. All he saw was a sandy beach. A beach that until recently had been littered with trash. What happened? It's still January. All Might spoke aloud. He walked down the stairs and saw 2 specks out on the pier. He squinted and saw green and blonde hair side by side. As he approached the pier he looked up and down the beach. It was clean, in fact it was too clean. He had marked the area that he wanted Izuku to clean and even beyond those markings the beach was clean. As he stepped onto the pier the 2 teenagers turned to face him. Himiko was smiling with her usual blush dusting her face, while Izuku looked relieved. All Might, I'm done, and before you ask Himiko didn't help me, you did, Izuku said between breaths as he stretched his legs. I helped. How did I help you finish ahead of schedule? All Might was confused. What did I do to help, he thought to himself. Well, remember when you and Himiko first met? He supplied, rubbing his arm, the arm that had been pinned to the beach. That's right, I had removed the trash pile that had fallen on you. All Might stated, smacking his fist in his palm creating a small dust-up. Sorry, let me just, he began, but stopped as he was enveloped in smoke and shrunk back in on himself. No more dust-ups. Yeah, Izuku began, I thought you had just destroyed the one, but you destroyed a few behind it as well. Oops, was all Toshi said to that. Oops. Himiko questioned, really you hear that you cut his work down by a month and say oops? Thankfully his lessons with Mr. Aizawa and you on fighting have probably helped make up for it, she finished, but then mumbled something he thought was among other things to build stamina which seemed to make Izuku blush. Toshi did his best to ignore what he thought he heard and instead went with the training route. Yes, I think that has made up for it, he said, as he dug his phone out and scrolled through it before showing it to Izuku. This is what you first looked like when we started last year, Izuku my boy. As he spoke he then took another picture of Izuku, showing him what he looked like now in comparison, and here you are now, a considerable amount of growth indeed. Izuku looked to be on the brink of tears as he spoke. I've come so far, I can barely believe it's all true. I feel like I've cheated and been blessed with all of this, he sniffed as a tear broke free and ran down his face. Toshi felt his heart twinge at the sight as he knelt before his successor. Izuku, you have earned this, all of this happiness you have received is due to your hard work, not pity from others or you cheating the system. Thank you, Toshi, Izuku said as he hugged the man before him. Toshi startled at the hug, but quickly embraced the boy. Was this how Nana felt with me, he wondered as he soothed the boy. He looked at Himiko who was smiling at them. Eventually his sobs ceased, and Izuku released his hold on Toshi who stood up after giving Izuku one final squeeze. He bulked up once more speaking as he did so. Now then, young Midoriya, I made you a promise all those months ago. I promised you the position of my successor and the bearer of my quirk, one for all. Tell me, Midoriya Izuku, are you ready to truly become my disciple? Yes sir, I am. Izuku exclaimed as he wiped the last remnant of his tears away. Excellent, he said. Reaching up he grabbed a stray hair and closed his eyes. I Yagi Toshinori, give one for all to my successor Midoriya Izuku. As he finished the thought he plucked the hair from his head. Nothing felt different to him at the moment, but he knew that his quirk would slowly begin to dissipate from his body over time. His 3-hour time limit would decrease, but as long as he didn't overexert himself it should last for up to a year and a half before he had to retire. However, if he did fewer hero patrols he could last longer in his form and stave off the need to change back, like when he went to Aldera. Nezu had forbidden him from hero work for 3 days before they went there. He didn't like it, but if it meant more time to train his successor he would swallow his pride. Now then, eat this. Izuku grabbed the hair and ate it with no questions asked. Listen, I know it's 𝐻𝐸. Wait, seriously, you ate it? Nana had to force me to eat her hair, he supplied in shock. Hair is far from the worst thing I've had in my mouth, Izuku replied, rubbing his throat. Ga, it tickles. I did not need to know that about you too, he retorted, before he shrunk back down, ignoring Himiko's cackling. So why the hair? Izuku inquired. You have to ingest my DNA for the quirk to be passed down, Toshi answered. So like parents passing their quirk down. Wait, does that mean I can't let Himiko drink my BLD anymore? Izuku worriedly asked. No, far from it, he replied, catching sight of her worried face. Rest easy, you two. One for all can only be passed down if the wielder gives it up. It can't be taken from you. That's a relief, Izuku stated. Well, Mr. Aizawa said he wants me to let the quirk settle in my system, which I guess takes time cause I don't feel anything different. Correct, your body needs to absorb my DNA and integrate the quirk into itself. I will take you both to UA tomorrow where Aizawa will help you get an understanding of your new quirk. Well, it shouldn't be too bad then, I guess, Izuku said as he grabbed Himiko's hand to head home. Izuku screamed in pain as he clutched his arm. All he could remember was following the advice from Toshi as he searched for his quirk. He had felt his arm tingle with energy, and before anyone could stop him he had punched the stationary robot in front of him. Aizawa looked from the boy crying in pain to where the robot had been. Correction, to where the robot and city behind it had been. All that remained was a scar upon the training ground that began at Izuku's crying form. He watched as Recovery Girl quickly made her way to the boy and flipped him on his back, revealing the damage. His arm was a mess of damaged skin, purple and red bruises, and he was sure he saw a few fragments of bone in one area pushing through the skin. He turned to look at Himiko to make sure the BLD in the air wasn't affecting her. She looked horrified. Aizu, she softly asked, before turning to him. What happened to Aizu? I can smell his BLD, but I don't want his BLD like this. He took a breath and placed a hand on her shoulder before he spoke to her softly. Listen, this is not how we wanted this to go. Izuku jumped the gun in punching the robot. The plan was for me to erase his quirk before he could do anything, but he was faster than I was. As he finished, Izuku's agonized screams abated, and were replaced by deep heaving breaths. Toshi, he meekly said, looking for his mentor who quickly knelt beside him. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen, Toshi said as he comforted the boy. You jumped the gun there, but you aren't at fault here. We should have told you our plan in full. Take your time on getting up. Instead of laying there and catching his breath, Izuku tried to stand, but stumbled as Toshi pushed down on his other shoulder. I need to train. I need to catch up to those who have had their quirks longer. I can't just sit around and do nothing. You need to not break yourself just by punching something, Toshi shot back. I'll figure it out. Izuku yelled at Toshi before he realized what he had done. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you, he said, as he tried to get away from him. I'm not mad at your Izuku, I just don't want to see you hurt. Imagine if Inko was here to see that. Do you really think she would let you try again at all today? Izuku looked down at that. No, she would bring me home and make Himiko watch me, he said dejectedly. Exactly, I'm not your mother. Now then, from the top this time. Catch your breath. You know how Shuzenji's quirk drains your stamina to heal you. Then you are going to charge your quirk, but you will not move. Focus on the feeling. The moment it sparks like before, Aizawa will erase it. Toshi looked at him gravely as he spoke. From there we will repeat this until you can feel the power grow in your body. What you punched with was a 100% punch. Your body can't handle that much power yet. Izuku nodded along. What Toshi said made sense to him. He just wished that the quirk worked for him as it did for Toshi, who could use it properly right away. Now then, the quirk you have received is stronger than the one I gave you. I cultivated it for decades and poured so much time and energy into it, Toshi said as he rubbed Izuku's head, messing his hair up more than it already was. Did I mumble all of that? He asked, embarrassed. That you did, but I understand that it is frustrating. I don't want to see you get hurt if we can help it. Which is why I'm here, an old man suddenly said as he approached the group, walking beside Nezu. Jidigran Titorino. Toshi stuttered out. The old man, who was wearing a yellow costume, suddenly flew forth and kicked Toshi in the face. "What the F?" Aizawa said under his breath, shocked that some old man just kicked Fing All Might in the face and that it somehow terrified him. The man, now named 𝐺𝐵, turned to Izuku and asked, "So you're the 9th inheritor? You don't look like much, but then again who knows? So you break a bone. I can see the tear marks on your face." "Why, sir, I destroyed my arm, but recovery girl healed me," Izuku replied, managing to get his answer out with only a small stutter. "Figures that this oaf would have you break your arm to learn," 𝐺𝐵 growled out as he scowled at him. "We did not tell Izuku the full plan before he punched the robot," Aizawa explained, trying to get a grip on the situation. "What robot?" "The one that he destroyed along with where the city center used to be," he said, pointing at the obvious scar on the land. "The boy did that with a single punch. I thought it was Toshi showing off that did it," he said, staring at Izuku. "That was his first time using one for all. How has it affected his other quirk?" "He's like me, quirkless at BH, Toshi interjected, checking his nose for a break. "Another quirkless bearer. Why did you choose him?" 𝐺𝐵 squinted at the boy, looking for something. "The same reason Nana chose me," Toshi replied cryptically, causing Izuku to turn his head to the side in confusion. "It's a story for another time, Izuku." 𝐺𝐵's eyes widened at that, alerting Shouter that this man possibly knew more than anyone here did about the quirk. "Were you a friend of Shimura Nana?" Aizawa cautiously asked. "I was, and after she fell in battle, I took 𝐴𝐼𝐼 here to America as per her final request and trained him." "More like beating the SHT out of me daily," Toshi mumbled. "And look where daily beatings got you. #1 hero and symbol of peace. Maybe that's what your successor needs." He stopped speaking as he felt several killing intents aimed at him as Toshi suddenly buffed up, his eyes glowing an ethereal blue. The dark-haired man was surrounded by a floating scarf as his hair soared with it, his eyes a red gleam. The blonde girl was crouched low, her eyes slits as she wielded 2 knives, and Nezu's fur was on end, his teeth barred in a snarl. Nezu spoke then to him, "You will do no such thing to that boy or you will suffer our wrath. I did not bring you here for him to suffer more abuse at the hands of a hero." 𝐺𝐵 swallowed as he felt the killing intent lesson. "All right, no but kickings until he can spar and needs to work on speed." "Fine, you can help him with speed once we get him able to properly use his quirk, in the future," All Might states before he shrinks back down and coughs. "How long until the entrance exams?" Torino asked, watching as Midoriya stood up. "Midoriya will be taking the recommended and general entrance exams in February. We only have this opportunity before us because he received the quirk ahead of schedule," Nezu supplied. "So we have some time to work with then." "Okay, let's begin. Show me what your plan is for him to MSTR one for all." Aizawa spoke up then, "Izuku, activate your quirk again but do not move. Once I see it activate I will erase it. We will repeat from there as long as the two of us can manage." They watched as Izuku's arm sparked in green electricity before it suddenly stopped. "That feels weird, like I'm empty all of a sudden," Izuku said, looking at his arm. "I could feel power, an unlimited amount. It seemed then nothing. I can't seem to feel a growth in power. It's like flicking a SWCH to turn on a light." Aizawa hummed at that. "Then let's get you used to the power coursing in your first recovery. Check to make sure just being idle with it active didn't harm him, please." As she looked his arm over, she frowned as she spoke. "A few pulled muscles from him keeping his fist clenched it seems. Relax your arm, dearie, it may help if you have less on your mind." Izuku nodded, letting his finch unclench as he held the arm out before him. "I'm ready to continue." Then he sparked once more. Izuku hummed as he felt something warm and wet envelop him as he woke up. He cracked an eye open and saw Himiko skiing on his morning wood. "Himiko," he muttered softly, "it's early." She released her hold on his PP with a soft pop as she pulled back. "I know, Aizu, but you have your recommendation exams today, and I want to send you off with some fun." She smiled as she finished talking, then gave his length a slow like before adding, "Unless you don't want to connect to me." Izuku felt something primal in him awaken at that and quickly pulled her up to his face and flipped her over, straddling her. I wasn't saying I didn't appreciate it. I do love waking up to your mouth around my PP, and you did like it when I was eating you out when I woke you up. She smiled as she wrapped her legs around his waist. I'm so glad I put that in the notebook for you to do to me. She pulled him down for a kiss, her tongue tickling his lips to get him to open his mouth. As her tongue entered his mouth, he softly sked on it as it wrapped itself around his, slowly tugging on it. As her tongue retreated back to her mouth, his followed where she returned the favor, causing him to into her mouth. Breaking the kiss, she whispered in his ear, I'm so wet Aizu, won't you fill me with your love? Instead of doing as she asked or answering, he began to kiss her chest, stopping at her nipples where he took her NPL into his mouth and began sking on it while he teased the other with his hand. He looked up at her to see her trying to pout, but failing as she enjoyed what he was doing to her. He gave a harder bite to her NPL, making her in pleasure as he released his hold on the bright red NPL before attacking the other one with his mouth. I love it when you take charge, Aizu, it's so hot when you do to me as you please. That and she gasped as he bit down on her NPL while pinching the first one he had bitten. He released her NPL, then came back up for another kiss. I like it too, but I also find you really sexy when you take charge as well. He propped one of her legs up, helping her to wrap it around his waist as he rubbed his length against her folds, hissing through his teeth as the tender flesh rubbed against each other. We need to be quiet, and you need to drink. I don't know what I will do today, so I may not have the energy to let you drink when I get home. She nodded as she wrapped her other leg around his waist, grinding against his 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Let me just, she said as she kissed his shoulder, her tongue trailing over his skin before she bit into his shoulder. As his BLD began to flow, she drank it, her hands grabbing onto his back as she felt his tip line up against her entrance. She squeezed her legs around his waist, giving him the okay to start. She bit down harder as he moved inside of her. While they had had sex several times, the first time he would move in was always delightful for her. She emmed as she felt his PP spread her PP as he filled her, groaning as he stopped to let her get used to him being inside again. Izuku was doing his best to not come right away. Moving into Himiko the first time always put him on edge, and he loved the feeling. That and how she would roll her eyes back in pleasure as well, her walls clenching down on him as she adjusted to suddenly being full. He emmed as she squeezed her legs again to let him know she was good for him to start moving. As he pulled back, her hands splayed out across his back trying to get a grip on him. Then, he moved forward again, but this time didn't stop. As he slowly made a pace of rocking forwards and backwards, he emmed as he felt her nails lightly scratch at his back as his muscles roiled beneath the skin. Himiko was doing her best to not lose her mind. Her boyfriend was slowly making love to her while she drank his BLD. It was like an pierce to her. As she drank it, she felt him biting down on her neck now. Her nails dug in as she felt him quicken his pace as he moved harder into her. He suddenly pulled back further, surprising her before he slammed back into her, causing her to bite down to avoid letting out a pleasure-filled scream of joy. He had gone deeper that time, his PP scraping against her walls. He had hit something that made her tighten up. He felt her release her hold on his shoulder as her head fell back on the pillow, her golden hair haphazardly splayed out around her head. Aizu, you keep doing that and you'll make me come all over your hard-throbbing PP, she said in a sultry voice. Hearing her say that in that tone, he felt himself somehow grow harder than he already was. Himiko, if I didn't have to leave I'd stay here all day making love to you, he said as he pulled her in for a kiss, ignoring the BLD smeared across her lips. He tasted his BLD on her lips as they kissed. It tasted metallic, but at the moment he didn't care. She looked up at him as he pulled back from the kiss, huffing as he continued to move inside of her, his PP hitting that same area as before. His lips, she saw, were now stained with his own BLD as if he was wearing lipstick. She swallowed as a thought raced through her mind, that's hot. She gasped as he sped up once more, his ball now smacking against her but causing her eyes to twitch at the sensation. She knew if she did things right either tonight or tomorrow she would have him ball deep in her butt. He had played with her, but on occasion when going down on her, sometimes he would just like her, but instead. What are you thinking about that's pulling you away? He asked, noticing her start to wonder, biting her lip as she scratched his back. I was thinking tonight or tomorrow we could try and finally. She gasped the last word out as he suddenly moved into her harder. Himiko, focus. he whispered into her ear as he leaned in, his hot breath tickling her. "I'll make your butt feel amazing then, and we will be home alone so you can be as loud as you want," he said, punctuating each word with a move. "But first, I want to finish this. I feel so close to emptying inside of you, marking you as mine," he said, his blush betraying his emotions. She was proud of him for trying. Getting him to do dirty talk was hard at first, besides what he would accidentally let slip out at times. She loved that he was always a gentleman with her. Even when he was fing her brains out, he did his best to treat her right. "Yours," she said, before kissing his shoulder where she had bitten him, "and mine." She then liked the bite, liking his BLD as she bit him once more, drinking more BLD. As she bit him again, he felt himself get closer to his 𝐶LMX, causing him to go harder than before. He ground his teeth as he moved harder, trying to last longer, but he knew it would be soon. He felt Himiko's walls clench down on him repeatedly as she was bearing her orgasm as well, her nails dug into his back, the pain searing through his senses, grounding him in the moment. Himiko was on the verge of losing it. Every time he entered her PP, she hit a sweet spot that was driving her wild. She kept her mouth clamped around his shoulder as he continued to F her. Her sight wavered as her eyes began to roll in her head. She hadn't even come yet and she could feel her orgasm start to already spread through her body. She felt Izuku's arms go under her body, hugging her close as he grunted in her ear, "I'm about to come." At that she replied, "I am too, baby, let's come together." Upon hearing her, he pulled out nearly all the way and then faster than before rammed back into her, feeling her walls tighten as she came in tandem with him. He bit into her shoulder as her PP milked him, his cum flowing into her. He felt his ball tighten as they continued to drain themselves into her, filling her empty WMB with his seed. Himiko's 𝐶LMX broke as he gave her the one last move. She felt herself clench on him as she came, squirting onto him as her eyes rolled back. She felt his PP pumping thick hot come into her. She could feel the warmth as it filled her. As their orgasms finally subsided and she pulled her fangs from his shoulder as she gasped for air. "Holy F, that was amazing," she emmed as she felt him move as her legs unwrapped from around his waist. He leaned down and kissed her suddenly, their mouths still stained with BLD. "I love you, Himiko, and I agree that was amazing, but then again every time we connect I think it's amazing," he said as he pulled out of her and rolled over to lay next to her, pulling her in to cuddle. She felt his cum begin to trickle out of her as she spoke. "It's too bad we can't spend all day in bed." As she spoke, she traced a bloody finger over his chest, drawing a heart before she leaned in and liked the BLD away, before nibbling one of his nipples. He gasped as she assaulted his NPL with her teeth and tongue as she punished him onto his back, straddling him. "Himiko!" She smugly smiled down at him as her hands roamed across his chest, her fingers grabbing his nipples. "We have time still before you even need to get ready to leave. How about we go for round 2, and then you go take your shower?" "No round 3 in the shower?" he asked, surprised she wasn't joining him for once in the bath. "Look, we both know we will F the day away if I join you in there. I'm trying to be sensible and only have sex twice, but if you want to explain to everyone at UA that you skipped the recommended exams to F my brains out and fill me with your cum, by all means," she said, leaning forward, her fangs shining in the dawnlight. He felt himself stiffen at that, his PP now firmly between her ass cheeks. "Round 2 only, then I take a shower, but you cook breakfast while I'm in there." She smiled, fangs glinting once more. "Deal." Himiko was in the kitchen wearing one of Izuku's shirts and a pair of panties so as to keep his cum from running down her legs. She did not want 𝐒𝐭 to walk in on her dripping Izuku's cum all over the kitchen. She looked up when she heard the front door open. Himiko watched as 𝐒𝐭 silently entered their home, wearing yesterday's clothes, her hair in that same "I just had the best sex ever" style that she was still sporting. "You look like you had a good night, 𝐒𝐭," Himiko called out to her future mother-in-law, startling her. 𝐒𝐭 looked at her, eyes wide in fear that she had been caught red-handed. She looked around but didn't see anyone else in the kitchen besides them. She sighed in relief, then smirked at her. "I could say the same about your morning, Himiko." Himiko blushed, as did 𝐒𝐭 at that. This conversation never happened. "Deal, and please don't tell Izuku. We want to tell him once you two get into UA. We want to make it less awkward for him." As Izuku approached Yue, he saw Midnight was standing at the gate, stretching as she yawned. Before she caught sight of him, she waved him over. "You look rather relaxed for your recommendation exams, I would almost say glowing," she said, her tone hinting at something devious as her eyes zeroed in on him. He smiled at her, his smile a miniature sun with how bright he was. "I left all of my stress back home, I feel positively refreshed, Nemurai," he said to her after checking that no one else was around. Sorry, Ms. Kiyoma," he said, bowing slightly. "Left it at home, here. Most likely inside of and on Himiko too, right?" she said, a manic grin spreading across her face. "I don't think this is a proper student-teacher conversation, and Nemurai," he stammered. "Oh," she said, her grin growing, "you aren't my student yet." "I need an adult," he said meekly. "I am an adult," she replied, liking her lips. He screamed. Momo looked to the empty desk beside hers. She frowned, wondering where the last test taker was. She knew they still had 15 minutes before they even had to be there, but still she couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to the person assigned it. There had been a few villain fights that had delayed her trip to UA, so maybe that's why they were late. "Ah, there you are," Ectoplasm said. He had been in the room when she had arrived and introduced himself as their exam proctor for the first half of the exams. She looked to see where he was staring and saw a rather plain, but cute-looking boy with green and black hair trembling at the door. "Sorry, Ectoplasm," a woman's voice called out. "I had met Midoriya at the gate and had gotten rather distracted while talking to him." Then Midnight appeared in the door frame, resting a hand on the boy's shoulder, something she noticed a few of the boys in the room glare at him for. She huffed as he watched the boy called Midoriya blush at her touch and try to squirm away, but her grip was strong, it seemed. "Let the boy go, Midnight," Ectoplasm sighed. As the boy was released, he approached Ectoplasm and bowed. "I'm sorry, sir, for my tardiness." "It's fine, Midoriya. Besides, it would have been Midnight's fault anyways," he replied, laughing as Midnight in turn pouted before leaving. "Go take your seat, Midoriya, we will begin soon." As the boy approached his desk and by extension her, she was able to look at him closely. She hadn't seen it when he first entered, but he had freckles forming a diamond on each of his cheeks and his eyes were a bright green, that reminded her of the emeralds in the small earrings she had worn today. She wasn't sure why, but she smiled at him, which he returned with a shaky bright one of his own. "I'm glad you made it here on time, I was worried something might have happened to you. There were a few villain attacks on my way here," she said, as he took his seat. "Oh, where are my manners?" she asked herself, embarrassed. "I am Yorozu Momo, nice to meet you." "Thank you for worrying about me, I'm Midoriya Izuku, it's nice to meet you as well." But now nothing that exciting, just Ms. Midnight being herself. She caught what he was about to say. While most heroes' names were publicly known, it was rare for someone to so casually address one, especially one who also taught at UA, by their first name. It was then she noticed that his eyes either looked at his test or met hers. He never tried to glance at her rather large chest. It felt refreshing to her, but then again, if he knew Midnight on a personal level, it was possible that he wasn't easily distracted by attractive women. Or he has a girlfriend that he is overly loyal to, she thought. Suddenly the PA system crackled to life, E4 to E5. At that, silence hung over the room before Midoriya suddenly replied, C8 to E6. H1 to H6, the voice crackled. A3 to C5, Midoriya returned. "Sir?" Ectoplasm asked, looking at the ceiling. "Not now, we're almost done," came the PA system. Ectoplasm sighed, slumping forward until he headbutted his desk. G5 to F3, it finally said. A6 to A7, Midoriya suddenly replied, after several exchanges, "Checkmate." At that, Ectoplasm looked up asking, "Midoriya, did you just say checkmate?" "He did," came the voice, "and by a pawn I had overlooked." "Did you just beat Nezu using a pawn?" "Yes." Midoriya asked aloud. The room was silent. Across the room a boy with a shaved head softly said aloud, "What the F?" Momo was now scared of this boy beside her. He had apparently just beaten the principal of UA at chess, checkmating him with a pawn. The PA system crackled once more. "Very good, Izuku. I am looking forward to your practical after this little quiz you are about to take." Midoriya merely nodded, afraid to say any more. Ectoplasm then took the opportunity to wrestle back control. Aside from that brief interruption, he said, glaring at the PE, "Bite me, you cripple," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 snarked back. "I don't eat cafeteria mystery meat anymore," was Ectoplasm's reply. He then looked at the examinees before him. "We like to have fun here, ask Midoriya." "Please don't," was the boy's soft reply. "Anyways, begin your test. You have 2 hours." As Izuku stretched as he made his way to the practical exam, he heard footsteps following him. He turned and saw the girl with the large ponytail and large assets from the test. "Oh, hello again, Yorozu," he greeted softly. "Not be rude, but was that back there at the exam? It seems like you know a lot of the staff here already," she inquired, then regretted it as she saw fear flash through his eyes. "I'm sorry, but it isn't something I feel like discussing in great detail. I can agree that it all seems odd from the outside looking in, even from the inside it's odd. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 took over my education after he learned my previous school was flawed." She gasped at that. She had heard recently that a high school in the area had nearly all of its staff fired, with some of them even arrested. "I'm so sorry. I think I heard about it. Aldera, I think its name was." He nodded. "Yeah, the school was horrible, abuse, neglect, and some of the staff was part of the 𝐒𝐿𝐿. That was a secret, please don't bring that up." She blinked at that, but nodded. "Well, I think it would be best we head to the practical and see what they have in store for us," she suggested. "I agree, and I hope you do well in it. You seem to already act like a hero with how considerate you are," he said, flashing her another bright smile. She blushed at that. "Thank you, Midoriya. I hope you pass as well." At that they entered the proving ground and were met by what looked like the supports of a roller coaster. "𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳," a loud electronic voice called out to them. Following the sound, they found the rest of the recommended students mingling while present MIC shot him a quick smile. Izuku saw Yorozu lean over to him whispering, "Is there anyone you don't know here? I haven't met the second and third year staff outside of brief encounters. But I've met all of the teachers I'll have when I get in for my first year so far." "Don't you mean if you get in?" she asked, worried he was acting a little conceited. "I'm taking both this and the general exams. 𝐒𝐿 and my other teacher said I was automatically in due to certain circumstances I can't discuss, but I said no to that. I said that I wanted to earn my place here, but I feel that I could fail both exams and they would still include me." She frowned at his admission. "It seems that greatness is being placed at your feet, but in your mind you haven't earned it. That speaks highly of you, Midoriya. It shows that you believe in earning the title of hero, not having it handed to you." "Thank you, Yorozu." He sniffed and wiped his eyes. "Sorry, it's just still a lot, and I'm like my mom in that I can get very emotional." She smiled at his admission. "It shows you're human like us." Midoriya, front and center, present MIC suddenly called out. "This track is 1 kilometer long. On my signal you will run it however you see fit, using your quirk to help you. Every so often there is a button you must hit to prove you cleared a zone. Each zone has some form of obstacle, raging waters, landslide, cliffs, and even ectoplasm clones as villains. The order is randomized and you are going first to set a time for others to beat. Everyone else will go in groups of 4 or 3, as each group goes the later groups will be able to decide on strategies that work and don't work." "Sir," a green-haired girl with sharp teeth called out, "isn't that unfair that he has to go alone? The world isn't fair to those in need, so why should it be fair to us?" Izuku stated in a somber tone, as he took his spot at the starting line while everyone took in his words. "Correct." Present MIC exclaimed rather loudly, "Now then, go." Izuku disappeared in a green flash of lightning, destroying the starting line, causing the others to shield their faces from the debris. Momo blinked as she watched the rather cute and innocent-seeming boy take bounding leaps further down the track than she expected him to be. Izuku hissed in pain. He had managed to not break his legs with his starting dash, but the pain in his legs felt like he had fallen from a height and landed on his feet poorly. 10% is still much to send my limbs, it seems, probably fractured or even broke a few of the weaker bones with that. Ignore the pain, Izuku, and look for buttons and objectives. He spoke aloud to himself as he ran in a way similar to All Might's style of leaping around the country to emulate flight. As he lowered his output to 5%, he noticed the glow of his quirk diminished. I really need to ask All Might about that glow effect I get from the quirk. He trailed off as he saw the first obstacle in his way, a vertical cliff with various larger outcroppings. As he landed before the cliff, he crouched as he landed and leaped towards an outcropping. Changing his angle midair, he landed on its edge, then leaped again, repeating as he climbed in a jagged pattern, trailing light green electricity behind him. As he crested the top of the cliff, he saw a stand with a large red button. He dashed towards it and slammed down on it as he continued. "Ye! Present!" Mic yelled from the starting area, cheering him on as he and the others watched his progress. Izuku then saw the next obstacle before him, a road accident with various cars in a massive crash with a sign at it that read, "Ectoplasm clones are trapped in the cars and are unconscious. You must extract one of them and carry them out of the wreckage to the safe area beyond to clear this obstacle." As he passed into the area, he quickly scanned the cars in sight until he saw an overturned vehicle with ectoplasm in it. He slid to a stop before the vehicle and ran to the front to access how the hero was situated. Thankfully, he was strapped in and his arms were free from the door. He ran to the side the clone occupied and carefully opened the door, watching for glass shards that fell out before him. "Sorry in advance," he said to the clone, who peeked at him but continued to dangle in his seat. He braced the body against his as he tried to unbuckle the seatbelt, but realizing it was jammed, he focused his quirk into his arms and simply ripped the seatbelt plug from the car's body and slowly worked it between them as it reeled itself back up. He then maneuvered the clone from the car and onto his back in a fireman carry as he took off towards the safe zone that he saw marked with a flag, and after placing the clone on a stretcher, the clone spoke, "Good job, Midoriya." "Thank you, sir," he replied as he then pressed the button that revealed itself next to them. "Very good strategy there," Present Mic said, as he watched Midoriya's progress on the screen with the rest of the examinees. "Excuse me, Present Mic," Momo spoke up, "but did he just rip the seatbelt out of the car?" "Well, yeah, I mean, what else could he do with a jammed seatbelt? Cut it with a handful of broken glass?" he asked the group before him. The green-haired girl from before asked her, "You saw what he did to the starting line? I'm surprised he didn't just rip the door off." "I'm curious," a boy with a shaved head and an eager look on his face said aloud, "who recommended him?" Present Mic didn't say anything, but watched as the kids around him began to chatter as he watched Izuku reach the next challenge, the landslide. Momo thought for a moment before she spoke up. Given how the first exam started, it could be Nezu himself recommended Midoriya. At that, every one of them looked to the screen, watching Izuku simply leap over the landslide in a single running leap, hitting the button as he landed, then continued down the track. A boy with hair evenly split between red and white was staring at the screen, his eyes wide as he saw the green-haired one approach a small bunch of clones for the villain portion. He squinted when he saw the boy hold out his hand like he was getting ready to flick his finger at them. He said Presidency, as he grabbed a radio and began speaking into it. "Get Recovery Girl here ASAP. Midoriya is going to need her once he is done with his exam." The peppermint boy quirked an eyebrow at that, then they shot up as he heard a loud explosion from where Midoriya was, and saw the cameras cut out in the area. "What did he do?" "He used his quirk," Present Mic supplied in a flat tone. "God damn it, Midoriya. Is this common?" Momo asked, shocked as she watched the dust clear from a remaining camera as he sped by, showing the track floor obliterated from his attack. "What did he do?" "He flicked his finger," the boy said. "Very observant Todoroki," Present Mic stated. "Midoriya is a late bloomer with his quirk. We only knew because another pro hero who was one took an interest in him and recognized the signs." Nezu agreed that Midoriya should receive special training in order to safely manifest his quirk in a safe environment after learning that he wished to be a hero even while quirkless. "How late?" Todoroki asked, his face unreadable. "Sorry, that's more than I should have said," Present Mic said as he looked at them, "but I trust that as recommended students you guys are more level-headed than your average teenagers. So do not bring it up when he gets back." Momo turned back to the screen to see him in the middle of the last obstacle. Various barriers were set up that he had to navigate through that reminded her of an obstacle course, but there was a rather large drop beneath them. Falling would most likely sustain injuries as well as cost you valuable time. She saw him reach the final obstacle, a sheer cliff with a single rope for him to use to rappel up. She made note of the lack of harnesses available, but that there was a large foam landing zone to break your fall. Todoroki then spoke up asking, "You said we can use our quirks as well in this race, sir." "Correct, there are very few rules set up here for this race," Present MIC answered, then pointed at the shaved boy who had raised his hand. "Urashi, what is it?" "Sir, is sabotage acceptable in the race? I know Midoriya probably didn't mean to destroy the track, but I'm sure it will cause issues for some of us." "Very good. You may not attack your fellow racers, or outright destroy the track. What Midoriya did was an acceptable loss in his case. He took out the villains but kept the damage to a minimum in doing so." He watched them take in his words as they began looking at each other warily now. He spoke under his breath saying, "Hashouta was right, this can be fun to screw with them." He stopped when he saw Momo standing close to him, who gave him a questioning look. He placed a finger to his lips to indicate she kept quiet, and smiled when she nodded. As Midoriya returned to them, he slid across the finish line kicking up dust, while a robotic voice called out, "Midoriya Izuku, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. He spoke aloud. "The car wreck and rope climb sure ate a lot of time." "Midoriya," an elderly-looking woman yelled as she approached him, "what did you break this time?" "Break?" Momo asked aloud, looking at the boy. He seemed fine to her. He paled and stepped back from her, hissing as he put weight on his toes. "Well, I think when I took off I broke some of the weaker bones in my feet, maybe a few fractures in my legs, oh, and this later one," he said, showing his index finger, which was a nasty shade of purple that looked like it had been crushed repeatedly. Momo covered her mouth at the sight. She was horrified that he was talking about his injuries so lightly. She rubbed her head as she made a sound of discontent. "Come on, let's get you fixed up," she said as she headed for a nearby medical tent. As they left, Todoroki spoke up, "What an idiot, I can't see how someone like him is a recommended student." Urashi spoke up then, "You know, I was hoping you weren't but like your father, but I guess I was wrong. He clearly has potential, isn't that what hero courses are for? To bring out our potential, but I guess if you can ride Endeavor's coattails you expect everyone to be on your level all the time." Todoroki glared at him. "I am not my father." "You sure act like him though," Urashi shot back. "Enough." Present MIC yelled using his quirk, "If you can't act like university students I may as well fail both of you and send you two back to high school to repeat a year or two." Urashi turned to Present MIC and bowed low before him until his head hit the floor. "I'm sorry, sir." Present MIC huffed a sigh at the boy's antics, as he watched Todoroki also bow towards him, apologizing as he did so. "This is pretty intense," a boy with shaggy blonde hair and no lips said. "I just hope I can keep up with their intensity." Momo nodded as she watched the woman leave the tent alone. "Recovery girl," MIC said as he saw her, "Where's Midoriya?" She frowned. "He is resting from my quirk, seems he had a few extra injuries from this morning. I don't know how that boy can sustain that much BLD loss." MIC smiled at her words. "He goes plus ultra at all times, but I was sure he said he wouldn't give any BLD on his exams days." "I'm sorry," Momo interjected, "he donated BLD before coming here, and a lot you made it sound like, so he wasn't even at his best for that run." The other examinees gasped at that. "So that was him handicapped?" Todoroki asked aloud. "It would seem so," Urashi answered. "Right, that's enough lollygagging." Present MIC said, "Examinees 2 through 5 step forth and get ready to race." Momo looked at her number on her ID card and read it aloud softly, 53, "Guess I have some time to plan what I will create." At that she created a notebook and pen from her arms and was about to write before she was interrupted. "Whoa, was that your quirk?" She turned, not believing her ears. "Midoriya! I thought you were sleeping off the effects of her quirk." Midoriya rubbed his head while looking sheepish. "Part of my training was building up my stamina, so I had plenty to spare for her quirk. It was just a quick nap. But that's not important. Your quirk seems more interesting than my stamina." "Oh," she said as she formed a slight blush, "I can create anything that isn't considered living by converting my fat cells into atoms and building it as long as I know its molecular structure." She looked from her notebook to see him with a notebook of his own writing in it. "Where did that come from?" "Where did what come from?" he asked her, confused about her question. "Your notebook, you didn't have one before." I just grabbed it. He looked at her like it was a simple thing to say. Pick your battles, Momo, she said to herself. Oh no, it's spreading, he mumbled loud enough for her to hear, causing her to laugh. His eyes lit up as he heard her laugh. I'm glad I could make you laugh, he said, smiling at her. Now then, could I possibly see your quirk in action again? I like to study them, so a new quirk is always fascinating to me. Oh, and tearing them apart. What was that last one? She asked louder, grabbing a few people's attention. Oh, I like to tear quirks apart. A lot of people see their quirks as these powers that have no weaknesses, but in reality every quirk has weaknesses. My quirk is hard to control, and if I use too much power in my limbs I destroy all of the bones in it, so I have to limit my power, therefore making me weaker. Todoroki stepped forth then. My name is Todoroki Xiaoto, my father is Endeavor. Tell me, how could someone counter the number 2 hero? He asked, his tone angry. Izuku looked at the boy rather deeply, taking him in. Momo noticed before he spoke, I'm sorry, but your father has a ton of weaknesses. What? Yorashi asked as he followed Todoroki over. Endeavor is the number 2 hero, how could he have weaknesses other than his public persona? Stronger water, ice, wind, earth, heat absorption and nullification, pyrokinesis, and even strength quirks like mine could be used effectively against him if they know what to do. Plus, from what I know of most fire quirks, he isn't immune to his own heat. Even a battle of attrition could work wonders against him. Water and ice quirks could dampen him and constantly snuff his flames out before he can even get them hot enough to melt or evaporate it. Wind and strength quirks would be the same, simply blow the flames away or even snuff them out. I once saw All Might change the weather with a single punch before. I doubt Hellfire can resist that kind of wind pressure. Heat absorption, nullification, and pyrokinesis would only feed his opponents. While absorption and nullification may have limits, they could still do wonders, and pyrokinesis would steal his flames. Remember his fight against Flashpoint. He had to have support called in cause Flashpoint ate all of his attacks and redirected his flames across the city they were in. So really there are multitudes of ways to defeat the number 2 hero. He is simply so vicious in his fights that most villains are too dumb to realize they could stall him out and escape or surrender as soon as he appears. Momo gaped at the boy before her as he casually tore Endeavor's quirk apart in front of the man's son. She had seen them before at events her parents had her attend, but never talked to him before that much. When they did interact he was always standoffish, but was at least polite to her. Todoroki, are you okay? I need some time to think, Yorozu, but thank you, he said as he walked off. Hey, could you do mine for me? I have a wind quirk that lets me fly around and control it as well, Yorashi asked him, eagerly. I'm sorry, but I won't do that until after you take your practical, replied Izuku. But you did it for him, he probably has a fire quirk as well, Yorashi interjected. I did it because of the look in his eyes, they were like mine used to be. I grew up misdiagnosed as quirkless. I never liked Endeavor to begin with, but seeing how his eyes pleaded for a way to show his father's weakness. It means there is something wrong with that family. Yorashi clicked his tongue. I don't like that at all, but even still he acts so much like his father. I had hoped he would have been different, Yorashi said as he walked away, leaving Momo alone with Midoriya. Well, now that the unpleasant business is done, we can get back to your quirk. Could you create something again so I could watch? He asked to change the subject to something lighter. She smiled, appreciating his dedication to his hobby and his tact. Sure, she said, holding her arm up, and created a Matryoshka doll of himself. She picked it up and looked at him and was amazed. He was looking at where the doll had formed with rapt attention instead of the doll. Appealing, he said softly, causing her to blush. Does it always sparkle like that? It was amazing to watch you create with it. I can see why you are a recommended student, Yorozu. She sighed internally, he's just gonna see me for my quirk and not the work I put into it. You are amazing, to have such fine control over your quirk like that shows dedication and skill, not to mention you have to know how to create the items too. That test from before must have been a breeze for you as well. You really are amazing, he said, smiling at her, somehow even brighter than before. Oh my god, she thought to herself, he's adorable, I hope I can make it into his class. Izuku made it into his apartment where his mom and Himiko were sitting on the couch discussing something with tons of magazines around them. I'm home, how was your day, you two? He asked as he sat down across from them. Welcome back, Izuku, Inko said as she smiled at him. Yeah, welcome back, we have been working on my costume design still, and no you can't see it yet. Himiko said, sticking her tongue out playfully at him. He laughed at her antics. Okay, surprise me then when we get to wear them for the first time. I'm gonna go take a shower, I'll tell you about the exam when I get back, he said as he headed for his room to grab clean clothes. As he entered the room, he saw Himiko turn to watch him, a smile on her face, and he motioned for her to follow. I'll be right back, she said, as he followed him to his room. What's up that you didn't want to say in front of your mom? I think I made a friend today, he said nervously. Oh, what's his name? Huh? Himiko's eyes narrowed. Oh, and how did she do? She did well, I think she may pass and be at you, he said, as he sat on his bed and patted his bed for her to join him. She decided his lap was a better seat than the bed. So you're telling me because? So that if a girl you have never seen before approaches me and starts talking you don't get the wrong idea. I do not want a stupid rom-com scenario to arise from a simple misunderstanding. Also she gave me these, he said pulling the Matryoshka dolls out. She grabbed one gently looking it over. It's you but kinda roughly made, did she use her quirk? Yeah she can create anything not living if she knows the molecular makeup of it and how it is formed, she uses her fat cells to create atoms and build items. It was a appealing quirk to watch in progress. She raised an eyebrow at his phrasing. And was she appealing as well? He flushed at that. Well she was rather tall, had long black hair in a large ponytail, and because he uses her body fat for her quirk she was, more mature in her body features. She grabbed her BRSTS. Bigger than mine. He looked away before nodding. She frowned at that. Bigger than Nemuri's. And I won't get mad at you for knowing how big hers are since she keeps shoving them in our faces. They were bigger than Nemuri's. That isn't fair at all. It's fine, I like yours the best anyways, he said resting his head on her chest. Why is that? She asked curiously. Because you are attached to them, Himiko, and I love all of you. I even think your fangs are cute when you smile and show them off, he said, as he wrapped his arms around her. She blushed at his words. Still though, I take it you never mentioned me. No, I wasn't sure how to bring up I have a girlfriend by the way, without sounding pretentious. True, well I hope she is as nice as you said she is. It was nice of her to make these for you. Oh yeah, he suddenly said, she told me to open the second one when I got home. He then picked up the second one had placed on the bed and gently opened it to see a piece of paper inside. Himiko picked it out and looked at it, her eyes wide. It was nice meeting you today, my Doria. I hope I can make it into UA alongside you. Hopefully we can have more discussions about quirks again, Yorozu Momo. P.S. Call or text me if you want to stay connected. She handed him the note. Are you okay with me talking to her? He asked. I mean if she gets in like you think we will be living with her for 3 years, it wouldn't hurt for us to make more friends, plus I think I want to let our dorm mates know we are a couple. Nemuri wishes the 3 of them could be more open, but with Aizawa's underground status it is hard. It will be hard to keep it a secret from them for 3 years. Especially if the girls see you leaving my room in the morning with me. Also I would never deny you a friend Izuku, sure I may be a little stab crazy at times, but I just like seeing your BLD. He gulped at that last part. Did you just get hard, Aizu? Don't you kink shame me, I had to deal with Nemuri asking me about what we did this morning. I really need to ask Aizawa to have a talk with her, I didn't feel comfortable telling her how we did it this morning. Aizu, I'm sorry but I'm sure once it gets out that we have sect the guys in our class are gonna ask you that as well. Besides when Nemuri and I talk about sect she gives me tips on different things to try, and you've enjoyed all of them so far, she whispered in his ear. Fine, as long as we don't have to watch another of their sect tapes, he said. She is giving us dorm-wide sec ed when we move in, Aizu. I think another sect tape is expected. F me. Later. Izuku and Himiko stood at the gates of UA, watching as other teenagers looked up at the school in wonderment. So today's the day, are you ready? Izuku asked as he stepped through the gate. Yeah, I think so. All that studying should help, and the practical I'm hoping isn't too bad. I'm glad Aizawa told me about the support gear forms so I could bring my knives. Granted, I probably would have brought them anyways. Himiko smiled as she walked beside him as if she hadn't said something concerning. Move, said Bakugo as he pushed by them before turning to face them. You two stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours, got it Deku, Bun Beach. At that he turned away and stomped inside. That was almost civil for Bakugo, Izuku muttered as he watched the explosive boy disappear into the building. Would be a shame if someone. Himiko said while making a stabbing motion, a very violent and repetitive stabbing motion. He sighed as he started to chastise her. Himiko, you can't just st. He cut off as he tripped over a crack in the sidewalk. Welp, guess I'll die then. Goodbye Himiko, Mom, All Might. Wait, why haven't I busted my head open yet? Sorry for using my quirk on you so suddenly. As he looked beneath himself, he saw a girl with chestnut-colored hair framing her face with what looked to be permanent blushes on her cheeks. Oh no, another cute girl. She rubbed the back of her head smiling as she spoke. I just thought tripping right before a test would be bad luck, so I stopped you from falling. She reached for him before Himiko could do anything and righted him midair until his feet were facing the ground before she let go of him and touched her hands together. Release. Sorry again for using it on you. Not everyone likes the feeling of losing their gravity so suddenly. She looked at him again and blushed when she saw how he was looking at her. His eyes were wide in wonder as he suddenly pulled a notebook from seemingly nowhere. Aizu, no. We need to get inside to take our tests. If we see her after both exams, you can ask her about her quirk then, if she wants. Himiko then turned to the gravity-stealing girl and said, Sorry, he gets excited when he sees a new quirk. If you want to answer questions about your quirk, feel free to find us after the exams. Izuku sheepishly put his notebook away as he rubbed the back of his head and smiled at the girl. Sorry about that, I got carried away. But if you would like to discuss your quirk later, I would really appreciate it, he said as his smile seemed to grow brighter to both of the girls. When he looked at the brunette again, her permanent blush had seemed to have grown, and was starting to resemble Himiko's usual blush. Oh, are you okay? Your face seems really red all of a sudden. I'm fine, she quickly replied, as she began walking towards the entrance, just really excited is all. As he watched her walk away he turned to Himiko and asked, Did I say something weird? She seemingly tore her gaze from the retreating girl's form, or more specifically, the lower half of the girl's form before answering. Sorry, I was distracted, what? Izuku looked back at the girl and followed where Himiko was staring. He blushed. Listen, I know you have a cute butt, but that must be what it's like when I catch you staring at mine, Himiko said, trying to defend herself. This feels like an odd conversation to have with my girlfriend, he said before he muttered out loud, Is this what it was like for Aizawa and them? Oh my god, it probably was, and yes you said that out loud, she said before he could even ask. Listen, we can put this aside for a later discussion, but we both love each other very much, and it's possible being around a polyamorous relationship for as long as we have is probably making us feel okay about both of us checking her out. He blinked as he listened to her talk. That's a lot to take in, actually, but I think you have a point. As they sat down in the auditorium after their academic exam, the two teenagers idly chatted about the tests. I think I did well on that exam. It was definitely easier than the recommended one, he said softly. It hurt my head after a while. I know it's important stuff to know, but there was a lot of stuff in it that Shouter said that underground heroes ignore or aren't supposed to follow. I guess I could get called in for regular heroics or special teams when I become one. Himiko slumped into her seat. Izuku nodded in agreement to her statement. The lights dimmed at that moment and the stage lit up as they saw Hisashi step out onto it. Oh, Hisashi again, Himiko mused. Probably cause he can be heard by everyone, Izuku responded as he listened to the man. Welcome, hopefuls, to the UA General Entrance Exam Practical, he yelled out to the crowd, and was met with silence. No energy here. I can respect that, we did just fry your brains after all, haha. He then pulled out a remote and pressed a button, causing a projector to shine to life and show a screen with 4 outlines on it. Guess they added in a secret robot to throw us off, Izuku muttered. Himiko nodded as she looked at the outlines, frowning. That fourth one looks weird compared to the others. Now then, the first 3 robots depicted are worth 1, 2, and 3 points each respectively, MIC said, pointing to each one. Excuse me, said a boy, standing up in the crowd behind them. The pamphlet clearly stated that there would be 3 robots. Seeing that there are indeed 4 robots clearly shows a misprint on your behalf and looks poorly upon UA. Also, you two, he said as he pointed at Izuku and Himiko, have been talking the entire time. It is very distracting. If you aren't going to take this seriously, you should just leave now. The boy watched as the green-haired boy ducked his head, while the blonde girl turned to look back at him. He swallowed as he met her gaze. Something in it sent a shiver down his spine as she glared at him with disinterest. Sit down, you idiot. You're the one distracting everyone by yelling at present MIC for what UA obviously did on purpose. Tell me how often the intel heroes get is still accurate when they arrive on scene. Himiko asked the blue-haired boy. Very good, examinee 4231, MIC called out to her. You and 4232 are spot on. Take a seat. Now then, the 4th robot is worth 0 points and is merely an obstacle for you to avoid, as its sole purpose is eating up your remaining time. Now then, a few last-minute rules and stipulations. You have 10 minutes in the practical to garner as many points as possible, and you are not allowed to attack your fellow examines. With that I send you off with our famous words, go beyond. At that the entire auditorium replied, plus ultra. Izuku stared up at the gate that housed his practical exam in recognition. This is where I was training one for all. I already know the general layout of this city due to my races with Gran Torino. He sighed as he stretched his arms above his head before he suddenly leaned to his left, stretching his right leg out as he dipped low before he shifted to his right. Oh, there's that girl from earlier. Nope, I do not need to cause a scene. Excuse me, called out a familiar voice behind him. He sighed once more as he turned to face the boy from earlier. How can I help you? Are you by chance here on behalf of UA to cause disruptions in the tests? He suddenly asked as he chopped his hand in the air. Everyone turned to look at them as Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose. No, I am not, but it wouldn't surprise me if Principal Nezu had hero core students sprinkled in to cause chaos during the tests. Hero work is never as straightforward as you study it. So many variables can arise when in the field. The villains could have a dual quirk, a partner hiding with the civilians to launch a sneak attack, or they are the rare type of villain that plans for what heroes may show up and already have a way to counter the hero's quirk. The boy merely watched as Izuku rambled on about how having UA-designated disruptors could affect the practical and lessons it could offer. Okay, you made your point. Wait, I said all of that out loud. I'm trying to break that habit, but thinking internally is too slow. The boy blinked at that, unsure of what to say about that. All right. You kids ready? Present MIC yelled out from his stage. As he yelled out, the gates slowly opened. Go! Everyone looked up at him confused. What are you standing around for? There's no countdowns in real life. Look at him, he has the right idea. They followed where MIC had pointed and saw the green-haired boy who had been mumbling up a storm earlier suddenly punch a robot into a wall. At that, they took off after him, clamoring for a chance to get their own points. Momo was sitting with the teachers in the observation deck. She and the 3 students who had passed the recommended exams had been invited to attend a special viewing of the general exams. She had looked around, hoping to see Midoriya there, but was saddened to see he was absent before she remembered his statement from when they first met that he would be taking this exam as well. She had enjoyed talking to him over the past week. Even his friend Himiko was pleasant to talk with, but she had a suspicion there was something more to their relationship than they let on. Thank you for coming today, students, Nezu said as he greeted them and their guests. Momo had brought her parents with her, as they had been the ones to recommend her. Extension to her were Todoroki and his father. The two had barely said a word to each other since they arrived. She saw the green-haired girl with the body-splitting quirk talking with the boy with no lips whose quirk let him sink himself and others into solid matter, like quicksand. How they were seated made sense, as she knew she and Todoroki were in Class 1A together. She had expected to be in 1B, but apparently the teachers chose their students. It wasn't based on grades or exam results like regular schools. We have a special guest joining us today. I will let him handle his own introduction, Nezu concluded. You mean his showboating, claimed a dark-haired man in a yellow sleeping bag. There were several chuckles from a few of the teachers at his comment, which reminded Momo of ectoplasm's remark during the test. A booming voice suddenly called out through the door, "I am coming inside." The door was thrown open as All Might leaned inside, like a normal person. Endeavor growled as All Might entered the room and took a seat amongst the teachers. Nezu clapped his hands to draw attention back to himself at that. Now then, the test is as follows. There are 4 robots in the exam. The main 3 robot types are worth 1, 2, and 3 points respectively. The 4th robot is worth 0 points and appears toward the end of the exam. Applicants must destroy or deactivate robots to gain points. There is no target number to reach, simply amass as many as possible in 10 minutes. Momo then spoke up. What about those without combat-oriented quirks or ones that don't affect inorganic enemies? That is up to them to become creative about it and to overcome that hurdle. If they haven't figured it out by now or don't while doing this exam, then it's possible that they aren't cut out to be heroes. You do have a point though. The test is rather impractical, in my opinion, claimed the dark-haired man once more. Didn't you fail your entrance exams? Asked the woman besides him, Midnight. I did, but I overcame that hurdle, he stated as he sat up to look at the screens. Which zones are my problem children in? Toga is in Zone E, while Midoriya is in Zone C. I have several clones stationed at all zones in case of emergency, Ectoplasm answered. Momo looked at the screens and saw Midoriya on one of them off to the side. Unlike the other screens, this one didn't flicker between students, instead remaining fixed on Midoriya. She then saw 2 other screens beneath his. One showed a blonde girl with what looked like a permanent blush on her face and the third one showed a blonde boy with an angry look on his face. She realized the girl must be Himiko, but she wasn't sure who the boy was. She is rather cute, like Izuku. She kinda reminds me of a cat. Momo stopped for a moment, then blushed as she realized what she had just thought. Unbeknownst to Momo, her parents had seen her look at the problem children's screens and blush. Her mother had smiled at that, while her dad sighed and shook his head. "Mic," Nezu said into a microphone before him, "you may begin at your leisure. Go." Momo watched as most of the examinees stood still, but noticed on the special screens that the 3 had already taken off as Mic spoke. Himiko ran forward, her skin bubbling as she turned into Izuku. She had improved her transformations time, allowing her to change multiple times mid-combat, and while she still couldn't use people's quirks, she was able to use their physical forms quite well now. She leaped onto a robot and shoved one of her knives into the red lens. She pulled back as she backflipped onto the ground, watching the robot sputter as it slumped down. As she landed, she threw another knife into another robot charging at her and ran to it as it fell to regain her weapon. She dodged to the left, then the right as 2 scorpion-themed tails struck at her. She exploded in a white burst of sludge as she changed back to herself, slinging the sludge onto the scorpion robot's lenses as she leapt onto the closest one's head. The other lunged at her, but dug its tail into the other's head as she jumped away. Himiko noticed a purple-haired girl out of the corner, who seemed to be watching her intently. As she dodged behind a strike, she suddenly transformed into Izuku. His stronger muscles allowed her to kick the robot's overextended leg at its joint, breaking it. Dodging another robot, she burst into Shouter in his hero uniform. While she didn't know how to properly utilize his scarf, she could still wrap it around the robots and trip them. As she finished the last robot off, she landed on top of it in a burst of gray sludge, revealing her true self and flashed her a fang-filled smile, before she narrowed her eyes at her and erased her presence. She watched as the girl startled and looked around for her, but never at what was behind her. Silently, she ran by the girl and dug her knives into the lens of the robot that had crept up on the girl. "Thank you, I hadn't heard it sneak up on me," she said, amazed to suddenly see the girl appear on top of the robot that she had just noticed. "No problem, try not to get distracted in the field. Wayward thoughts can be your demise on the battlefield," Himiko stated with a smirk, quoting Shota from a sparring match gone wrong when Izuku and Nemurai had shown up in tight-fitting workout clothes. The purple-haired girl flushed at that. "I was just watching your technique, it was like a dance. It's meant to be chaotic. I don't want people to be able to figure out my moves, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said as she wiped her knives on her clothes. I intend to do underground heroics, so people knowing my style would be disastrous for me. The purple-haired girl took a step back at that admission. Man, I didn't expect someone to be this hardcore in their training. I just want to help people as a hero. You sound like you have a crusade to lead. She looked at the girl before nodding. The world isn't fair, and I aim to fix that. You should work on getting points. Who knows, if we both get accepted we may be classmates, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said before flashing her another fang-filled smile as she took off down an alley and disappeared from sight. Izuku dodged another robot's gunfire, ducking behind a collapsed bus stop. He grabbed a piece of rubble and tossed it in his hand, judging its weight. As the robot approached, he tossed it to the side, drawing its fire as he leapt over the rubble and fired off a 5% axe kick to the head, shearing through the metal. Two robots approached him from behind, but before he could act, a dazzling bluish-white laser tore through them. We make a decent team, non? Asked a blond boy with what looked sparkles on his skin who posed with his arms behind his head. Merci beaucoup, Izuku replied in French, causing the boy to shine brighter. A fellow educated man, I see. Hopefully we can shine brightly together in the future, the boy declared as he jumped up and fired his laser to fly back the way he had come. That was weird, Izuku said aloud. He looked around him and saw that the street was empty of robots and examinees alike. Right, I was at, I think 50-something points before that fight. Need to keep going and get more, we're about to reach the 2-minute mark and I've yet to see the 0-pointer. The earth rumbled at his words. F me, he said aloud and waited before he realized 𝐒𝐻𝐽 wasn't there to tack on a later. He sighed, he missed his girlfriend. We have almost hit the 2-minute mark, spoke Nezu to those in attendance. So far we have seen a variety of techniques for dealing with the current situation. A screen flickered to a boy with 6 arms, each one ending with either ears or eyes, then a purple-haired girl with her earlobes plugged into the ground. The ability to search and locate targets amidst confusion. A screen flickered to 𝐒𝐻𝐽 dancing between multiple robots as she disabled them quickly while in the background a floating set of gym clothes climbed onto a robot and pulled out wires. The abilities of stealth and speed to disable and outmaneuver your enemies, the tired man stated, pointing out the floating clothes to the others. A screen flickered to Izuku as he suddenly appeared in front of a boy with wild purple hair who had been knocked down. The ability to reach those in need in a timely manner, Nezu said as they watched Izuku kick the robot away before turning and helping the boy up and giving him a piece of rebar from a destroyed building, and the drive to protect those in need. The screen flickered to Bakugo then, a manic smile etched upon his face as he dove into a wave of robots as they were engulfed in an explosion. When the smoke cleared he was already moving to the next set of robots. Nezu frowned as he watched the boy ignore a downed student, then realized that he wasn't moving, but was acting as a shield as another student with spiked red hair charged forward and picked the downed examinee up before Bakugo dove in once more. And the ability to stand against unfavorable odds to protect, no matter the cost. A fine CRP this year, Midnight said as she made note of those who helped their fellow test takers. All Might, would you like to launch the 0-pointers? He nodded as he stood up and approached the comically large red button. Now then, it is time to see which of them can go beyond, he said as he pressed the button. As they watched, the various testing grounds rumbled as each zone birthed a robot that towered over the buildings and proceeded to crush the ones in their path. Plus Ultra. Izuku watched the robot towered over the buildings between it and him. As he looked up at it, he remembered how terrified he was both times he had encountered the sludge villain. I can't fight that, I need to get away from it. Little Deku still can't do anything by himself. He shook his head, trying to free himself of the taunt. I have to pick my battles, not self-sacrifice like I'm prone to. He watched as multiple examinees ran by him, one of which was the stern, blue-haired boy scoffed at him, not that he noticed. As he turned to run away, he heard a voice. Help! He froze in place, it sounded familiar to him. He looked over his shoulder in the direction the voice had come from and he saw it. The brunette that had stolen his gravity earlier was pinned under some rubble that had collapsed during the 0-pointer's advent. She reached for the rubble, but was just out of reach due to how she was pinned. He ran forward to help her. "Hey, it's fine, I'm here now. I'm gonna get you out of this." He flexed his quirk to try to move the large chunk of rubble, but it was lodged against the wall, and he didn't trust himself with one for all at the moment to use it on the rubble with her beneath it. While he could run, punch, and kick with the quirk, he had found lifting with it hard to accomplish. He hadn't figured out how yet to move his quirk to each limb to lift heavy objects properly. The ground shook as the 0-pointer loomed over them, its hand resting on a nearby building that collapsed under its weight. "Hey," he yelled to a few of the others still running by. "Help me get her out." A few kept running, but a rather tall boy with large lips came over, followed by a boy with a bird's head. The ground shook. The robot was looming over them now. "Get her to safety," Izuku called out, as he charged his quirk into his legs as he prepared to leap. "Pray tell, what art thou going to do against the behemoth?" asked the avian boy as his shadow sprung to life and helped the other boy lift the rubble. "My best." Izuku jumped upwards in a shower of verdant electricity cracking the ground. Momo watched as Izuku soared towards the 0-pointer, his legs engulfed in a small amount of emerald lightning before it dissipated. "I have a bad feeling about this." Endeavor scoffed as he watched the green-haired boy throw himself at danger. "What an idiot. Sure, he could break the smaller ones, but he will be useless against that thing. You had better hope his family doesn't sue when he gets himself killed." Momo felt the room's temperature drop. "Endeavor, if you know what is best for you, you will keep your mouth shut and watch the boy be a better hero than you are," All Might growled. "I think I know who the other person was now." Momo was nervous as she watched this little boy fly at the robot, this boy who was a student of both Nezu and All Might it seemed, and she had somehow befriended him. "Fine," Endeavor shot back, "let's see what the runt can do." Izuku punched the robot. Momo's eyes widened in amazement as the robot lifted free of the ground and was blown away as it exploded, sending flaming debris screaming back down to the now emptied parts of the training ground. Then she saw his body lose momentum and begin its descent. "Izuku," she cried. All Might surged forward, ready to break through the glass before them. "Stop!" Nezu and the black-haired man said in unison. The tired man spoke up. He got himself into this mess. He needs to learn to think ahead and not shatter his body every time he faces a strong enemy. I know heroes are expected to lay down their lives in the line of duty, but his martyr complex won't help anyone if he continues down this path of self-sacrifice. Momo felt her mother grab her hand and gently squeeze. "I'm sure everything will be fine, dear." They watched as he plummeted and seemed to bring his other arm forward, his fingers poised to flick. They noticed the arm he had punched with was free of the sleeve on its side, revealing a purple arm that was bleeding heavily as it wobbled in the air. The same was true for his legs. "Clones are ready to intercept," stated Ectoplasm as he watched the boy fall. As he neared the ground, the camera was partially blocked as the brunette he had saved suddenly appeared, floating on a piece of rubble. She reached forward and slapped him across his face. His body halted in midair as the girl collapsed onto the rubble and shakily tapped her fingertips together, causing him and the rubble to suddenly collapse. Momo let go of the breath she was holding as the girl proceeded to vomit what looked like a vibrant array of colors. Did she just throw up a rainbow? All Might sat down heavily. Thank God he's fine. I'm sure he won't be able to do much once Recovery Girl gets a hold of him. Now then, that was quite the entrance exam, Nezu said calmly before turning to the recommended students. We will now begin the grading process. I would like to thank each of you for coming out and watching today. Excuse me, sir, Momo said, catching the adult's attention, what happened with Yorashi? He outperformed all of us in the recommended exam, but I don't see him here. He rejected his acceptance and instead said he would attend Shiketsu High, Nezu answered. Is there anything else I can help you with, Miss Yorozu? She bit her lip before nodding and asked, is it possible for me to wait at the nurse's clinic for Midoriya? I struck up an acquaintanceship with him, and it doesn't feel right to ignore him. By all means, you may wait for him. Eraserhead here will guide you there, Nezu stated as he motioned the scruffy-looking man. All right, I was going to head that way anyways. Oh, and full rescue points to Midoriya, half to the girl he saved for her actions, and quarter to Bakugo, Eraserhead said as he approached Momo and her parents. And Toga? Midnight asked, raising an eyebrow. Half to her, on account that I never want to find myself smiling with schoolgirl glee ever again. Izuku opened his eyes to bright white lights and a white ceiling, one he had become accustomed to seeing. He looked to the side and his vision blurred as he saw 3 shapes sitting on the other side of the room. He squinted. Nurses, he asked, his voice raspy. Himiko looked up as Izuku spoke. Nurses. Does he not see us clearly? Maybe the painkillers are affecting him. The black-haired girl, who revealed herself to be Yorozu Momo from the recommended exams, supplied. Himiko had done her best to keep her eyes from traveling, but sitting between 2 rather attractive girls made it hard. How Izuku was able to have a conversation with her and not stare at her chest was a testament to how much he respected women on a daily basis. Should we go closer so he can see who we are? The brunette from before the exam, and apparently the girl he had broken himself for, Uraraka Okako, asked. While she wasn't in the skirt and stocking from earlier, her current outfit of gym briefs and tank top was also distracting, especially how tight the clothes were in certain areas. Himiko sighed and nodded. Izuku watched as what he thought were nurses talked in garbled words before they stood up and approached him. He saw them come into focus and was confused. When had they become nurses? Yorozu, Himiko, cute girl that steals gravity, he slurred as they came into focus, causing Yorozu and Uraraka to blush. When did you girls become nurses? I thought you were gonna attend UA and be heroes. Himiko held back a laugh as he continued to talk and somehow flirt with all 3 of them. She was honestly amazed at how smooth he actually was. I feel better knowing that you 3 adorable girls are looking after me. His speech had slurred more, somehow. Oh my god, Himiko muttered. How can he be this high and still be so adorable? Momo sputtered at that. Toga, you can't just say that. Why, I mean he is rather cute looking, though, Uraraka chimed in, before she blushed. I said that out loud, didn't I? She asked the other 2 girls, who both nodded at her. You think I'm cute? Izuku asked them. You shouldn't, I'm just useless Deku. He trailed off as his eyes grew moist. Shush now, Aizu, Himiko said as she crouched down beside him. You aren't worthless, nor are you a Deku. I'm sure these 2 cute girls, she said as she looked at both girls, causing their blushes to further expand, don't think you are worthless either. Really? He asked as Himiko walked around his bed and sat down on the bed beside him. The girls smiled at him. You have proven to be a great inspiration to me, Yorozu said as she leaned down raising her hand before she looked at Himiko, who nodded. She then ran her hand through his hair gently. I'm sure you will be a great hero. You know, when you jumped at the 0-pointer, Endeavor scoffed at you and All Might said you were already a better hero than Endeavor. That's a lot to take in, Uraraka said in response to the black-haired girl's words. But you saving me from getting crushed was heroic. As far as I'm concerned, you're already a hero in my eyes. As she finished, she grabbed his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, her pinky sticking out. Izuku sniffed as a tear ran down his face. Thank you. Himiko leaned down towards him as she looked at the girls before she spoke. Hush now Aizu, let us comfort you. At that moment, Recovery Girl entered the room suddenly. Hey! What's going on here? She asked as she entered the room, seeing the 3 girls from before crowding his bed, with Himiko almost fully on the bed. Recovery Girl, what kind of painkillers did you give Aizu? He thinks the 3 of us are his nurses, Himiko questioned. I gave him the strong ones. He promised to not break himself, but look where he ended up, the nurse replied, frowning at Izuku. Sorry, Recovery Girl, but I couldn't let her. As he spoke he pointed at Uraraka, get hurt by the 0-pointer. I did what felt right. She sighed at his admission. Ectoplasm had clones stationed in every zone, and Power Loader had a kill SWCH for every 0-pointer. We would not so recklessly place children in harm's way, but thank you for taking the practical seriously. Yes, thank you again for saving me, the girl in question stated, bowing in his direction again. Now then, I have some paperwork to take care of. I'll leave you in the capable hands of your nurses, the old lady quipped, causing the girls to blush. Oh, and I have some uniforms for you girls, if you're interested, she added, laughing. I bet you would look cute in that. Izuku slurred once more, unaware of what he was saying. Their blushes grew stronger. Aizawa sighed in agitation. I hate this part, he said as he pulled a file in front of him. Yeah, it is time-consuming, but we gotta check out who passed, and if they are worthwhile to even accept, Hisashi replied, as he read another file smiling. What's got you in a good mood, Amasi? Ectoplasm asked, as he set a file aside. This applicant, Jiru Kyuka, has a sound-based quirk. She can emit her heartbeat through the audio jacks on her earlobes and attack with them as well. She got herself a decent amount of villain points, and a few rescue points too. He handed the file to Ectoplasm, who looked through it. Says here she is interested in rescue work, and that she can use her earjacks as sonar to locate people she can't see, Ectoplasm read aloud. Aizawa looked up at that remark. Put her in the yes pile for now, he said as he tossed his current file into a much larger pile. He proceeded to grab a rather large file labeled Minoru Mineta and opened it. He then slammed it shut. Minoru Mineta is an absolute no. What? How come, Shouter? Nemirai asked as she grabbed the folder from him. He had gotten a decent villain score, even a handful of rescue points even if they were all girls. She trailed off as she opened the folder and began to read. Barred from the general education course as well, she said, tone turning angry. Oh, I see you found Minoru, Nezu stated as he entered the room pushing a tea cart. Nemirai turned to him asking, and you still let him come here to apply? How bad can he be? Majima asked curiously, the other teachers nodding along. 50+ complaints about SXL harassment from his previous schools. Letting him in would be detrimental. I know I act like a major pervert, she began. You are a major pervert, Hisashi cut in. Shush. Imagine if he was dumb enough to grope Himiko, look up her skirt, or make an inappropriate comment about her. Questioned Nemirai. I want to let him in now to see if Himiko or Izuku attacks him first, quipped Hisashi. Hey, then you could expel him on the spot, Shouter, and stay on brand, really break your class. You enjoyed torturing the recommended students, didn't you? Shouter replied, with a small smile on his face. A little, Hisashi chuckled, smiling at Aizawa. Must you three always flirt? Asked Ectoplasm. We F2, but I figured you didn't want to watch that, quipped Nemirai as she placed the pervert's file in a third pile labeled total rejection. Hisashi has a point. I may have gotten a little soft with Himiko and Izuku. They may think themselves above repercussions given their circumstances. Nezu, permission to do my quirk assessment tests on move-in day once all of my students are here. Aizawa watched as the Chimera handed tea to all of the staff as he waited for an answer. This would mean you and your class will attend the welcome ceremony for once in exchange, Nazu stated as he sat down in a chair. Aizawa nodded. Agreed, and a full expulsion, so no moving him to the general course. Nezu nodded in agreement as he grabbed a file and got to work. Izuku was pacing again. It had been 2 weeks since the general entrance exams and he hadn't heard anything yet. Toshi had told him that he wasn't part of the judging committee and wouldn't know until Izuku knew. Still, though he was nervous, he knew attacking the zero-pointer wasn't the brightest idea, but saving Uraraka had seemed like the only option at hand. He was afraid that injuring himself like that had hindered him and possibly lost points. Izuku, his voice called out to him. He turned around and saw himself lounging on the couch in a blouse and skirt that seemed rather short. Himiko, how long have you been me? Since I went out with Inko, she replied in his voice casually, seeing no issue with what she said. You went out as me in a skirt, he asked, sweating at who had possibly seen him. It's fine, you got lots of compliments while I was you, she replied. I know you like being me, but can you dress like me when you go out? I don't want to cause a scene at UA where you show up as me in your uniform. I wouldn't do that to you. Bakugo or that strict kid are fair game though, Himiko said, as she patted the seat next to her. Izuku laughed at that. As long as you don't get hurt, it would be funny to see Bakugo dressed as a girl, maybe do some magical girl poses as him. How about I do some magical girl poses? She asked as her form melted, revealing her true self as she crawled into his lap. Kids! It's here, screamed Inko as she ran into the room waving the mail in her hands. Oh, was I interrupting something? No. Izuku quickly said, yes, Himiko stated, then looked at Izuku then back at 𝐭𝐽, I mean no. 𝐭𝐽 laughed as she handed them the letters with UA's crest on it. Taking hers in hand, Himiko suggested, you open yours first, Aizu. He hesitated for a moment and opened it, revealing a gray metallic disc. He pulled it out and noticed a button on it. He sat down on the coffee table as the three of them leaned forward as he pushed the button. I am here. As a projection. Toshi, exclaimed the three of them in unison. In the flesh, digitally he responded as if he knew what they would say next. Now then, young Midoriya, for your academic exam you scored perfectly, truly a mind befitting a hero core student of UA. Your practical exam results are as follows, 62 villain points, a decent score, but that's not all, no, who would we be if we didn't notice you helping your fellow examinees, and your effects on them, observe. As he finished he stepped out of the projection showing a screen revealing the gravity-stealing girl from the exam talking to Hisashi. Mr. President MIC, she hesitantly asked. Could it be possible to give some of my points to that green-haired boy with the freckles? I know he could have gotten more points if he didn't stop to rescue me during the exam. President MIC smiled at her before he answered, worry not, little listener, he will be compensated for his actions, as will the few that came to help you as well. She sighed a breath of relief. Oh thank you, I'd hate for them to miss out due to me. Midoriya, for showing what a true hero is like, you were awarded full rescue points from the judges equaling 60 points, earning you a total of 122 points. Come Midoriya, this is your hero academia. Oh, and don't tell anyone other than Himiko I'm teaching there, I want it to be a surprise. At that the projection cut off, leaving the room silent save for Izuku, who sniffed. I got in. I got in. I got in. He was suddenly pulled into a hug by his mom and girlfriend as they enveloped him in their arms. I'm so proud of you. Sweetie. I truly am, 𝐭𝐽 said as she cried. I know I never said what you need all those years ago, but I promise I will continue to make those 10 years up to you. Izuku cried harder upon hearing his mother apologize again. Thank you, Mom. Himiko spoke up then. See, even Toshi says you're a true hero, Izuku. You've earned this. As she finished she kissed his cheek, causing him to blush. Himiko, Ino said, as she looked at the other envelope, open yours, and let's see how you did. Himiko released Izuku from her hug after a final squeeze and opened her envelope, revealing a disc as well. As she placed it on the table, she activated it. Hello Toga, spoke Aizawa in his usual flat tone. For your academic exam you passed with a score of 85%, good job, but I expect better in the future. What? She asked, confused about his statement. For your practical you earned 45 villain points, and because that isn't the only thing we watch for, you also earned 55 hero points, earning you a total of 100 points. This marks the beginning of your career as an underground hero. I'm proud of you, Himiko, and I'm sure he is as well. She watched as her disc turned off, and she was in turn pulled into a hug by the Midoriyas. I'm so proud of you, Himiko, 𝐭𝐽 said as she pulled the girl closer to her. 𝐭𝐽 smiled as Himiko hugged her back. Here is the third envelope, it's addressed to both of you. It more than likely has your class and dorm information in it. I'm gonna go call Toshi and let him know you two got your acceptance letters. As 𝐭𝐽 left the room, Izuku pulled his girlfriend into another hug. Well, I was told I would be in Aizawa's class when we first met him, so you should be with me as well then, he reasoned, as he pulled her into his lap as she grabbed the envelope. Opening it she saw a letter and skimmed it quickly. We are both in 1A, and our move-in day is on a Saturday. Oh, let's tell Uraraka and Yorozu that we got in and are in 1A, Izuku suggested, as he read the letter himself. Oh, that's a good idea. And even if they aren't in our class and got in, we can still show them around Musutafu, go get ice cream, maybe taste their BLD, she mumbled, shuffling through the papers. He gave her a look. What was that last one? Go get ice cream, she offered. No, you said something about the girls' BLD, Himiko. I can explain, Himiko softly said. Then explain, I'm listening. Listen, how about I just taste your BLD instead? He frowned at her. You think they are pretty too, here. She sighed and leaned back onto his chest. It feels weird. I think we may need to have an actual conversation with Hisashi, Nemuri, and Shouter about this, but I don't know how to bring up, hey, so there are 2 pretty girls in our class and we both find them attractive and nice, and we feel odd around them. I still think this might be how they got together, but what if this is just a little crush? I mean, we have been kept to just ourselves, would we really latch on to someone else like we did with each other? He asked, worried about their feelings. Well, plus side, if these are serious feelings and even one of them wants to join, we would get another person to wake up with in the morning, Himiko whispered, turning her head to look at him as she kissed his cheek. I love you, Aizu. Maybe this is part of growing up. He sighed and lifted the envelope up, and saw another letter fall out. Himiko managed to catch it and read it as well. It says we are to be there by 10 in the morning for a special meeting with our teacher and that our stuff will arrive afterwards, she trailed off. What does that mean, Aizu? Izuku looked at the letter and remembered his first day with Aizawa. OF. Himiko was looking forward to today. Both Uraraka and Yotorozu were able to come visit them and see the town they would be staying in for the next 3 years. She and Izuku had decided they would start at the ice cream parlor they frequented as the owner always welcomed them. Himiko was hoping to one day see the owner's wife. Izuku had told her about the woman, and that he simply knew she had a vampire quirk, and that the owner had recognized Himiko's quirk the first day. She was pulled from her musings by a voice calling out to her. Hey! Midoriya, Toga. Okiko called out to them as she appeared on the street. They waved to her and headed her way. Hi Uraraka, Izuku greeted, did you find the place easily enough? Yeah, when I said I was going to Musutafu to meet some classmates, my parents got a little excited and started talking about work projects that they have done here in the past. What do they do for work? Himiko asked, curious about the girl's family. Uraraka smiled as she answered, they own a construction company, Uraraka Builders. Izuku looked pensive for a moment before he spoke. Oh, I'm sure your quirk would have been great for helping them if you didn't want to do heroics. That's what I said, she burst out, but Mom and Dad want me to follow my own dreams, not simply follow them into the family business. So I decided that I would be a hero, and with the money I would make I can help them cut down on costs, and if it's possible get them licensed to have employees use their quirks on job sites. Himiko took in the girl's words on why she wanted to be a hero. Some of them chafed with Stain's ideals, but it seemed that she was doing it for others and not herself. Izuku cut in as he must have noticed Himiko in thought, more than likely comparing the girl to Stain's ideals. That's very noble of you to want to help your parents with your job. I'm sure there are other jobs out there that would pay just as well, but you choose heroics so you can give back to your community as well. The gravity thief lit up at that. Yeah, when I was little I saw a hero fighting a villain, and when he won everyone cheered and their worried faces turned to happy ones. I want to be a hero that can ease people's worries in the world when I show up, she stated. Once finished, she flashed them a bright smile that made her rosy cheeks seem brighter. Himiko's eyes lit up. This girl had potential to be a true hero as well. Well, Izuku started, that's amazing to hear. I'm sure your parents will be proud of you. Uraraka blushed at his words, before nodding. Midoriya, called a feminine voice. How come she only called out to him? Himiko muttered under her breath. Uraraka found herself agreeing with the blonde, unsure as to why Yorozu only calling out to him made her slightly upset. As the tall black-haired girl approached, she greeted the blonde and brunette as well. Toga, Uraraka, how are you two doing? Himiko pushed her feelings of jealousy down, realizing she received a more personal greeting, even if it was shared. Damn these teenage emotions and hormones, she thought to herself before answering. We are doing well, Uraraka just arrived a moment before you did. Oh thank goodness, Yorozu said, relieved she wasn't late. The limo had trouble fitting down some of the smaller streets on the way here. She looked at them curiously as they stared at her for saying such a common thing. That bombshell aside, Himiko began as she took control of the conversation. I'm glad you girls could join us. We are heading to Hayama's, a local ice cream parlor Aizu and I frequent to start our day out with a treat. Izuku looked at her before turning back to face the girls. She likes it because they offer pomegranate ice cream year-round. The girls nodded, understanding the need to have good ice cream on hand for any and all occasions that Izuku obviously didn't understand. Boys, They all said in unison, then laughed as he looked them confused about what just happened. Izuku entered Hayama's first to hold the door and met Mr. Hayama's gaze, who saw him enter with 3 rather attractive women. The man laughed, causing the girls to look at Izuku confused. He sighed and followed the girls to the counter. Himiko ordered first, asking for her usual pomegranate. "I was wondering, would you possibly have mochi-flavored ice cream?" Asuka asked, looking at the large menu. "That we do, little lady," Hayama stated as he pointed to it. "2 scoops for you as well." She looked at the pricing chart and frowned. "Just 1 scoop, please." "Are you sure?" Izuku asked, looking around Momo. "I can pay if needed. We didn't tell you girls what the plan was for the day after all." She hesitated for a moment, but conceded. "Yes, thank you, Midoriya. 2 scoops then, please." Hayama smiled at them and prepared her cone, his fingers tracing where the ice cream met the cone. Momo noticed Izuku staring intently at the man's fingers as he worked. "I see why you like this place so much, Midoriya. Quirk prepared food." He smiled at her before answering, "Yeah, I love seeing him work. Do you see a flavor you like?" "Well, I don't have a favorite flavor per se. I eat a lot of high-fat food, but I tend to abstain from junk food. Ice cream is something I usually get on vacations with my family, and even then it's usually gelato." "Ah, you have a food-related quirk?" Hayami inquired, as he handed Uraraka her cone, who then went to join Himiko at a table she had claimed. "Yes, I convert fat cells to atoms, then build whatever I need. I usually eat healthy fat foods, but I will indulge in greasy foods such as burgers and pizza as well when I plan on pushing my quirk." She noticed Izuku in the corner of her eye was writing in a notebook as she spoke. She smiled softly at the scene, then noticed the man chuckling at her, causing her to blush. "Well, I do have some very American-inspired ice creams that would fit you just well," he said as he pointed to one on the list titled Chocolate Demise. "Dark chocolate base, with swirls of marshmallow, dark chocolate fudge, dark chocolate cookie dough, and I top it with dark chocolate syrup. I'll take it." "It sounds so." She paused mid-sentence before she continued, "decadent and rich." Izuku thought to himself that that same description fit her as well before shaking his head. As Momo took her cone and paid for it, she headed to join the other girls, leaving Izuku alone with Hayami. "You know," the older man began, "I thought your girlfriend was the insatiable one, but it would seem it was you after all." "It's not like that at all," stuttered Izuku. "All 4 of us got into UA's hero course, so Himiko and I decided to show them around Musutafu since they hadn't been here before." "Congratulations to you 4 then," Hayami said as he messed with his register. "As my treat, you 4 eat on the house. I'll refund that girl's order when you all finish." "Oh, thank you, sir," Izuku gushed, bowing his head in thanks. "Think nothing of it, young man. Now what would you like?" "A scoop of chocolate demise and mochi. I haven't tried those before." Hayami grinned as he prepared the order. "Hopefully your little vampire won't mind too much that you got what the other girls ordered. That isn't some unspoken dating rule no one has told me, is it?" Izuku quickly asked. Hayami laughed before handing him the cone. "Just a little fun is all." Hayami stopped as he saw someone standing behind the boy he recognized and smiled at them. "Have a great day, young man." "Thanks, you too, sir," he said, as he grabbed his cone. Izuku turned around and bumped into someone behind him, almost losing his ice cream in the process. He looked up and saw a woman he had never seen before in the parlor. Her skin was even paler than Himiko's, with faint blue lines spread under it in a web that he realized must have been her veins. As his eyes traveled up her body, they caught her lips. Ruby red lips that glistened as Himiko's had this morning when she had finished feeding from his neck. Next he saw her eyes. They were awash in a myriad of colors ranging from hues of pink to candy red that seemed to shift. They were hypnotic to watch, and he felt himself falling into them. She suddenly shook her head and her eyes were quickly obscured by a waterfall of obsidian that devoured all light, breaking him from his trance. He blinked free from her gaze and looked at her once more. She smiled through her hair. "Ah," she softly whispered to him. The trance broke once more. I am an adult," she softly supplied. His breath hitched, but he managed to continue, "My emotional support vampire." Himiko was quickly by his side, fangs bared. The woman smiled, revealing her own fangs. So you're the little vampire Leia my husband has been telling me about. Vampire Leia, he squeaked out, nervous about her choice of words. She smirked at him, her fangs glistening. Yes, myheroacademia has told me about you and the little vampire here, she said as she gestured to Himiko, who was watching the woman intently. You're Mr. Hayama's wife, she asked, her eyes focusing more on the woman now. The woman shook her head, her hair returning to its rightful place, revealing her beauty for Himiko to see. Yes, I am Hayama Elizabeth. Himiko's eyes widened at that. Like Elizabeth Bathory. The woman smiled again at her before speaking. Yes, vampire quirks run in my family, so we tended to be named after vampires. My mother is named Camilla. That's what I plan on using for my hero name, Himiko stated in awe. Is everything all right? Yorozu asked, Uraraka trailing behind her, curious about what had happened. Ah, spoke Hayami, your friend here met my wife, and it seems that he fell under her quirk by accident. That's what that was? Izuku asked, his eyes wide in wonder. She smiled at him softly before she spoke. Aobai told me you liked quirks, I can tell he wasn't exaggerating for once. She looked at the other girls. I'm sorry for messing with you girls' boyfriend like that, I just felt compelled to tease him. Boyfriend, the three girls said in unison. Yes, he mentioned how this young man was dating this little vampire here, she said, motioning to Himiko, so I thought that maybe the relationship had grown to include you two young ladies as well. Yorozu and Uraraka looked at Izuku and Himiko before they asked in unison, you two are dating? Yes. Izuku responded. To be fair, Himiko interjected, before Izuku could make a mess of things by accident, you two never asked, and we didn't know how to bring up we were a couple without being rude about it. Oh, that does make sense, Yorozu said softly. It would have come across as rude if one of you suddenly said that you were dating without prompting it, and I've heard about heroes keeping their relationships private. What did you mean when you called Toga a vampire? Uraraka asked. Why, her quirk, of course, I don't know it per se, but I do know that she has vampire's Q traits from it, Mrs. Miyami said. Oh, what is your quirk, Toga? Questioned Yorozu. I can transform into people if I drink their BLD, Himiko replied softly, noting how Mrs. Hayama's eyes lit up and the girls looked pensive. Isn't there a hero with a BLD-related quirk? Inquired Uraraka, her chin in her hand. Vlad King, supplied Yorozu, he uses his own BLD to fight. You know it makes sense. Midoriya said you were going into underground heroics, a quirk like that would be extremely useful. Izuku sighed in relief as both girls seemed to accept Himiko's quirk and their relationship status. You have some good friends there, young man, said Mrs. Hayama, as she watched the girls head back to the table. Why, I'm just glad they accepted Himiko so quickly, we were worried about that. I know the world isn't fair, but she's already been dealt a bad hand, he trailed off. Yes, we BLD quirk users do have it rough, thank you for watching over one of us. Of course, making her happy is my main priority when it comes to Himiko. As the four teenagers headed down the street looking at the different stores Musutafu offered, Uraraka brought up a question. Why did Mrs. Hayami think we were all dating Midoriya? She blushed as she asked but didn't retract it. The other three blushed, unable to look at one another. Himiko and Izuku, both unaware of it at the time, were both wondering how they could have raunchy sec where they had to watch videos on how to tie someone up properly, but couldn't handle the idea of dating two additional people. WWL, her husband likes to tease me when we visit, and she mentioned that he had told her about me. Izuku stammered an explanation out. Himiko frowned at that, sure the man had treated them to free ice cream, but she didn't like anyone picking on Aizu, other than a select few who knew the boundaries. It reminded me of the romance novels I sometimes read. Some of them feature a couple welcoming others into their relationship. Whether it be a HM or a polyamorous relationship depends on the story, Yorozu stated. HM? Uraraka asked rather loudly, drawing a few glances their way. Sorry, HM though, she asked again, quieter. Yes, Yorozu said, managing to look at the three of them without blushing again. The main character has multiple women fall for him, and they tend to compete amongst themselves for his attention. The first woman in the relationship usually leads the others, and has more say in who gets to do what with the man. That doesn't sound very fair though, Izuku softly said. Shouldn't the women get along with each other better? I mean, if they love the same man, but don't like each other, is it even worth it? The girls looked from him to the others and all three blushed again at what he had implied. Well, Midoriya, Yorozu began, that sounds more like a polyamorous relationship. In those, the women or men as well love more than one person in the group, and don't necessarily have to love everyone, but do share the same. She paused as she gathered the courage to finish the explanation. Share the same partner or partners. At that she turned red once more. Wow, that is something, Uraraka mumbled, causing Izuku to fret over her new habit. How do people even go from a simple two-person relationship to having a third or even fourth person join in? Izuku and Himiko shared a look of worry that didn't escape Yorozu's notice. I mean, do they just find other people they think are nice and attractive and ask them to start spending time with them? The couple were trying and failing to contain a strangled scream. Is something wrong? Uraraka asked, leaning towards the couple. You both look awfully red all of the sudden. As she spoke, she placed her hands on their foreheads. While you two are burning up. Momo watched as Uraraka checked the couple's temperature, the weird feeling rising up again. She knew it was odd, they had all just met for the first time nearly a month ago, but this was her first time spending time with Midoriya and his girlfriend Toga since the recommendation exams. Sure, they had kept in touch. Thinking back, it was incredibly forward for her to give him her number within a Matryoshka doll of himself. More than likely, Toga was with him when he found it. She hoped she didn't cause an incident to occur between them. They seemed extremely close to one another. We're fine, Uraraka. Thank you though for worrying about us, Midoriya softly said, his face flushed. Yeah, it's nice of you to worry, but I think we're just still a little on edge about what happened in the parlor, Toga stated. Uraraka finally realized the position the three of them were in at that moment, her own face turning crimson as she backpedaled away from the couple. I didn't mean to be so forward like that, maybe I should just leave now, she said, her tone soft and full of sorrow. No! Izuku quickly exclaimed. Himiko and I have barely got to see you or Yorozu today besides this. You shouldn't let a simple accident ruin your day like that. Plus, if you left, it wouldn't be as fun of a day. It's best to have your friends with you after all. Uraraka smiled at the two of them before suddenly pulling them into a hug. Izuku smiled and hugged her back, while Himiko proceeded to hug both her boyfriend and Uraraka. Momo couldn't help but smile as she watched the three hug, her feelings from earlier forgotten as she watched the adorable scene before. Adorable, she muttered to herself, causing Toga to suddenly look in her direction and smile. So let's continue our day out together then, Toga suggested as she released the two from the hug. There's a bookstore nearby that Aizu loves. I'm sure you would like it as well, Yorozu. Momo, the tall girl said, if we are all friends, please call me Momo. I know my last name can be a bit of a mouthful at times. Oh, in that case, call me Okiko, she chimed in. Alright, then feel free to call me Izuku, he stammered, nervous about the attention he was receiving from the two attractive girls. Then call me Himiko, she said, grabbing Izuku's hand. Now then, let's get back to shopping. Okiko, fill me in on your hobbies and interests. There might be a store around here that would interest you. Sure, I like stargazing. Out in my prefecture I can easily look up at the starry sky at night, but with how big of a city this is there may be too much light pollution to do it. Izuku peeked around Himiko and called out to her. Actually, we have a planetarium on the outskirts of town. Maybe on weekends if we don't have too much homework or studying we can go to it sometime. Okiko smiled at his suggestion. Sure, I'd love for all of us to go. Momo smiled at the idea as she approached them. That sounds lovely, Izuku. Maybe the four of us could go after our first week of class. I think that would work for us, Himiko supplied. Now then, it's shopping time, and don't worry, Aizu will carry our bags for us. Momo sighed as she reclined in the back of her limo, her shopping bags on the seat beside her. The bookstore had been a small family-owned one that specialized in books from the age before quirks. She loved it there, especially with Izuku showing her the various sections that he thought she would enjoy. The way he considered her interested before progressing to each section had been adorable, she thought, his face scrunched in concentration as he thought. She blushed as she remembered how their hands kept bumping into each other's. They had even grabbed each other's hands a few times as well. The first time it had happened they quickly retracted their hands, but after a while their hands would linger, one on top of the other. She remembered how it had felt when he had slowly removed his hand, his fingers dragging over her skin. It had felt like fire where his skin had touched hers. A feeling arose in the girl's chest. She knew that 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 were a couple, so why did she feel hurt when she saw the two share a quick chaste kiss? She even felt it when she saw 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 huddled together looking at something that had caught the brunette's attention. Seeing the two girls together had flared the unknown emotion within her as well. She thought back on how the couple had mentioned a polyamorous couple they knew. Maybe I want them both to look at me the way they look at each other. Momo's eyes widened at the thought. Oh no, she said aloud to herself, I have a crush on my friends. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 double-checked she had all of her shopping bags with her on the train before she finally settled down in her seat. The day with Izuku and the two girls had been pleasant in her mind. She was looking forward to the trip to the planetarium with them. She had heard before that 13 was known to randomly show up at planetariums and speak at them. She hoped this one would be the next surprise visit. She grabbed a book she had bought at the little bookstore they had been taken to. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had shown her a collection of books regarding space, and even a few star atlases the two had looked at extremely closely as they were in a tight-fitting area. She blushed remembering how she was practically on top of the other girl, and that 𝐒𝐼 didn't seem to mind when she got a faceful of her BRSTS at one point. She just acted like it was natural. She had made the mistake of looking the blonde right in the eyes. The faint glow they had in that dark corner was hypnotic. Even now she could remember those golden eyes staring at her, and her alone in that moment. She pouted thinking of how Izuku got to see those bright eyes all the time, but then remembered when he and Momo had joined them, and she met his emerald eyes. She realized then that emerald or gold, she could get lost in either set of eyes. She took a breath as she remembered what happened following them joining her and 𝐒𝐼. Izuku was curious about the star chart they were currently looking at, so he had inched in closer to them. Momo had decided to look as well, and suddenly the four of them were poring over the book, and suddenly they were a tangled mess of limbs, that at that moment didn't care if they were too close. She was certain that at one point Izuku's head was between Momo's BRSTS, and that 𝐒𝐼's were resting on her arm at one point, but she never cared. She sighed as she spoke aloud to herself in the empty cart. If they weren't dating I probably would have kissed one of them. She paused as she realized what she had just said aloud, and looked around afraid someone had heard her. I wanted to kiss them, I wanted to kiss them both. She remembered how they had talked about polyamorous relationships earlier in the day. Maybe I can kiss them both. She pulled out her phone and looked up the new contact she had added today and pressed call. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, what is it? Momo asked, after several rings. Momo, she began, I'm scared. What's wrong? Are you okay? I don't want to lose Izuku and 𝐒𝐼 as friends, but, she trailed off unsure of how to say it. You have a crush on them as well, here. 𝐒𝐼's eyes widened in shock. How? I realized I wanted to be closer with them as well, Momo answered. Is this too fast? Maybe. But Izuku has had a major effect on our lives. How could we not fall for him, and 𝐒𝐼 seems to be just as amazing as he is. Yeah, 𝐒𝐼 agreed. Maybe after the planetarium visit, we can talk about it some more. I think that would be a wise decision, Momo said as she continued talking to her new friend. Izuku fidgeted in his seat as he tried to prepare himself for this conversation. He had been putting it off a while now, but move-in day was in 4 days and he and 𝐒𝐼 had agreed to have this talk before then. So, drawled Aizawa, as he took a cup of coffee from Hisashi as the blonde sat next to him, why did you two wish to speak with the three of us? It's kinda hard to say, and also awkward to say, Izuku started, but stopped and looked to 𝐒𝐼 beside him for assistance in this. She sighed, but picked up where he left off. We hung out with 2 of our future classmates last week, and we may have set up a 4-way date with them after our first week of UA. Hisashi immediately sat up straight. You two did what? Problem children, sighed Aizawa as he slumped on the couch they were on. Nemurai, however, squealed in joy as she shot forward and embraced the two in a hug. I'm so proud of you two. I didn't know you were wanting to form a poly relationship like us. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 flailed before pulling out of the hug and skiing in a breath of fresh air. That's the thing, we didn't plan to do that. Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said as she released 𝐒𝐿𝐵. You bit my melons. Don't shove your melons in our faces, then, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 retorted, liking the BLD from her lips. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 doesn't like it when you do that, he says it makes him feel uncomfortable around you. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's demeanor quickly changed at the blonde's words. I'm sorry, 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I wish you had said something about it earlier. I was simply treating you two as I treat Hisashi and Shouter. I won't do it again. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 nodded before he spoke. Thank you, and I also don't like discussing my SSSEC life with you a whole lot, either. I know 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and I ask you questions so we don't make a mistake and hurt each other, but sometimes you just get too intense. Thank you for being honest with me, 𝐒𝐽𝐽, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. Now, then, you said this date wasn't your plan. Well, we both agreed that we find them very attractive, and we like talking with them, but we never considered dating someone else before, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 supplied while reaching for 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hand and holding it. This kinda just happened. Granted, someone thought the four of us were already in a poly relationship and on a date that day. Why, stammered 𝐒𝐽𝐽, we spent the rest of the day hanging out and went shopping. He stopped there and blushed as he remembered their time in the bookstore. I take it something happened? Hisashi questioned, looking from 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Yeah, something happened, alright, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 answered. We went to this little bookshop and Momo and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 were practically on top of each other, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smacked me in the face with her melons and I almost asked her to do it again. I don't think Momo realized she had shoved my head between her BRSTS at first, and when she didn't react like I expected her to. Instead, she apologized and stepped back from me. Then, the four of us were looking at one book together and whenever I would bump into Momo or 𝐒𝐿𝐵 it felt like he trailed off looking for the right words like when the two of us touch. I was tempted to just grab their incredibly cute faces and kiss them, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 offered before slumping in her seat to match Aizawa. Yeah, that, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stated, but we don't want to ruin our relationship with them either. What if this is all a big misunderstanding? I just made two new friends, I don't want to drive them away. At that, 𝐒𝐽𝐽's lower lip quivered, his fears coming to light once more. These things usually take time, Aizawa said as he sat up straight, but sometimes things move quicker than expected. It did for us. I know that if Hisashi and 𝐒𝐵 didn't have the mindset to act first, the three of us would probably still be dancing around each other. Relationships amongst heroes are tricky to begin with, but you two have the opportunity to expand it to include two additional people. Shouter is right, Hisashi chimed in. This is tough to do at times, but we persevere and make it work. Know that the three of us will support you two in this decision, but do not force it. Let your relationship with them grow naturally. If you push too hard, you may push them away from you, he stated with a sad look on his face. If you would like, I can cover the various relationships in my Sec Ed class your dorm will be taking with me on Sunday, offered 𝐒𝐵. That way I can hopefully clear up any misconceptions the two have about it. They may have a clear grasp on it already, 𝐒𝐵 said. The four of us talked about them and HMS that day, and 𝐒𝐵 literally said everything we had set out to do that day, find people we like and ask them to spend time with us. I think Momo may have noticed something as well. Of course she did, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 groaned, she's a recommended student, she probably realized it when we started freaking out about what 𝐒𝐵 was saying. 𝐒𝐵 smiled at the two of them as they went into detail about their not-a-date they had with the two girls. It seems you two are pretty interested in them already, I'm sure they would love to be with you both. Thank you, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said as he looked at 𝐒𝐵 who was smiling, her fangs sticking out in a cute vampire smile. Oh, and here, 𝐒𝐵 said, here are the items you asked me to pick up for you, 𝐒𝐵. I hope you like them, she said with a wink. Do I want to know? Aizawa asked. No, 𝐒𝐵 and 𝐒𝐵 answered in unison. Oh, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said aloud before his face was enveloped in a blush. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was lying on his bed, naked. 𝐒𝐵 had told him to undress and get ready for her as she got ready. Thankfully, his mom was gone for the day, so the two of them could finally try something more interesting from the journal. She hadn't told him what yet, but the ideas running through his head were already turning him on as he began to slide himself slowly while thinking of his girlfriend. The door creaked as she stuck her head into the room and met his gaze as he slowly played with himself. She liked her lips with her long tongue as she opened the door the rest of the way, revealing herself. He stared as he stopped mid-slide. 𝐒𝐻IMIKO was standing there in a leather corset that held her biceps up, her rosy nipples pebbled from her want. His eyes trailed downward and saw that she had foregone panties, her smooth mound and lips on display as they glistened, dripping with her aloe. The scene was framed in a BLD red garter belt that supported a pair of sheer red thigh-high stockings on her legs that cupped her thighs just right. He gulped and looked back up at her face, noticing that her hair was down for once, the blonde locks barely dancing across her shoulders. "Do you like it?" she asked, her voice cracking just once. "You look amazing," he replied, moving to sit up. "No, lay down, Izuku. Let me take charge for now," she said as she approached the bed. She quickly climbed onto it and straddled him. "I want to try something tonight, but if you don't like it." She paused mid-sentence as she swallowed, her voice betraying her calm look on her face. "I want you to tell me immediately, please stop me if I go too far with you." "What do you want to do to me?" he asked. His member was between her butt cheeks and was pulsing with want. He flexed, causing it to rub against her after she didn't answer. "I want to hurt you, I want to see you bleed, I want your BLD. I want to connect with you, but I feel that you would look even cuter if you were bloody," she said, tears forming in her eyes as they began to darken, her need for BLD rising. "𝐒𝐻IMIKO," he softly whispered, his hands reaching for her as he sat up, "I trust you." He looked her in the eyes as he spoke. "I am willing to try this. You have never hurt me intentionally before, and I know you won't now." At that, he kissed her and laid back down, pulling her with him. 𝐒𝐻IMIKO smiled as Izuku wrapped his arms around her. As she deepened the kiss, their tongues intertwined as she pushed back against his 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐺. Izuku gasped as she felt how wet she was against his 𝐂𝐻𝐼𝐺. "What do you want to do?" Without saying anything, she got off him and knelt beside the bed as she dug out the box she had gotten the day before. She placed it on the bed and opened it. She watched as he looked at its contents, then at her. He reached forward and picked up 2 pairs of red fuzzy HNDCFFs. "These aren't theirs, are they?" She twisted her face in disgust at that notion. "I love them, but I'm not using their sex toys." She then proceeded to latch one of the cuffs onto his left arm and attached it to the bedpost. She found a decent brand that won't break right away and won't hurt either of us, and they aren't quirk suppressant ones either, so you can still break out of them if need be. "Do we have a safe word?" "You're really okay with this?" 𝐒𝐻IMIKO asked, surprised he was willing to do this. She watched as he nodded once more. "Then just tell me to stop, and I will." At that, she handcuffed his other arm to the remaining bedpost. Izuku watched as 𝐒𝐻IMIKO made sure his wrists were comfortable before she climbed back on top of him. He bit back her as she grabbed his PP and gave it a few strokes before she raised herself over it. He bucked slightly, wanting to be one with her, but he only managed to graze the head along her damp slit, eliciting a from his own mouth. She smiled at him as her hand slowly traveled down her body to her waist, where she then slowly spread her lips open and lowered herself upon him. She gasped as she stopped halfway down his length. "Aizu, you feel so good inside of me. I feel so complete with you," she softly said as she let gravity bring her the rest of the way down. She leaned forward, her hands on his chest as she raised her hips up slightly before dropping them, resulting in a of pleasure from both of them. "I hate that I can't hold you," he mumbled as he rattled the HNDCFFs, showing his point. "I know, I miss your touch already, but I want to see how this goes. Afterwards we can snuggle all we want, Aizu baby." She reached for the box once again and pulled forth a scalpel. "I am going to see if this works," she stated as she leaned down and liked his chest, her tongue fully extended as she liked, making her way to his left NPL before she softly nibbled on it. "I see, I don't feel your fangs when you bite me, so a knife should work the same. I wonder if you have to like the body directly or even just use saved saliva. Maybe you can also like the blade as well." "Izuku," she yelled, gaining his attention. "Sorry, I just got lost in the possibilities. We can theory craft later, but right now we are having sec, and I am cutting you, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 firmly stated, placing the scalpel over the skin she had just finished liking. Scalpel poised to cut, she looked at her boyfriend one more time asking, "You ready, 𝐈𝐳𝐿?" He nodded, his mouth clenched in anticipation. She applied pressure to the scalpel as the blade pressed into the skin, its tension breaking as the skin parted beneath the blade. She slowly dragged it across his skin. Her eyes gleamed as she watched his BLD bead from the shallow cut. It looked as if rubies had formed from his skin. She tore her gaze from his BLD and looked at Izuku, who was watching himself bleed. Did it hurt? No, it didn't. It just felt weird. As he spoke, he bucked his hips and his PP ground into her, causing her to release a mmm. Good, she whispered as she liked the cut, tasting his BLD as she liked across his chest again. She repositioned the scalpel once more, this time making a longer cut that released more BLD. As she leaned forward again, she slowly tasted his BLD again before rocking her hips into him. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 continued to like the BLD until the cut stopped offering her BLD, her saliva helping stem the flow of BLD. She moved to another area and liked once more before applying the blade and releasing more of his BLD as she continued to ride him. 𝐈𝐳𝐿, you taste and feel so good. Are you enjoying this so far? He emmed as she raised and lowered her hips once more, her walls squeezing his PP as she drank his BLD. I think I like this, 𝐒𝐴, he answered, looking up at her from where he lay. You look appealing, just like when we first met and I let you drink from me in here. I thought you looked like an angel then, and you still do. He went to hold her, but was halted by the HNDCFFS once more. He sighed as he looked at them. 𝐒𝐴 watched as he rattled the HNDCFFS as if he hadn't just said one of the most amazing things to her ever. An angel, she questioned herself. Her nails dug into his chest, the scalpel on the bed beside them. I am going to F you until I am satisfied, and if I break your bed, so be it. At TGT she began riding him harder. With each time she moved down onto him, the bed threw the energy back up through him, helping her rise higher before she slammed down on him, repeating the process. Izuku's face contorted in pleasure as 𝐒𝐴 rode him. He rattled the HNDCFFS again as he bucked his hips into her. 𝐒𝐴, he ummed, his need evident in his voice. I'm right here, 𝐈𝐳𝐿, she said as she lowered onto him again, kissing his neck. His head lifted as she proceeded to like him once more before sealing his mouth in a sudden kiss. Pulling back, she trailed kisses down to his neck before suddenly biting into it. She emmed in bliss as his warm BLD flowed into her mouth. As she drank, she felt herself clench down on his PP as she continued to ride him. Her right hand groped at his arm and traveled up until she grabbed his hand in hers. He gripped her hand as they continued making love while she fed from his neck, his bloody chest smearing across her chest and the corset. He gasped, 𝐒𝐴, I'm gonna come soon. He let out another gasp as she sked on his neck, her other hand finding his. He smiled, finally able to hold her. He bucked, his need evident to her, as she picked up her pace, grinding into him every time her waist met his. 𝐒𝐴 lifted her hips higher than before, nearly separating them, before suddenly slamming back down into Izuku, her CLMX breaking as her walls clenched down on him as she felt him spasm inside of her, his hot cum flowing deep into her, filling her WMB with his warmth. Her hands gripped his harder as she felt her orgasm travel across her body, mms of pleasure escaping against his neck as fresh BLD poured from his body, shaking from his own powerful orgasm. She released her jaw's grip on his neck, her teeth pulling free from his body as she pushed herself off of him. Izuku watched as 𝐒𝐴 rose over him, her golden hair framing her face just like the first night she'd spent with him. He noticed her lips were heavily stained with his BLD once more, her macabre lipstick taunting him with how appealing she looked, how kissable it made her lips look. You look amazing, Izuku, whispered 𝐒𝐴, as her eyes traveled over his body. Does it hurt? No, I don't feel any pain from you cutting me. Now can you unlock me? I want to hold you properly. He rattled the cuffs to emphasize his point. She giggled at that, but nodded and dug the key out of the box and unlocked his wrists. Once free, Izuku immediately wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and pulled her down into a bloody hug and kiss, ignoring the taste of his BLD on her lips. Pulling apart, he sighed as she kissed his cut softly, leaving bloody kiss marks behind. I'm glad we did this, Himiko. I would be okay with doing this again in the future, but we will have to make sure I will have the time to heal before I have to do anything strenuous. Thank you for letting me cut you and make you cuter, she stated, seemingly content with her work on his chest. I made sure to research what I had to do to keep the BLD loss to a minimum. After all, I don't want to lose my favorite BLD back, she said, teasing him. He smirked at that. And I don't want to lose my favorite vampire. Now, then, she said, raising herself up once more, I told you I wasn't going to stop fing you until I was satisfied. Her golden eyes became slits as her hunger became apparent. I hope you're ready, Aizu, baby. He felt himself grow hard in her as he spoke. I hope you're ready. At that, he grabbed her hips and flipped them over, with him on top. He grabbed the scalpel and positioned the blade before her mouth. Like, he commanded, his hard tone leaving no room for arguing. Her tongue extended, liking the BLD from the blade, careful to not cut her own tongue on it. She watched as he took the knife away, placed the blade upon his left palm, and cut himself with a slight hiss. Not fast acting. It seems it needs to soak into the skin for a few seconds. I can work with that. He held his hand over her face and clenched his palm. BLD ran down his hand until it beaded and began to drip onto her chin. She opened her mouth and caught the next few drops of BLD on her extended tongue until he stopped. That was hot. I think you gave me a BLD play K&K, he stated. Do you have any idea how sexy that was to watch, though, she asked from her spot under him. No, but I expect you to tell me, he said, leaning down to kiss her. Now, then, I'm going to make soft tender love to you because you deserve it, he whispered into her ear before nibbling on it and smirking as her breath hitched. Then he gave her a slow move of his hips before sealing her lips in another love-filled kiss. Izuku awoke to the sun shining in his eyes and the smell of breakfast being cooked in the kitchen. He looked down and saw Himiko's BLD-smeared face flush against his chest, her ear over his beating heart. She had told him that she found the sound comforting at night when she had trouble sleeping, and she loved it being one of the first things she heard upon waking up. He swallowed at that. Would they still be able to sleep together in the dorms, or would Aizawa make them sleep in their own rooms? Aizu, Himiko mumbled, what's wrong? Your heart started beating all crazy-like and woke me up. I was thinking, would we still be able to share the same bed at UA? It may be an issue if the girls don't feel comfortable with me on your side of the dorms at night, and the guys may not like you on our side, he said, an arm strung around her as he rubbed her back above the corset she was still in. She frowned at that but laid her head back down on his chest. We will have to see. Maybe I can use my stealth to come to your room, or maybe you can finally learn to stealth to sneak into my room, she suggested. That would go over well with Aizawa, Izuku said, imagining the man's lecture already. He and Hisashi snuck into Nemurai's room all the time when they went to UA, she said after a yawn. Izuku laughed at that, smiling at his girlfriend as she giggled in turn. Well, that's good for us, then, he said. With a yawn. It seems that Mom is home, so we need to clean up before she sees the two of us covered in BLD. At that, Himiko grinned before giving him a quick kiss on the nose and vanishing before him. Right, I keep forgetting that's a thing you can do, he said aloud as he saw his bedroom door open slightly then shut. Well, guess I'm in charge of the bed sheets, then, he mumbled as he looked at the BLD-soaked sheets. Maybe I'll just toss them and sleep in Himiko's room tonight instead. Taking one more look at the blooded sheets, he nodded in agreement with his idea and grabbed a clean set of clothes before throwing on yesterday's clothes and making sure there was no visible BLD apart from the bite mark on his neck. As Izuku headed to the kitchen, he saw Himiko sitting at the table talking to Toshi. Toshi, he asked, confused as to why his mentor was here. Ah, good morning, Izuku, he said, greeting Izuku as Inko placed breakfast on the table for everyone. Are you ready to move in tomorrow? Yeah. I'm kinda nervous about leaving Mom, though I hate the idea of leaving her here all alone, he answered, picking up his chopsticks. Thanks for breakfast. You're welcome, sweetie, Inko said, picking up her own chopsticks, but that is what Toshi and I wish to talk to you about. He looked from Toshi then to his mom. What do you mean? Inko smiled at him as she slowly grabbed Toshi's free hand. Izuku looked at the two of them back and forth as his brain processed what he was seeing. Oh my god. Izuku, calm down, it isn't that bad, Himiko said in an attempt to placate him. Sure, your mom is dating your mentor, but it could be worse, she could be dating a villain. At that, Izuku looked at her. Please don't joke about that. I'm just overwhelmed by this. As he sat down, he thought back to the beginning of Toshi being in his life to see if he could pinpoint when the change may have happened. She had taken trips for work before, but never as frequent as in the past few months. Your work trips, they were dates with Toshi. Most of them were work trips, but he would meet me for dinner or breakfast when able, Inko answered, wanting to make this as easy as possible for him. He took that in. It made sense. She would be gone for a day or two at times, so it would make sense she would take an extra day to spend it with Toshi. His mind then brought up a memory of his mom returning from one of the trips with a limp, his eyes dilated. You fed my mom. Izuku suddenly yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Toshi. Well, yes, I did, replied Toshi, his gaunt face gaining a light dusting of a blush. Izuku, language. Inko declared, her own blush creeping up. He then pointed at her. You fed my MSTR. Himiko cackled, gaining his attention. And you fed me last night, why are you shouting all of these obvious statements? Izuku blushed at that statement and dropped his arm. Sorry for yelling, Mom, Toshi, he apologized. We understand, honey, Inko said, we didn't want to say anything because we didn't want to alter your lifestyle and the relationship does not work between us. She's correct, Izuku. I'm sorry for not bringing it up with you earlier, Toshi said in an attempt to appease him. But just like you and Himiko, and Shouta, Nemurai, and Hisashi, we wanted to keep the relationship quiet, but we knew that it would be the right thing to tell you before you left for UA. I hope that this doesn't impede upon our own relationship. I'll adjust to it, it's just weird to think my mom is dating is all, Izuku said while looking at his food. But I hope it works out for you both deserve happiness. After that incident, the rest of breakfast was a quiet affair, Izuku noticed. Izuku and Himiko had arrived at UA at 8 in the morning the following day. Their moving trucks were loaded the day before, with Toshi's help, and they had decided to arrive early, hoping that Momo or Okako would arrive early as well. Midoriya, Himiko, there you two are, called a rough voice. I had been told your class was arriving early, but it would seem you two are here earlier than needed. Cementos. I haven't seen you in a while. Izuku said as he approached the man. Yes, sorry I have been away for a special project, and don't worry, Nezu and all might have filled me in on the special circumstances regarding you two, he whispered to them as they headed to a row of buildings that ran beside the main school building. So how come 1A has to be here early? Mr. Aizawa wants a special meeting, but Izuku won't tell me what for, pouted Himiko as she crossed her arms. I'm sorry, it's like the All Might thing. I was asked to keep it secret, and he told me to not tell you, he apologized before continuing. Here, I can at least tell you this much, don't say anything that will set him off. Heroics are very serious to him. Don't antagonize Bakugo or anyone else, either. Mr. Aizawa has a certain way he runs his classes. She looked to Cementos, who had laughed at Izuku's words. What's so funny? Midoriya is right, he said as they approached the front door to the dorms. If you want to survive as UA students under him, you need to show conviction. What you two have received from him so far is very caring and nurturing, but his teaching persona is that of a hard-ass that doesn't accept failure in anyone. There are no class pets with him. Granted, you two know his softer side, so he will do his best to not let it slip until he is sure the class deserves it. Unlocking the doors, he entered and held the door for them as they walked in. Wow, this place is huge on the inside. Himiko remarked as she took in the large living area before them. That it is, Aizawa said as he walked in from a side room. Hello, Midoriya, Toga. Shouta! Himiko exclaimed, but she suddenly froze as the man's hair floated. I am not your friend here, Toga. I am your teacher, he declared as he approached them. Wise, sir. Izuku suddenly said. Aizawa sighed as he watched Izuku lock up, then looked back to Himiko to see her looking sad. He knelt down before them and placed a hand on their shoulders. Listen, Himiko, Izuku, I need to be strict with you two now. You have started on the path to becoming heroes, and this is a serious profession. I told Izuku when we first met that I will not send children to die. I have 3 years to turn you hero hopefuls into full-fledged heroes, but I will be split amongst 20 students I have this year. Himiko smiled at his words and hugged the man suddenly. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. I'll do my best to treat you as such. But you and Izuku can still expect me and Nemurai to get together and talk about our relationship, she said with a smirk clear on her face. Himiko. Both of them groaned in unison. But seriously, what's this meeting about? She asked as she let go of the man. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's something I wanted to do on Monday, but I get to ruin Hisashi's fun, so I'll tell you. There are 21 students in 1A, but only 20 desks in my classroom. You're expelling someone the first day. Himiko yelled in shock. He expelled his entire class last year, 𝐶𝐿 chimed in. One of your classmates was an absolute no, with over 50 complaints of SXL harassment from his previous schools, Aizawa supplied. Hisashi wanted to see which of you would attack him first if he did or said anything perverted to Himiko. Izuku grabbed her skirt and lifted it slightly, showing off her knife holsters. That would be a tough call. Probably both of us at the same time, he said as he continued to look at her knives. Aizu, if you wanted to look under my skirt you just had to ask, she whispered. He sputtered and dropped her skirt, apologizing as he did so. That's enough antics for me, 𝐶𝐿 said as he turned to leave. Oh, and Aizawa will have your room keys and will hand them out after the meeting. With that, 𝐶𝐿 had left the three alone in the building. Right? Aizawa began as 𝐶𝐿 left the building. You have a little under 2 hours until you were asked to be here. Do you have any questions before I head out? Will we get in trouble for sleeping together? Himiko asked then, the silence hanging between the three of them. Not as long as it doesn't upset your classmates, but I wouldn't flaunt it. Oh, and Nemurai will use you too for demonstrations in tomorrow's SECED class, Aizawa answered. Oh no, Izuku muttered, dreading the idea. Yeah, but we can still sleep together in the same bed, that's all that matters to me. Sleeping alone just feels weird now, not as bad as when I was living on the streets, though. Izuku grabbed her hand and gently squeezed it, comforting her. It's fine, I'm here now, he whispered in her ear. He looked to Aizawa, who nodded to them before heading out of the dorms. Izuku maneuvered the two of them to the couch, where they sat down, Himiko's head laying on his shoulder. They sat in the comfortable silence, talking of everything and nothing, content to just be in the other's presence. An hour had passed before the next student arrived. As the door opened, they looked to see who it was and were disappointed to see it was the strict blue-haired boy from the exams. He was wearing the same boy's uniform as Yusuke, dark blue-green briefs, a white shirt and a red tie, and a grey jacket. Izuku noticed what looked like mufflers poking through the back of his briefs. He saw them on the couch and headed their way before stiffly stopping and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Hello, I am Ida Tenya, and I would like to apologize to the both of you. What for? Questioned Himiko, removing herself from Izuku's side. I was incredibly rude to the both of you at the exams, and you two saw through UA's plans immediately. You two obviously are the better ones, it seems, he said as he stood back up straight, his arm chopping to punctuate his words. Hey, it's fine, Izuku offered. We didn't know about the rescue points either. We simply want to be heroes to help others, not for fame or glory. Yeah. Izuku and I intend to be true heroes, like All Might, Himiko stated, standing tall herself. Her melancholy from before had dissipated, Izuku noticed. Then I shall strive to meet your expectations in kind, Ida said with another arm chop. But don't forget, we are only human, not gods. Don't strain yourself too hard, Izuku stated as he watched the rather earnest boy. The next few to enter were two boys, one with black hair and weird cylinders in his elbows, the other a blonde with a black streak in his hair that resembled a lightning bolt. Both in the standard uniform, the two boys waved at them and walked over. What's up? I'm Zero Hunter, the boy with the cylindrical elbows said, introducing himself. And I'm Kaminari Denki, the blonde chimed in. Greetings, I am Ida Tenya, Ida said as he stiffly bowed. Maybe we should save introductions until everyone is here. Izuku suggested, how come? Kaminari asked, his head ped to the side. Do you really want to introduce yourself 15 more times? Questioned Himiko, giggling at him. She's got a point, chimed in Zero. That does sound rather tiring, and by the end you may make a mistake and call yourself something like Kawajira Dempsey or something worse. Kaminari laughed at that, saying, oh man, I could see myself doing that, especially if I fried my brain. Fried your brain? Ida asked, his concern obvious on his face. Side effect of my quirk, I'll explain when we get to that part, replied Kaminari, who then proceeded to wander the common area, taking it all in. This is pretty big. I wonder, do we stay here all 3 years, or would we move to another dorm in our 2nd and 3rd years? Well, the sign out front clearly marks this as 1's dormitory, so I would assume we would move, answered Ida. It makes sense, Zero added. Maybe the dorms get bigger or offer more amenities to upperclassmen. I was just wondering how much we could customize our rooms. We will be here for 3 years living on campus, so I would think we could make it more like home, Kaminari said, explaining his question. Well, we can ask our teacher when they get here, Himiko said, looking at Izuku to see if he had anything to say. That sounds like the best idea, then, wait and ask. Worst they can say is no, and maybe they will address it in the special meeting. He asked, truly unsure of what they could do. Aizawa had answered their important question of sharing a bed. Surely room decoration would be fine if done by the students, and they asked first. I would surely hope one could modify their room to fit their needs, said a voice from the doorway. Looking up, Izuku saw the bird-headed boy who had helped him with Okiko when she got pinned. Izuku noticed he wore the standard uniform apart from a red band that seemed to be too big to be a choker. Oh hey, you made it in. Thanks again for helping get Okiko out of that rubble. Likewise, and think nothing of it, it is our duty as heroes to help those who have fallen, he replied, his word choice showing a favoritism to speaking in an old manner. Do tell, what became of her? Okiko is a member of our class, actually, she should be here soon. Oh, and we are saving introductions until everyone gets here, Yusuke said to him. A wise decision indeed, the boy replied before moving to a shaded corner of the room, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. At that moment, the door opened revealing 2 girls and catching Izuku's attention. He saw that it was Momo and Okiko stepping into the dorm, both in their student uniforms with dark blue-green skirts, but it looked as if their jackets were a size too small. His eyes slightly bulged as the 2 called out to him and Himiko before walking to them rather quickly. He felt his eyes bounce once watching them approach before he felt a light pinch. He looked to his right and saw Himiko pull her hand back, and he noticed her biting her lip as she watched the girls approach. Thanks, he whispered to her. Izuku, Himiko. It's good to see you 2 again, Momo said as she sat beside him, her legs brushing up against his. He noticed she wore black knee-high socks unlike Himiko's white knee-highs. He gulped and looked at Uraraka and saw she was sporting black pantyhose, or thigh-highs, it seemed. The idea of finding out crossed his mind before he realized what he had thought and shook his head. Is something wrong, Izuku? Okiko asked from next to Himiko, whose own blush seemed to be growing due to Okiko's legs rubbing against his. No, he stuttered out, afraid he may have been caught staring too long by accident. Oh, you just looked lost in thought was all. Oh, so what do you 2 think the meeting today is about? Questioned Okiko, looking at the couple between her and Momo. Or, Momo said with a matter-of-fact tone before lowering her voice, do you 2 actually know? Izuku nodded slowly. Yes, but I'm not allowed to tell you. Himiko only found out this morning because our homeroom teacher was in the dorm when Cementos let us inside. Ah, well, I guess I don't want to ruin the surprise then, Okiko said, with a bright smile. Hey, are we still on for our trip to the planetarium next Sunday? And maybe we can stop by Hayama's. I loved the ice cream I got last time, Momo tacked on, squirming in her seat, her leg rubbing against Izuku's now. Izuku saw more people entering the dorm now but was unable to greet them due to his current conversation. However, he saw Ida take charge of greeting their new classmates, albeit rather enthusiastically. Himiko laughed at Momo's request before answering, we will see. Aizu can only handle so much of Mr. Hayama's teasing. I can deal with him for you girls, Izuku said then, gaining their attention. Momo smiled at him before saying, "Thank you, Izuku." The peace was broken by an angry Pomeranian shouting, "Deku! What the F are you doing here?" Before he could answer, Himiko spoke up, attending UA. "I didn't ask you, Bun Beach." Bakugo retorted. "I was asking how this fuckshit got in. How did you cheat? We both know you're a quirkless piece of trash." He was cut off by a knife flying by his head, cutting his cheek. "Bakugo," Himiko said, now standing, her hair in her eyes, "if you say one more thing, I will end you myself, you pathetic excuse of a fake hero." At that she looked up at him, her eyes emitting a faint glow as Izuku felt a killing intent roll off of her. He swallowed as he looked around the room and saw everyone, even Bakugo, staring at her in fear. She took a step forward, and Bakugo stepped backwards. He released a small pop in his hands out of instinct, but it was so pitifully small it barely did anything. Toga yelled Aizawa as he stepped out from behind Bakugo and took Himiko's knife. "No killing your classmates." She looked at him before nodding, her killing intent subsiding. "Knife?" "No, you have plenty more on you," he replied, pocketing it carefully. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouter. I know this is sudden, but everyone here is to head to the gym lockers in the main building and change into their gym uniforms." He pulled the uniforms in question from the yellow sleeping bag he was carrying, "and then meet me in the training field you will pass on the way. You have 20 minutes to get there." Izuku and Himiko immediately headed to him, walking past Bakugo, who was still standing there, eyes wide. "Sir!" Ida loudly called out, chopping his arm as he spoke, "She just assaulted a student." "She put him in his place, and if she hadn't, I would have, and it would have been worse," Aizawa replied. "I run a tight class here. There will be no quirk discrimination of those without quirks or those with so-called villainous quirks. If I hear even a whisper that you have done so, there will be heavy repercussions. Am I understood?" Everyone nodded in understanding except Bakugo, who had yet to turn around. "Bakugo, grab your uniform and go. Your 20 minutes started when I said it, and those two have already left," he said, pointing over his shoulder with his thumb at Izuku and Himiko, who were stepping out of the door. As Himiko and Izuku turned a corner to head to their separate locker rooms, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. "Hey, Aizu baby, I'm sorry for acting like that in front of everyone, but that sessed me off when he called you those things," she whispered. "Hey, it's fine Himiko, he was out of line to begin with. Also, it was kinda hot to watch," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "Oh my god, you are such a bottom at times," she said before covering her mouth as she giggled, her mood lifting. "Hey, I take offense to that," he replied, pouting as he crossed his arms with a huff. "Oh, hush. Anyways, go get changed, I'll see you in a few minutes," she said as she gave him one last chaste kiss before walking into the girls' locker room. She had just opened her locker when the other girls burst in after her. "Himiko, what was that about with that boy back there?" Okako asked, tackling the elephant in the room. "Bakugo Katsuki. He bullied Izuku for 10 goddamn years for not having a quirk until recently, and I refuse to let that thing piece of SHT act like he is better than everyone else," she yelled, slamming her fists onto the locker next to hers. "So avoid him at all costs, then, got it," Momo replied as she headed to a locker to claim. "Wow, that was something," said the purple-haired girl. "Oh, you're the girl from the entrance exam. I'm glad you got in," Himiko said, her tone going back to a more chipper one. "Yeah, and thanks again for saving me." "Oh, I'm Jiru Kyoka, by the way," she said with a quick bow. "Oh, we should do a quick introduction," stated the pink girl as she unbuttoned her shirt. "Ashido Mina." "Hi. I'm Hagekyu Toru," said the floating light blue BR as she pulled her skirt down, showing a matching pair of panties. "Rib, Asuitsu, but call me Zu," came the warm introduction of the girl with large eyes and long green hair tied in a bow. "Rozu Momo," Momo said in her underwear, her large assets on view for all to see as she pulled her gym breathes on. "I'm Uraraka Okako," Okako said as she pulled her gym uniform shirt over her head. "And I'm Himiko Toga, and we should get going," she was interrupted by a yell from the boys' side. "Holy hell, dude, what happened to your back? It's torn to shreds." yelled what sounded like the Kaminari boy. Himiko blushed as she realized the boys must be seeing her work on Izuku's body. Through the dead silence, they heard Izuku reply, "I got in a fight with a tanuki and lost." "Forget that," came a nasal voice Himiko couldn't recognize. "I found something better." "What did you find that is so important? We do not wish to be late," came Ida's earnest voice. "A hole in the wall. On the other side is all the majestic beauty of those hot girls. Well, other than that flat purple-haired girl and that crazy blonde, you know what they say, don't stick your PP in 𝐶𝐬." The pervert was silenced as Himiko saw Izuku's arm erupt from the wall, where it remained as he spoke. "You will keep your perverted comments to yourself," he growled out, deepening the silence in both changing rooms. "Why?" stammered the voice before she heard shuffling. "Midoriya," called Ida, more than likely arm-chopping. "You damaged the wall." "The girl's well-being is more important than some flimsy wall," he said, flexing his arm, causing cracks to form around it. "Himiko, are you and the others dressed?" "Yes, we are, thank you Aizu," she replied. She then turned to the other girls before asking them, "How are you girls feeling?" "Disgusted," replied Ashido. "At least, there is one good guy here it seems." "Izuku is nothing but a gentleman," Momo stated, with Okiko nodding along, who then gasped and pointed at the wall. "All right," called Izuku as he pulled his arm back to him, causing parts of the wall to go with him, revealing himself and a few of the boys, all dressed. Himiko looked to the other girls and noticed Momo and Okiko sporting a blush. "Rip it," muttered Zu. As Izuku approached Aizawa and the rest of the class at the training field, the man spoke, "You are all 3 minutes late, what is your excuse?" Izuku stepped forward, speaking as he did so. "Sorry, Mr. Aizawa, there was," he looked at the short purple-haired boy, "an incident in the locker rooms that had to be resolved." Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose before speaking. "Whatever. You are here today for me to get a baseline understanding of where you stand with your quirks. The education department of this country believes that your quirks should not be used in the physical assessments you took when you were in high school. That is simply illogical and hinders you, forcing you to illegally train your quirks to prepare you for hero courses like this one. Normally I would have done this on the first day of class and have you skip all of the worthless ceremonies and club activity drivel. It is a waste of time for hero course students, as far as I am concerned." Izuku swallowed. He had received a similar talk nearly a year ago himself from Aizawa, but this one was the real deal. He would prove to everyone that he deserved the legacy All Might had placed upon his shoulders. "Bakugo, you got a decent amount of villain points on your entrance exam." "Decent?" the blonde asked, his anger rising. "Yes, decent for a bunch of pre-programmed AI robots not meant to kill or maim you. Catch." Aizawa tossed a softball to him. "Go stand in that circle and use your quirk to throw the ball as far as you can." As Bakugo headed for the circle, Izuku heard Himiko speak up in their grouping. "Momo, Bakubich's quirk is explosion. Can you make me some noise-canceling headphones?" At that, the purple-haired girl chimed in, "Hey, my quirk gives me sensitive hearing, can you make me some as well, Yorozu?" Momo nodded before making them both a pair to wear. "Just keep them, chances are you may need them in the future as well with him around." Izuku smiled before looking back to Bakugo, who was winding up a pitch. Bakugo's arm arced as he threw the ball. Just as it was released from his hand, boom. The ball ripped through the air, tailed by a fiery explosion behind it, pushing back on them a wall of heated air that caused them to stumble back except for Izuku. "Wow, men, you tanked that," exclaimed a red-headed boy with spiked hair. "No, that was nothing compared to being on the receiving end," Izuku mumbled to himself, his hand tightening in a fist. "What did you say?" the redhead asked. "Nothing, don't worry about it," Izuku replied, noting that Aizawa had heard him clear. The teacher shot him a sympathetic look before hardening his face. The device Aizawa had pulled out after tossing Bakugo the ball beeped. He turned it to them, revealing his distance of 705.2 meters. "Wow! That was really cool, though," exclaimed the pink-skinned girl with yellow horns jutting out of her pink hair. "Yeah, getting to use our quirks is going to be so much fun," the redhead chimed in. "Now you've done it," Izuku thought to himself as he watched Aizawa stiffly turn to face them. "Fun, here, The man asked, mouth hidden in his capture weapon. Then how about this for fun? Whoever comes in last will be expelled. You can't do that. It isn't fair, we just got here. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 exclaimed, terror obvious on her face. Villains, natural disasters, and so much more, the world isn't fair, so why should I be fair and hold your hand? You are here to be heroes, nothing more, nothing less. 𝐈𝐧𝐻 picked his head up from his weapon, a manic grin spreading across his face as he spoke. Now then, show me your plus ultra. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 swallowed but nodded his head as he waited for Mr. 𝐈𝐧𝐻 to start the tests in earnest. First test, the 50-meter dash. 𝐰𝐷A Tenya and Midoriya 𝐒𝐻𝐽, get to the starting line, 𝐈𝐧𝐻 commanded. When the machine tells you, go. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 got into a runner's stance alongside 𝐰𝐷A, who began to rev what looked like engines in his legs. The questions 𝐒𝐻𝐽 had for him, but they could wait. 7% one for all in my legs, all I need to do is cross the line and stop myself, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 thought to himself. Crack! The simulated gunshot went off, and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 and 𝐰𝐷A were enveloped in dust as 𝐒𝐻𝐽 exploded from his spot. 2.75 seconds, Midoriya, stated the robot as 𝐒𝐻𝐽 flew forth from the dust cloud and skidded along the ground. 3.05 seconds, 𝐰𝐷A, came the robotic voice as 𝐰𝐷A crossed the line. Amazing! I did not expect someone to beat me in a test of speed like that, well done. 𝐰𝐷A said, extending his arm for a handshake, but was cut off by an explosion. Deku! 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽 roared as he exploded toward 𝐒𝐻𝐽, his quirk blazing from his palms as he neared him. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 raised his arms to shield himself, just as he always had in the past, but the burning pain never came. 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽 Katsuki. What do you think you're doing? 𝐈𝐧𝐻 yelled, his capture weapon wrapped around 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽, his eyes gleaming red as his hair floated upwards. That shitstain needs to answer for himself. How did you Fing do that, Deku? Your Fing quirkless always have been since we were 4. Hey, what happened to my quirk? 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽 roared. I erased your quirk, now calm the hell down, you're drying my eyes out. It would seem he got a quirk between now and then, 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽, 𝐈𝐧𝐻 supplied. Now then, are you going to calm down so I can release you, or should we go see Nezu? Fine, huffed 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽, whose posture relaxed. Good, now get on the starting line, Kirishima, get up here. 𝐈𝐧𝐻 called forth, releasing his weapon's hold on 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 slowly headed back to his classmates, giving 𝐵𝐻𝐾𝐽 a wide berth, where Himiko pulled him to the side and checked on him. Oh, 𝐈𝐳, are you okay? She questioned, her eyes full of worry. I think so, it's just been so long since I've been face to face with him, I just froze up and expected to get caught in another explosion, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 replied. Himiko frowned at him, but nodded. I understand, come on, let's not keep 𝐈𝐳 waiting. Mr. 𝐈𝐳, he corrected with a soft smile. Whatever, she snipped, poking his side as they walked back to the group. Toga, Ashido, it's your turn to get up here. 𝐈𝐳 called out. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 watched as Himiko marched to the starting line, with a definite sway to her hips. He bit his tongue to keep his cool. Dude, holy hell man, came a voice beside him. He looked and saw the purple-haired girl with the long earlobes. Yes, he questioned. Oh, sorry, Jiru-Kyuka. Anyways, what's going on between you two? She certainly wasn't walking like that before, she stated. Oh, and you were watching how she walks from the back, he asked, a faint smile on his face. She blushed at that. Listen, I just want to make sure I don't flirt with a taken girl. Then yes, we are a thing, but we are keeping it secret, she wants to do, he began. Underground heroics, yeah. We met in the exam where she saved me from getting ambushed by a robot, she stated. Thank you for asking, though, but you are more than welcome to hang out with Himiko, Momo, Okiko, and I if you would like, he offered. Wait, are the 4 of you dating? She asked, surprised. What? No. We are all just friends is all, he corrected. For now, though it seems another girl is interested in Himiko. I won't mention this until after our planetarium trip. I don't want to give her more problems to worry about. As Izuku and Jiru chatted, their classmates all took turns running the 50-meter dash. All right, 𝐈𝐳 called out to them. Next is the seated toe touch. Midoriya, you're up first. 𝐒𝐿 approached the measuring device and sat down before it, and placed his hands upon the reader. He took a deep breath before exhaling it as he lunged forward as far as he could reach, and held it before releasing it. 60 centimeters, Midoriya, Aizawa droned, with a slight smile on his face. As 𝐒𝐿 got up and headed back, the pink-skinned girl approached him saying, "That was pretty impressive. I've never met a guy as flexible as that before. Do you dance by chance?" 𝐒𝐿 felt his cheeks heat up with how close she was and took a step back before answering, "No, I don't. I've just always been rather flexible, and my training before applying to UA focused on new muscle groups and helped with my flexibility." She gained a slight frown at that. "Phooey, I was hoping to find a new dance partner. Maybe I can teach you if you're interested." "Ashido, since you're talkative, get up here and quit holding up the line." Aizawa barked. The girl, now named Ashido, turned from pink to lilac as she blushed, embarrassed at being called out. She took a breath and approached the measuring device and followed 𝐒𝐿's technique, lunging forward and holding her position for a few seconds before relaxing her pose. 68 centimeters, so you aren't all talk, then. "Toga, your turn," Aizawa said, as she got up and was replaced by Himiko. Himiko followed their lead, but came up short of Ashido, scoring only 63 centimeters. 𝐒𝐿 watched as each person went and suppressed a smile as Bakugo fell short of his score at 59 centimeters, causing the blonde to stomp away, palms crackling. "Next test, the strength test. Use these devices to grip as hard as you can," Aizawa stated, holding up one of the devices. 𝐒𝐿 stepped forward and picked one up, looking at it. He placed his hand around the grip and flared his quirk to 7% and squeezed until a frantic beeping came from the device before he heard a loud crack from it. The device had caved in on itself. He let go and caught it as it fell and brought it up to inspect the damage. There was a clear imprint of his hand around the device. He was about to panic, but he remembered Aizawa's words from his first test. "Midoriya, for future reference, breaking it due to high pressure is fine as well. Granted, you have to get your quirk first, food for thought." "Holy essie, dude, you broke it," exclaimed the redhead from before. "That's super manly of you." "Yeah, that's pretty impressive," said the tall, dark-haired boy with the large lips. "Hey, why are there two of you?" He pointed at 𝐒𝐿 then across the way to where another 𝐒𝐿 stood. Suddenly the other 𝐒𝐿 melted, revealing Himiko, who read her score aloud, 53 kilograms, that's pretty good for base strength, Aizu. Aizawa approached them and took 𝐒𝐿's device, sighing as he did so. "I thought they would have been tougher, but they are just meant for first years, after all." A frantic beeping caught their attention, and 𝐒𝐿 saw the rather tall grey-haired boy with 6 arms, who had a custom-fit gym uniform without sleeves on, holding his grip tester with 3 hands. 300 kilograms, not bad, Shuji," Aizawa said, reading his device. An explosion went off as Bakugo blasted his device in his hands. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose as he muttered, "Thing problem children." He then realized what he had said and leveled a glare at 𝐒𝐿. "Not a word, Midoriya." 𝐒𝐿, being fluent in Aizawa, simply nodded his head. He watched as Aizawa went around recording scores. He knew the purple-haired boy was getting expelled for sure, but that didn't mean Aizawa wouldn't send another student home as well if they didn't give it their all. Remembering what test was next, 𝐒𝐿 began to course one for all through his legs at a low percentage to get them ready for it. "Next up is the long jump. Asui, you go first," Aizawa said, motioning to the sandpit. "Ribbit," the girl uttered as she approached the track and got down in what looked like a runner's stance before taking off, moving down the track in a series of short hops, gaining speed before she landed on the edge of the pit for her final leap. As she landed, her legs seemed to almost thicken as her muscles primed for the last leap. She exploded from her crouching position and soared easily over the sandpit, where she landed in the grass and released a soft ribbit. Aizawa sighed as he measured from the end of the sandpit to where she had landed. 12 meters and 29 centimeters. "Uraraka, you're up next." "Good luck," 𝐒𝐿 said to her as she approached the edge of the sandbox and jumped forward, but instead of falling back down, she simply tucked her limbs in and soared past it, and then past where Asui landed. The class watched as she somersaulted several times before gravity seemed to kick in, and she returned to the earth where she landed rather shakily before squatting down for a bit. It seemed her quirk still made her nauseous when used on herself. He would have to help her find a way to fix that. Aizawa approached her and checked on her, but Izuku wasn't able to hear what was said. As they returned, he told them her score. Uraraka got 17 meters and 84 centimeters. Izuku blinked but simply smiled at Okiko as she walked back to the line. Ojiro, you're next. Izuku watched as the rather quiet blonde with the large muscular tail approached the track before thumping it with his tail a few times. What are you doing, Ojiro? Questioned Aizawa. Testing the track's material, sir. I've punched through rubberized tracks before, the tailed boy replied. Good call, I like it. Now proceed, their teacher stated. Nodding, Ojiro took several steps back before sprinting, his tail coiled and aimed at the ground. He jumped to the edge, where he landed in a crouched position, his tail suddenly shot downward and slammed into the track, cracking it as he was launched over the sandbox where he landed on its edge. Not bad. 9 meters and 95 centimeters, Aizawa called out to him as he returned. Izuku swallowed as the test continued. He knew his original score wasn't that impressive, but he figured 10% here would be enough. Sure, he knew it might give him a tiny fracture or 5. But hey, he wanted to say hi to Recovery Girl anyways. He watched Momo create a pole vaulting pole and kick her shoes off before she ran forward, rammed the pole into the ground just before the sandbox, and vaulted over the sandbox, landing safely in the grass beyond thanks to the cushioned shoes she had created mid-air. As she returned, Izuku congratulated her. That was amazing, Momo. I didn't know you did pole vaulting. She smiled before replying, it was a skill I thought would be useful, but that was the highest I've done without the proper landing pad. I wanted to push myself, even with the ruse. Ruse? What ruse? Asked Kaminari. Nothing, Kaminari, just something between friends is all, Izuku answered before Momo could say anything and set Aizawa off. Before Momo could ask him anything, Aizawa called him up to jump. Izuku headed for the track and headed to the rear of the track, where he flared 1 for all slightly as he got ready to run. Right, 1% to run to the edge, then increase it to 10% for the jump and maintain it for the landing. Izuku looked down the track and past the sandpit, seeing that he had plenty of space to land in before it ended in a building. Midoriya, go when ready, Aizawa called out. Izuku took off. He was running slower than he had in the 50-meter dash, but this test was about jumping distance, not speed, and he didn't want to miss his mark. As he reached the end of the track, he pushed his quirk to 10% and felt the power surge through his legs, his muscles straining under the power. He jumped from the end of the track, destroying the track as he did so. Izuku flailed his arms as he tried to maintain his balance. He had only done a few long jumps before with his quirk, and he had finally managed to figure out how to land on his feet most of the time. He saw the ground quickly rising to meet him. He flared his quirk into his legs once more right as he slammed feet first into the ground, slightly cratering it. What the hell was that? Bakugo screeched. Bakugo, calm down, Aizawa called out as he walked towards Izuku. As he reached him, he softly called out, Midoriya, are you okay? Yes sir, I just wanted to push myself. I should still be good for the endurance race and ball toss, but I will need to go see Recovery Girl just to be sure, Izuku replied as he pulled his feet from the ground. I hope whoever does the maintenance here won't be mad at me for that. These testing grounds are always getting torn up. Why do you think we had you destroy testing ground Gamma? To test my quirk. Izuku answered, unsure if that was truly correct. Yes, but Cementos redesigns the cityscapes every year in preset patterns. You got lucky exam site B used Gamma's old design, so you provided free destruction for us. Doesn't that violate a LBR law? Izuku questioned. Maybe, but Nezu does as he pleases, Aizawa quipped. Now then, let's get back to the class. I don't want to leave Bakugo or Mineta without supervision. Oh, I may have damaged the locker room walls. Mineta was trying to peep through a hole, so I punched the wall to scare him off, and my arm went through it, Izuku said meekly. Aizawa huffed at that. Good job, kid. I'll deal with Bakugo and Mineta when this is all over. Thank you, sir, Izuku replied. As they reached the rest of the class, Aizawa called out his score. 32 meters and 80 centimeters for Midoriya. Bakugo, you're up next. Go use the other track and try not to destroy it. Bakugo huffed and headed for the non-damaged track. He sparked his hands several times before 2 explosions moved him into the air, where he set off another set of explosions when he began to descend. Looks like he finally learned how to fly. Only took him nearly 8 years to figure out he could do that, Izuku thought to himself as the blonde approached where he landed before landing on his feet just at the far edge of the crater, stumbling forward a few steps. Ha! Get fed, Deku. Bakugo screeched to himself. Izuku merely shook his head. Midoriya, may I ask you a question? Todoroki asked him, finally saying something since they had gone outside. Sure, Todoroki. Also, I'm glad to see you got in, Izuku replied with a small smile. Has Bakugo, I think he was called, always been so violent? The dual-colored boy asked, drawing the class attention. Izuku sighed, noticing that even Aizawa was listening. Bakugo has been like that since he was 4, when he got his quirk. As the class mulled that over, Izuku stepped closer to Todoroki, asking, Hey, did what I told you when we met help you out any? He had kept it vague due to Jiru's hearing, and possibly the silver-haired Shuji who had formed ears on his extra arms at one point. The boy in question nodded before answering, It has helped some, but I do not wish to talk about it. Izuku gave him a sad smile but nodded, understanding that he still had his own issues to work through. What did I score? Bakugo asked as he sauntered back to the class. 34 meters and 10 centimeters, Aizawa droned. Bakugo grinned, obviously excited about scoring the highest and beating Izuku. As the rest of the class proceeded to do their jump, Momo approached Izuku. Izuku, are you okay? Last time you did that, you fractured your bones. I'm sorry, he did what? Himiko asked, her voice rising. I went hard in the recommendation exam, Izuku whispered, trying to avoid any more attention. You broke your bones? Okiko asked, terrified. Like when you saved me? No, he quickly replied. It was the race. I started off above my limit to get a strong head start. I will go see Recovery Girl after this just to be sure. Himiko smirked at that, filling him with trepidation. Do you need your, she paused mid-sentence as she gently poked his chest, nurses to accompany you? Momo and Okiko blushed, but didn't refuse to come along. I would like that very much, he replied, causing the 3 girls to smile at him. At that, Aizawa whistled, gathering the class attention once more. 2 tests remain, the ball toss and the endurance run. Yoirozu, catch. At that he tossed her the softball and gestured to the ring to head to it. As Momo entered the ring, she unzipped her jacket but made sure to face away from the class. Her chest was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of bright rays of light as a metallic object was formed. She caught the object before it could fall, which no one could really see as she knelt and began messing with it. Her chest glowed once more as she created another object after tossing the ball a few times in her hands. She stepped aside and revealed a mortar. Himiko, Jiru, cover your ears again, Izuku said as he stepped back, the rest of the class following suit, even Bakugo. Momo finished modifying her ball, which Izuku noticed looked even more like a mortar round now. She checked that no one had approached before dropping the improvised mortar down the tube and ducked down. Crapow! The round fired into the sky, soaring well past the UA border walls. Momo watched as it disappeared from sight before turning to Aizawa. Sir, I have 2 questions. Before she could ask, Aizawa spoke. Going past is acceptable, that is all land owned by UA in that direction for this very reason. You can leave the mortar here, I will have Power Loader come by and pick it up after we are done, and he will break it down or repurpose it as he sees fit. Thank you, sir. I designed it to be fired once so no one could reuse it and injure themselves, she stated as she awaited her score. The phone beeped, and Aizawa read it aloud. 2 kilometers and 560 meters. The class muttered at that. No one sounded like they could beat that kind of score except for one girl standing beside Izuku, who kept her mouth closed. Well, Okiko, he said, it seems we found the test designed for you. She giggled at that. Jiru, you're up next, Aizawa called. I'm curious, Ida began. Mr. Aizawa hasn't used the same order for each test, Why isn't he going by student number? Ah, I think it is like the entrance exam, a hidden test. If you knew when you were going, you could prepare more, but this way, you can get caught unaware if you haven't figured out how to do a test that you struggle on. Oh wow! A test within a test, said a voice next to him, startling him. Izuku looked to his left and saw a floating gym uniform, whose right arm was raised and waving at him. Hi, I'm 𝐔𝐻𝐽𝐼, sorry for eavesdropping like that. I was just nervous about this test and was trying to walk my jitters out, she said, introducing herself. It's understandable, Mr. Aizawa seems to be pretty intense, but you have a really useful quirk though, you just need to overcome any shortcomings you have with it, Izuku said, doing his best to comfort the girl. Yeah, I just don't want to head home in case I come in last due to not having super speed or strength from my quirk, she replied, her tone dismal. Akiko stepped in then saying, listen, I'm sure you will do better than that little pervert, he hasn't done well either and has been nervous the entire time. The invisible girl's shoulders rose at that. Yeah, I'm sure to beat the pervert. Oh, and thank you again for stopping him from peeking. I know he wouldn't have seen much from me, but still. Yeah, thanks, man, Jiru said, twirling an earjack with a faint blush on her face. Izuku remembered Mineta's words about her, but he wasn't sure whether he should say anything about it or not. Momo spoke up then, saving him from making a fool of himself. Disregard what the little pervert said, Jiru. There is nothing wrong with having a smaller bust size. I miss those days, and my lower back misses those days as well. Ida and the other guys around them promptly decided to meander away from that discussion, leaving Izuku with all of his female classmates. Izuku hoped Aizawa called him up next. Kirishima. Damn it. Well, Kyuka, why don't we ask our resident man here what he thinks? Mina teasingly asked, as she gestured to him. Double damn it. All the girls turned to face him at the same time as if they were some sort of woman-only cult. At least, it looked like 𝐔𝐻𝐽𝐽 was facing his direction. A small squeak escaped his lips, which caused Jiru to form a slight grin. So Midoriya, what do you think, large or small BRSTS? Mina's face was split in a large grin as she waited for him to answer. The correct answer, he stoically replied. Her grin faltered at his words. Did you just say the correct answer? Himiko laughed at her reaction. Aizu knows better than to fall for a trap like that. Izuku sighed. Besides, Himiko said, sending a shiver of fear down his back, hisn but man. Izuku and all the girls sputtered at that, his face erupting in a massive blush as he covered it with his arms. Before anyone could say anything, Aizawa saved him. Midoriya, get up here and toss the ball. Izuku thanked his teacher silently as he caught the ball and for the circle. Well, I'm already going to see Recovery Girl after this, so in for a yen. As he reached the circle, he stretched his arm out and swung it in an arc as he warmed up for his throw. He hadn't thought of trying to show Bakugo up in this test, he merely wanted to do well enough to land near the bottom of the scores, but hearing some of his scores be higher than his former bullies had been cathartic. He reared back, his arm engulfed in green lightning as his arm arced over his head. However, at the height of the arc, he felt his quirk disappear. Nonetheless, he followed through and threw the ball as far as he could under his own might. 60 meters, Aizawa read aloud. Sir, why did you erase my quirk? Izuku asked, perplexed. You have been holding back this entire time. Granted, the fact that you haven't severely injured yourself so far today is a silver lining, but it is infuriating. Are you always going to hold yourself back and not push yourself to improve? Aizawa asked him, the class behind him silent. I was planning on going over my limit again this time, sir. Midoriya, Aizawa began, I want to see that same destructive power from the entrance exam. Throw the ball. At that, he tossed Izuku a second ball. Izuku gulped and looked at his classmates. You should step back, this won't be pretty. At that, he turned around and ignored Himiko's pleas to Aizawa. He wound up again, this time taking a pitcher's stance. It turned out that Toshi had a love for baseball and had done his best to introduce him to the sport. Izuku felt his quirk blaze forth, unbridled for the first time since the entrance exams. He threw the ball. Boom. Like a cannon firing, the air was sundered before Izuku as the ball rocketed away from him, creating a sonic boom from shattering the sound barrier. Izuku was enveloped in dust from the sonic boom occurring only a few feet from him. As the ball tore through the sky, it passed through several clouds, before they were suddenly ripped apart by the force of the ball's weight dispersing them. Suddenly Izuku was on the ground, and before the pain could register, he shoved a wad of his jacket into his mouth and bit down as his brain registered the pain of a broken arm. The jacket muffled his screams of pain but was still loud. As the dust settled down, his form was revealed kneeling on the ground, his left hand wrapped around his right arm, which had turned a disgusting purple. 𝐿𝐴 regretted asking this of his student, but he wanted to set a precedent. He would take his punishment from Recovery Girl and the others later. Toga, take Midoriya to Recovery Girl. You two are excused for the rest of the day, 𝐿𝐴 said to the girl that was on the brink of running to her boyfriend. Upon his orders, she rushed to him and helped him. There was hushed talking from the two before they approached him. Did I do good, Mr. Aizawa? Izuku asked, tears of pain still welling up in his eyes. You did perfect, Izuku, and I'm sorry I did this to you, he softly replied. Now get going. Monday you two will have your first heroics class, so no quirk usage or strenuous activity for the rest of the day or tomorrow. The two nodded before they left. All right, now then, 𝐿𝐴 said, turning back to his class, who all wore looks of shock upon their faces except Bakugo. His was one of rage. I had Midoriya go beyond his limits on purpose to show that sometimes sacrifice is needed in the world of heroics. That is a double-edged sword, though, after all, doing something like that in a real-world situation could leave him defenseless and would cause issues with his fellow heroes having to protect him. Then why did you have him do that? Yorozu asked, concern clear on her face. He knew that would happen if he went over, and if he had fought me on it and made a good case, I would have let him proceed as he wished. However, he understood my intentions and sacrificed himself for you to learn a valuable lesson, that heroes are not immune to the dangers of battle. There may come a day when you have to face an opponent you can't beat, but you resolve to hold out until backup arrives or the civilians can escape. 𝐿𝐴's mind drifted to former comrades who had fallen against villains, but had saved the civilians and kept the damage to a minimum, all at the cost of their lives. You are here to learn to be heroes, one of the deadliest occupations in the world due to the nature of villains and supervillains. Supervillains. There hasn't been a supervillain in Japan in a long time, Kaminari interjected. There hasn't been one, yes. Just pray you never face one, for when a supervillain walks upon the battlefield, entire cities are destroyed in their wake, 𝐿𝐴 gravely said, thinking of the damage caused by the last battle between All Might and All for One. Now then, Kaminari, get up here and throw the ball. The blonde boy gulped at being called out, but quickly approached and took the offered ball. Kaminari Denki has an electric quirk that surrounds him, electricity that stuns people and is unable to focus it into a ranged attack. I will have Midoriya look into electricity quirks with me and see what we can find out to help him overcome this hurdle. Sir, are these ball insulated? Kaminari asked. Not fully, but it will be fine if you fry it, Aizawa replied, his flat tone hiding his curiosity. The blonde, instead of holding the ball normally, opted to make two finger guns with the ball resting between the crook of his thumbs and index fingers. This works with coins, so maybe it will work with this too. Electricity formed around his hands as arcs of lightning formed between his thumbs and traveled down to his hands and along his index fingers. The speed of the arcs forming and traveling picked up as a soft thrum was heard. Suddenly he shot his thumbs down onto the ball, shooting it forwards. Oh man, that was rather slow compared to coins I would shoot. 𝐿𝐴 blinked and looked down at his phone to see the score. 53.5 meters, he read aloud. Is there something wrong, Kaminari? He asked, seeing the blonde standing there in thought. It just dawned on me, we never heard Midoriya's score, replied the boy. Oh, Midoriya scored an infinite, he casually replied. He surprised a smirk at the stunned looks of his class. He made a note of Uraraka, one of Izuku and Himiko's crushes, looking dejected. She had probably planned on winning this test, and Bakugo, who was now seething. Good lord, he is worse than I thought. Why can't I just expel him and Mineta? He questioned himself. As the class talked amongst themselves, 𝐿𝐴 watched them interact. The little pervert kept trying to ogle the girls. It seemed Izuku's threat did nothing with him gone. Mineta, Get up here and throw the ball. The diminutive boy walked up and did his best to hold the ball. It was impressive considering his small stature, as the ball was nearly the size of his two hands together. He walked into the circle and did his best to throw the ball. 10.5 meters. The boy hung his head and trudged back to the line. No one said anything to him. 𝐿𝐴 watched as his students took their turn throwing the ball. Some threw higher than average, others poorly, showing a lack of physical training on their part. Uraraka had done as well as he had expected, also scoring an infinity by launching her ball into space, but with no damage to herself. With the last ball toss, 𝐶2 scoring just over 84 meters after downing a sugar packet, he announced the last test. The last test is the endurance run. All of you head to the track and start when prompted. He watched as his speed-oriented students prepared. 𝐸𝐵 Tenya rolled his breathes legs up to better vent his mufflers while he noticed Ashido Mina taking her shoes off as she produced acid to skate. What caught his attention was Yorozu Momo, Izuku, and Himiko's other crush, creating a bicycle to ride. He nodded his approval to her. At the sound of the simulated gunshot, they all took off in their own ways. 𝐸𝐵 was running powered by his quirk in long strides, but he was soon matched by Yorozu, whose bike was motorized. It looked as if the two were content to keep pace with each other. Todoroki was skating as well, upon a frozen track lane with what looked like sluggish movements but was simply him producing ice evenly beneath himself to propel himself forward. Ashido was deploying the same tactic with a non-corrosive acid. It seemed, she was skating faster than Todoroki and was easily in the first half of the runners to lap the track. The bulkier students, 𝐶2, Kirishima, and Shuji, he noticed, were keeping pace with one another, running in a simple military drill formation. 𝐴𝐼𝐺 was constantly blasting his laser and flying before landing and jumping into the air again. The rest were dispersed through the class, with Mineta surprisingly not last. He had thrown his hair orbs ahead of them and was bouncing from them. 𝐿𝐴 sighed. If the boy weren't such a pervert, he would have accepted the boy into the hero course, though he would have probably been in Khan's class. After several laps, Mineta finally stopped, stating that he could go no longer, clearly out of breath. Catch your breath and cool down, 𝐿𝐴 stated. While he planned to expel the boy, he would still offer him courtesy unless he did or said something foolish. Either way, he had won the bet. Midoriya had thrown the first punch. As the rest of the class trickled in, he saw that a few were still running, or in some cases, skating and biking. Last lap, you will be scored upon whoever reaches the lap line first, he yelled, ready to be done. Yorozu increased her bike speed at that and took off, leaving 𝐸𝐵 behind before he sped up after her. The rest of the runners simply carried. Knowing they couldn't beat the front runners, they settled in for their current positions. Yorozu crossed the lap line first, having secured her win by being able to corner faster and easier than 𝐸𝐵, who had slowed down to hand the curve better. As the rest crossed over, their times were put in and corrected with the last lap function Majima had installed into the device for him. He would get with Khan Monday or Tuesday after the man had done his own quirk assessment, albeit without any threats. Maybe he would drop in and put the fear of expulsion in them, but ask first this time. Last time Khan had said outright that it was a bluff and that he wanted honest results, not desperate ones. Such were the differences between regular heroes and underground heroes. Alright, I have the scores here for you. Instead of going over each of them and how they were compiled, I'll simply tell you who came in last. Mineta Minoru, you came in last, 𝐿𝐴 said, evenly. The boy hung his head and tightened his fists. Damn it, I knew this would happen. With serious training, you could improve and be a competent hero, 𝐿𝐴 said, gearing up for the big reveal as he saw several of his smarter-looking students whisper about a ruse. You mean you won't expel me? Mineta hopefully. No. You're expelled. Now get the hell out of my school. Wait, you were serious about the expulsion? Yorozu asked, stupefied. 𝐿𝐴 looked at her with a blank look on his face. Of course, there are only 20 desks in my class. Bakugo, come with me, we need to talk about your actions. The blonde sulked but stepped forward. I didn't get to even look earlier, demon that Midoriya, Mineta and 𝐿𝐴 watched as everyone gave him looks of disgust. Head back to the dorms, your moving trucks will arrive shortly if they haven't already. Mineta, what did I say? Get the hell out of my school, you obviously don't belong here. At that, the short boy got up and ran away from them, crying about the unfairness of it all. Izuku suppressed a chuckle and a wince of pain as Himiko kicked the door to Recovery Girl's clinic open and announced their entrance. "Paging Recovery Girl, I brought your favorite patient." He snorted as an exasperated "Goddammit, it isn't even the first day of classes" came from the room. Plus ultra, he offered up as an excuse. Recovery Girl stepped into view, glaring at him. "No. Now then, what happened?" "Aizawa's quirk assessment test," Himiko answered. "He told Izuku to go beyond his limits on the ball toss, so he threw the ball. He broke the sound barrier and his arm, not sure which one first." Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow at her answer. "Aren't you usually mad when someone hurts Midoriya?" "Oh, I'm livid. I'll deal with Shota later, though. Getting Aizu healed is my top priority right now, though," she replied as she helped Izuku to a seat. "I will have a talk with Aizawa later today, don't you worry, Toga." After that, the school nurse kissed his forehead, causing Izuku's pained face to relax as his arm healed. "Thank you, Recovery Girl. Aizawa apologized to me already and said he would come by later and see you. He also told me no strenuous activity until our first heroics class," he said as he stood up from his seat. "Please try not to come back so soon, Midoriya." "Not even to say hello?" he asked. "Try to avoid coming here as a patient," she stated. "Good, now then, back to the locker rooms to get our clothes," Himiko said as she headed for the door. Izuku waved one final time at Recovery Girl, who smiled at him as he walked out of her office. As they reached the locker rooms, they saw the boys in their class hanging outside, still in their gym uniforms. "Hey, what's going on?" Izuku asked as they approached. Ida turned to face them, chopping his arm as he answered. "We just got done with our assessment, and we decided to let the girls change first, causing Kaminari to dodge out of his way." "Hey, where is that little SHT stain?" Himiko asked, looking around. "Oh, if you mean Mineta, he was expelled," Shoji answered from one of his arm mouths. "Right, and he isn't, like, hiding out trying to pee." She stopped as she ran into the girls' locker room. "Don't get undressed. All of you out now," she yelled. Izuku watched as each of his female classmates except Himiko filed out, looking confused. "Izuku, you're okay?" Akiko exclaimed, seeing him there with the others. He nodded as she and Momo headed to him. "What is Himiko doing?" Momo questioned, her confusion clear in her voice. "Aizu, could you come here for a moment?" Himiko asked, poking her head out of the locker room. "Ah, she's hunting," he replied as he stood in the doorway. "What is she hunting?" asked the tall brunette boy with large lips. "You'll see, maybe," he replied to who he thought was Soto. From inside the locker room, the sound of Himiko hitting lockers erupted as she tore the place apart. Izuku watched as a locker slowly opened, the midget poking his head out. He ran forward and slammed his foot into the locker door, caving it in. As the boy inside screamed in terror, something inside of Izuku hummed in agreement. "Okay, maybe Himiko has a point with SDSM being fun," he thought to himself as he smiled. "What was that?" Ida asked as he ran into the locker room. Izuku pulled his foot free and walked away from the locker as the boy inside sobbed. "I caught a rat." Upon leaving the locker room with Ida, he turned to the girls and sighed. "I'm sorry, but you will have to use our changing room. I hope Mineta isn't stuck in one of your lockers." "He was in there." Gyro yelled with a look of disgust on her face as her jacks went haywire. "What is going on here?" Aizawa asked, with Bakugo trailing him. "Mr. Aizawa, Mineta was hiding in the girls' locker room. Himiko was checking to make sure he had actually left when I saw him peek out of a locker." Aizawa's hair and capture weapon took to the air as his eyes glowed an ethereal red. "Where is he?" "I trapped him in the locker, sir," Izuku answered, pointing to the locker room. "He's in there with Himiko." He trailed off as he heard a scream from the locker room. Aizawa and Izuku ran in to see Himiko trying to jam a knife into the locker. "Himiko, what are you doing?" Aizawa asked, his voice louder than its usual somber tone. "Trying to stab this villain," she answered as she stabbed her knife into the locker again. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose as he muttered, "I need 5 drinks now." As Himiko reared back for another stab, he grabbed her wrist, squeezing until she dropped the knife. I will handle it from here. Midoriya, I know I told you no quirk usage, but can you open the locker for me? Izuku nodded as Himiko grabbed her knife from the floor before backing up. He approached the locker he had kicked in earlier and grabbed a part of the locker door that was jutting out. With a small burst of his quirk, he ripped it free, revealing the purple midget huddled in the bottom. Before Izuku could say or do anything, Aizawa had pushed past him, sending a punch straight into the small boy's face, knocking him out. DMN, Himiko commented. Picking him up, Aizawa headed for the door with Izuku and Himiko falling in behind him. As he left the room, he turned to face the other girls and bowed. I'm sorry about him trying to peep on you. I should have made sure he left the school like he was supposed to. That is a failure on my part. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Momo said, speaking for the girls. What is going to happen to him now, though? UA will press charges on him on your behalf, and he will face punishment, Aizawa replied. Midoriya, Toga, you two are in charge for the day. Don't disappoint me. With that, he walked off with his small criminal tucked under his arm as Bakugo followed him. With everyone changed, they headed back to the dorms to see two pro heroes standing outside of their dorms, Midnight and Present MIC. Present MIC called out, waving the class over. We heard from Eraserhead what had happened, Midnight stated as they approached, and he asked us to handle your move-in for the time being. Ida began chopping his arms as he spoke. Miss Midnight. Mr. Aizawa left Midoriya and Toga here in charge. I'm not sure why, as she has repeatedly acted unheroic so far, with attacking that Bakugo boy and trying to stab Mineta, and Midoriya tore down a wall earlier. As well. Who dealt with Mineta first? Present MIC asked, with a raised eyebrow. Oh, Kirishima answered, it was Midoriya. He punched straight through the wall when dealing with the little guy, it was super manly. The two pros chuckled at that, with MIC stating, good job, Midoriya. Did he expel two of your class? Well, he expelled Mineta for coming in last, but he took Bakugo for attacking Izuku, Okako answered, causing the two pros to stop laughing. The class noticed that the teachers got serious before Midnight spoke. Well, he will receive punishment for that, I am certain. Now, let's head inside and get you your room keys. Your stuff has been delivered to the hallways outside of your rooms. At that, she and MIC headed inside, with the class following her. Once inside, MIC grabbed the room keys as the students lined up. Izuku pulled Himiko to the rear of the line where he whispered, I want to talk to them quickly after we get our keys. He noticed that for the boys' side of the dorms, the bottom 3 floors had been filled up already. By his math, he would have the 5th floor to himself. As he approached MIC, he was handed 2 sets of keys. Sir. Keys to your room and Toga's, he replied with a wink. I guessing Shota knows. Himiko asked as she took her 2 sets of keys. Didn't he tell you two to call him Eraserhead or Mr. Aizawa? Midnight asked. He did, she replied, but he made Aizu break his arm for the ball to go beyond. The 2 pros scowled at that. We will talk to him about that later tonight, MIC replied. Now, how are you feeling after that Bakugo kid attacked you? We don't know everything, just that he bullied you before your quirk came in. Shota hasn't told us much about your history with him, he said it's up to you to tell us when you feel comfortable about it, Midnight stated as she herded them to one of the couches where she sat down with Izuku and Himiko. I froze up. I was scared and thought he was gonna use his quirk on me again. Izuku trailed off as he spoke, rubbing his hand over his chest. He used his quirk on Aizu. A lot, Himiko stated, holding his hand. He's a piece of S.in, and is the kind of person, she took a breath to clear her mind before finishing, that stain would kill. Hey, MIC said as he knelt before them, let's not dwell on that right now, okay? You two are in UA now, and you are our students. Your safety is paramount to us, so you two rest, and we will deal with this. Oh, and we probably shouldn't tell you, but the computer that decides spars between classmates for heroics will never pit either of you against Bakugo, so you won't have to worry about him having an excuse to hurt you in class. Hisashi is right, Nemurai chimed in. You don't have to fear him, but if you have trouble with him, you are always welcome in the teacher's office if you need us. At that, she gave him a quick hug before she got up with mic. Now then, go check out your new rooms. Himiko was getting upset. She knew she had packed her billy shirt she had found in Izuku's closet one day. She had asked Inko about it, but the woman had simply frozen and said it was best not to ask questions. She gave up looking in her luggage. Maybe Aizu had it in his. As she opened her door, she was met by Momo and Okiko standing in front about to knock. "Hi, Himiko," Okiko greeted. "We wanted to check on Izuku since we weren't able to go with you two due to all of the events that transpired today," Momo said, finishing the shorter girl's sentence. "You're in luck," Himiko said as she exited her room. "I was about to go over there myself. I can't find a shirt of mine." "Why would Izuku have it?" Momo asked as she walked with the girls. "Well, we have lived together since summer of last year," she replied, noticing how Momo and Okiko blushed. "You two live together?" Okiko whisper-shouted her question, her blush marks growing larger. "Yeah, his mother is my guardian. My parents didn't like my quirk and tried to force my BLD obsession out of me. So I attacked a kid at school, drank his BLD, ran away from home, lived on the streets for 2 years, and met Aizu while he was impaled on a beach bleeding out." The two girls gawked at her. "What, did I say something weird?" she asked, the corner of her mouth upturned in a small smile. "Yes, several things," Momo answered. "I think we need to sit down and talk about them." "Well, it will have to be later tonight," Himiko said. "How come?" Okiko asked. "Because we're at Izuku's room," Himiko replied, knocking on the door. There was some rustling on the other side before the door opened to show a disheveled Izuku. "Hi, how can I help?" "I wanted to find my BLD shirt, and Momo and Okiko wanted to check on you since they couldn't play nurse with me," Himiko stated, smiling at Izuku's blush and the girls sputtering beside her. "Well, come in, then," he said, stepping aside to let them enter. "I'd make a comment about letting girls into your room," Okiko started, "but with Himiko living with you, I guess it isn't that big of a deal." He blushed and looked away. "I mean, it would be odd to freak out over that. I have a girlfriend whom I've been living with for almost a year now." The two girls nodded at that. "Plus, it isn't like I have anything to hide or be ashamed about," he said, motioning to the few All Might posters on his wall. "I told him he couldn't bring the shrine with him," Himiko commented. The girls giggled at that. "I'm serious, have you tried to sleep with nearly 100 All Might staring at you?" she asked, digging through his luggage. Izuku stared at her. Momo stared at her, then at Izuku. Okiko stared at her, then at Izuku. "Excuse me, what?" the two girls asked in unison. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" Himiko asked while holding a pair of butt shorts. "Forgot I left these in your dresser." Izuku slumped onto his bed at that, his face in his hands. Momo tentatively stepped towards him before sitting down beside him, with Okiko quickly following suit, claiming the other side. "So, you two share a bed at night then?" Momo asked, her voice wobbling. Himiko sighed before walking over to the bed and sitting beside Okiko. "I didn't know I was living on the streets for 2 years. I thought it had only been a year or so." She gripped the bedsheets as she thought back to her homeless days. "The first night I stayed at the Midoriya's, at home, Izuku let me drink his BLD. He was one of the first people to let me drink their BLD and not call me a freak for it. I fell asleep in his arms, and I knew then that I wouldn't be able to sleep away from him." Okiko sniffed at that. "That's so sweet," she said, pulling Himiko into a hug. "She's right," Momo said, a smile on her lips. "That is a rather cute backstory for you two." Himiko returned the hug, grinning as she leaned into Izuku to grab Momo, yelling, "Group hug." Momo squeaked as she was pulled into Izuku by Himiko, who pulled Okiko with her. Izuku got pushed back out of the girls, but he grabbed hold of them as he fell back, pulling them down onto him. He saw the 3 girls spread out across his chest and arms. They looked back at him. Momo and Okiko's faces started to turn red as Himiko gained a grin. "You know, Aizu, if you wanted to cuddle with us, you just had to ask," she cooed to him. "I'm sorry," he quickly said, trying to free his arms, but they would not come free. "Trying to escape us already. You never got your other nurses to check you over either." she said, her golden eyes starting to glow with hunger. His breath hitched at that. Is she going to drink my BLD in front of them? I'm not sure how I feel about this. Maybe I should take your BLD, to check for anything, Himiko said, her voice husky. The two girls' eyes widened at that. They turned to Izuku, watching him. Himiko, we aren't alone, he mumbled out. She closed in, forcing him to shout, stop. Her eyes dimmed as she realized what she was about to do, her lip trembled. Izuku ripped his arms free of Okiko and Momo as he wrapped them around Himiko and pulled her down into a hug. I have no problem with giving you my BLD, but we have company right now. He rubbed her back as he brought his mouth to her ear, whispering, plus, I don't know how it would make them feel. So, is she gonna drink your BLD or no? Okiko suddenly asked, cutting the tension. Okiko. Momo said, disbelief clear in her voice. That seems to be a very NTMT thing they do with each other. That would be like asking them to kiss in front of us, or even have. She cut herself off as her face grew red. Secretary. Himiko finished from her spot in his arms. At that, Okiko floated upwards, her face in her hands. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask something so perverted of you too. Himiko turned her head to look up at the floating girl. It's okay, Okiko. We've never really brought up the BLD drinking before, so it isn't like you would know. As Okiko floated back down, Himiko helped to rotate her so she would land sitting upright. Thank you, she replied, rubbing her stomach. I hate that my quirk makes me nauseous when used on myself. Suddenly, Izuku was sitting up with Himiko straddling his hips, who scrambled to grab hold of him. What have you done to counterbalance the effects of it? Nothing, she answered, unsure of what he was asking. Momo, could you possibly make motion sickness pills for her to try with her quirk? He asked, turning to face her. I will have to look them up, but I would want to talk with a teacher first before I give someone medicine I made, she replied. We can ask Midnight tomorrow when she comes for our class, Himiko said, hugging Izuku. Class? What class? Questioned Okiko. Izuku blushed as he spoke. Well, we weren't told to not say anything about it. Midnight is teaching us 𝐶𝐻𝐻 tomorrow, Himiko answered. They don't want to put 20 hormonal teenagers in a building and leave us to our own devices. The two girls joined Izuku in his blush at the implications of that. Oh yeah, my shirt, Himiko said, climbing off of Izuku, but not before smacking her BRSS in his face for the girls to see. I didn't see it in my stuff, maybe it's back home. She approached his closet door that was open and looked inside. BLD, she said aloud before closing the door. What is she doing? Momo questioned. I'm not sure, he said, getting up with the girls and walking over. Himiko opened the closet door. There on the shelf was a white t-shirt that read BLD in a gory red font. Oh, do you girls want a shirt? We can match tomorrow. Izuku wasn't sure how it had come to this, but it had. Midnight had entered the dorms shortly after breakfast with a large box on a cart. The boys had sat on one side of the common room with the girls on the other. Only Izuku hadn't gotten the memo that they were sitting separated. So there he was, sitting with his 7 female classmates as Midnight prepared for her class. His only solace was that Aizawa was in attendance as their homeroom teacher. He saw that Momo and Okiko were wearing the shirts from his closet. He didn't remember buying a t-shirt that said space with large letters colored with space dust, or one that said creation and was colored in with the creation of Adam. He really needed to ask Himiko how she made those shirts appear. All he could find were shirts that said shirt or suit on them. All right, let's get started. Midnight said, clapping her hands, earning her a disgruntled groan from Aizawa. No sleeping in class, you may need this one day, she teased. I am Midnight, your modern hero art teacher, but today we will be having a very special class. She looked over the room and smiled at the divide partially with where Izuku was. He blushed as she smiled at him. Today, we will be covering 𝐶𝐻𝐻. The room was silent for a moment before chaos broke out. What? No way! Why would we be learning this useless SHT? Bakugo asked, louder than the others, drawing everyone's attention. We're here to be heroes, not date and have secretary. Midnight coughed into her hand at that. Everyone has basic human needs, some more so than others. Now then, who here has had some form of 𝐬𝐻𝐻 before? No need to be shy, raise your hands. Izuku raised his hand along with Himiko and a few others, before the rest of the class slowly raised their hands. Alright, I'm glad to see your previous schools or parents saw fit to educate you in this matter, Midnight stated. Instead of the full lesson, I can do a quick refresher, and we won't be here as long. She pulled out a small remote in her hands and pushed a button, darkening the room. Finally, it's not so bright anymore. A rather dark shadow said from behind Tokoyami. Dark shadow? Tokoyami exclaimed, fighting with his quirk before it suddenly shriveled back into him. Izuku looked to his right and saw Aizawa staring at Tokoyami with his hair rising around him. I am regretful for my shadow's outburst, Mr. Aizawa, the boy said. It's fine. Carry on, Midnight, Aizawa said. Right, thank you, Aizawa, she said before activating the projector she had set up earlier. Oh God, please no, Izuku muttered. The girls around him turned to see him hiding his face as the projector's image came into focus. There on the screen were two indistinct naked people, one female, the other male. First, a quick anatomy lesson. Whose body will we cover first? The male or the female body? Asked Midnight, looking around the room. Being met with silence, she picked someone, calling out to them. Midoriya, male or female body? Why me, he muttered to himself, causing Himiko to laugh. Male it is then, she cackled as she pressed another button and the slide turned into a close-up of the man's genitals, causing the girl's side to freak out and turn away. I never chose anything. Midoriya exclaimed. Oh, well. She picked up her hand WHP and pointed to the slide. Which of you girls can name this body part? Why are you asking us? Gyro questioned, her face enveloped in a blush. Well, I would expect the boys to know their body parts, so I want to make sure you girls know the male body, she answered seriously. There was a snicker from the other side of the room before she turned to face them. Laugh all you want, but you'll soon be sharing your knowledge of the female body. Midnight shot at them, silencing the room. Himiko whispered, how much do you want to bet no one on that side knows where the CLT is? I'll take that action, Mina answered. Wait, would our resident but man, she grinned at him, be a part of that bet? No, Aizu and I have already undergone a full-blown 𝐬𝐻𝐻 class with Midnight before. This time, we were warned though, Himiko said. Please don't mention that nightmare of a class again, Himiko, he pleaded. Ribbit, how bad was it? Asui asked. Izuku covered his face with his arms. That bad, questioned 𝐔𝐻𝐻𝐿. Yeah, if we're lucky, we won't have to watch a couple having sex again, Himiko replied. What the F? Gyro exclaimed. She had you two watch porn together. Do not mention that abomination of a class, Toga. Aizawa was glaring at them. I am here today to make sure she doesn't get that carried away this time. True, we aren't handcuffed to our seats this time, muttered Izuku, causing the girls to stare at him and Himiko. Now then, Gyro, what is this body part? Midnight asked once more. Teach the b-ball SSAC, she replied, unable to get the word out as her face grew redder. Technically, yes. Yoirozu. That is the SCR-TIM, she replied, doing her best to stay level-headed. Midnight nodded before calling out once more, Ashido, what is inside the SCR? I don't know the science name, but ball, answered the pink girl, turning lilac. Asui, do you know? Ribbit, TSTCLS. Good job. Now this part here. 𝐔𝐻𝐻𝐿. The invisible girl waved her arms, showing her discomfort as she answered, that's the P, right? Good job, that is the PP, she said. Now then, which of you girls know what an 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 is? It's when BLD fills the PP, causing it to grow larger and become hard so it can be used in SEC, Himiko answered. Correct. Now then we will cover the woman's anatomy next. Don't let me down, boys. Izuku saw several of the boys across the room blush at that, while a few sat there uninterested in the class as a whole. With the press of a button on the remote, the slide changed to a close-up of a woman's genitals. Himiko's is better, he thought to himself while making sure his mouth was shut. He did not need to mutter that out loud. Midnight pointed at the board as she called a name. Kaminari, what is this called? That's the 𝐶𝐬𝐽, right, he answered, sounding unsure. Izuku dropped his head into his hands. I feel bad for your future girlfriend, Kaminari, he mumbled. He'd have to get a girlfriend first, Gyro said, between laughs. I said that out loud, he asked, worried that they all heard. No, just loud enough for our side to hear it, she replied. Don't worry, I think all of us girls were having the same thought. He looked to his left and saw all of the girls nodding with a few blushing as well. 𝐬𝐿, can you identify this part? She asked, still pointing at the same part as before. The 𝐵𝐺NA, he answered, shrugging. Do any of you know what this part is called? Midnight asked, facing the boys. That is the 𝐵𝐵𝐵, Ida stiffly replied with an arm chop, nearly smacking Kaminari. Oh, thank God, someone answered, Izuku muttered. Ashido smirked at that. Afraid to show your knowledge of our bodies. Izuku stared at her as his face was enveloped in a red blush. At the same time, the other girls began blushing, with Ashido going from pink to purple as she realized what exactly she said. Oh my God, Mina! Hagekyo exclaimed. I can't believe you said that. Who are you, Mineta? How dare you? Ashido shot back. I didn't mean it like that. Care to share with the class? Midnight asked, her WHP smacking her open palm. Ashido was simply teasing Izuku and made him and us uncomfortable, Yorozu offered. Momo! Ashido hissed at her in an exaggerated tone. Chicks before PPS. Izuku is nothing but a gentleman, he proved that yesterday when he dealt with that pervert, Momo replied. Ah, true, sorry, Midoriya, Ashido apologized. Midnight smiled at him. He looked back at her. She liked her lips. Oh God, no, he said. Midoriya, since I know you have the proper SXL education that most of your fellow male classmates are lacking in, can you identify the following locations for me? He nodded as Midnight sashayed back to the board. Once at it, she pointed to another location on the diagram. That's the LBA minora, he called out. This. The vaginal opening. She pointed above it. These. He blushed before speaking. The clitoral hood and the 𝐶𝐿 is under it. He looked down, hoping his part in this was over. Well done, Midoriya. Midnight pressed another button and brought up a side view diagram of a couple having secretary, now then, secretary. He groaned. Now, all of you pay attention. Sure, sec is a part of life and feels great, but it does have risks. Sexually transmitted diseases and illnesses still exist in parts of the world. Doing something during sec that harms you, your partner, or partners. Wait, did you say partners? Asked Ashido. Yes, people don't have to be in a monogamous relationship if everyone is okay with that, and it isn't cheating. It is a polyamorous relationship, and there is nothing wrong with that, Midnight stated, a serious tone in her voice. Mina nodded in understanding. Hearing no objections, Midnight continued speaking. Another issue that could arise, and the main one for today, PRGNNCY. Getting PNT can put a hold on, or even end, a female hero's career if it was unplanned. With your class in your first year here at UA, getting PRGNNT requires that you be removed from the heroics course and placed into the general education, business, or the support course, and that's if your parents don't just remove you from UA altogether. The girls nodded in understanding. This would, after all, affect them most of all. There are various BRTH control medicines you can take to prevent PRGNNCY, and they have the added bonus of lessening your PRS, Midnight started. Wait, Hagekyo interrupted, you mean we don't have to suffer through those? Izuku saw a few of the boys make faces as the talk of PRS began. Are they really put off by a bit of BLD? He softly asked aloud. You seem pretty okay with this talk, Midoriya, Asui stated, her finger on her chin. Oh, Izuku's mom is my legal guardian, so he got a crash course when I moved in with them, Himiko answered for him. The other girls nodded at that. No wonder you know so much about this kind of stuff, Gyro said. What with you two living together, it would make sense for you to have an in-depth sec-ed class then. She fiddled with her jacks before adding on, but I never knew BIH control could stop that from happening. Oh, it's great. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 got me on 𝐔𝐬𝐽 control after my first PRD with them, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 offered. I was extremely aggressive that week. 𝐈𝐳 was scared he had done something to upset me, so his mom set up a sec-ed class here at UA for us. How was she able to request a private class from UA? Ashido asked, curious about the topic. Oh, due to the nature of 𝐈𝐳's quirk, he was tutored here, but that's a secret. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 placed her index finger over her lips, signaling them to keep quiet. Momo and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 both gave him looks at that, but they nodded along with the other girls. Okay, getting back on topic, Midnight said, clapping her hands to gather their attention. There is another way to prevent pregnancy as well, and it deals with the boys, condoms. She then walked over to the box she brought with her and pulled out two objects. Izuku blinked then blushed as he saw her pull out a realistic-looking DLD and a box of condoms. Is that a PP? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 squeaked out. We just saw a photo of one a few minutes ago, Zeus stated rather bluntly. Why are you embarrassed now? I was then as well, but it was a drawing of one that just looks intimidating, she replied. So the condom goes over the PP before secretary. Now then you can always get condoms from Recovery Girls Clinic if you need some, but I will leave this box here for anyone if they are curious. She then pulled a condom package out of the box. Toga, will you come up here and show how a condom is applied? While she is doing that, I'll pass these two sets of instructions to both sides of the room. He saw 𝐒𝐭𝐴 smirk at him, and he was filled with trepidation. What are you going to do? You'll see 𝐈𝐳, she replied. I have a bad feeling about this, he said in response. He watched his girlfriend saunter up there as she took the DLD and condom in her hands. Gyro leaned over, whispering, I wasn't trying to stare, but Demon Dude, you are one lucky guy. Thanks, he replied. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 unwrapped the condom and unraveled it a little bit, before suddenly placing it in her mouth and shoving the DLD into her mouth and down her throat until the RBB ball hit her chin. She pulled it out, showing her tongue wrapped around the DLD now fully covered by the condom until she pulled it free, leaving her tongue dangling out of her mouth. Izuku watched as a strand of drool connected her and the DLD until it finally broke. His breaths were now tighter than they had been before. He mumbled. Oh my god, 𝐒𝐴𝐴 said, that was something. Momo offered. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked at him and smiled as she pulled her tongue back into her mouth. And that is how you apply a condom. Midnight cheered. That cannot be the proper way to apply a condom. Ida cried out. It's the fun way, 𝐒𝐴𝐴 responded. Izuku groaned, so much for trying to keep our relationship secret. Well, secret from the smart ones, at least. Well, that was an interesting experience, Izuku muttered as he sat on the couch with the other 1A girls. As soon as Midnight had claimed her work to be done, she had left. Aizawa followed after, claiming he needed to make sure she didn't get into any trouble. The man had made sure to avoid looking at Izuku and 𝐒𝐴𝐴. Obviously it was awkward for him to see just how NTMT his two students' love lives were. As soon as they had left, the boys had scattered. A few looked like they wanted to ask Izuku some questions, but with a glare from 𝐒𝐴𝐴, they backed off. Excuse my language, but what the hell was that? 𝐒𝐴𝐴. Momo asked, her face turning red. What was what? She replied, arm wrapped around Izuku's. I think she means the condom thing, 𝐒𝐴𝐴 supplied, hiding her face. Yeah, that was crazy. Ashido said, leaning forwards. I thought Midnight would approve of it, so I decided to try it out, 𝐒𝐴𝐴 casually said, flashing her fangs as she smiled. So are you and Midoriya a couple then? Hagekyo asked, her shoes running in place. We are, Izuku answered. I thought we were going to try to keep it amongst ourselves, but I guess that didn't work out. I'm sorry 𝐈𝐳, I figured trying to hide it would be hard, especially with all 20 of us living here together. Someone was bound to figure it out. So like cutting someone open, I did it quickly and with style. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 smiled at him as she waited for his response. God damn it, why must her fang's smile be so dim and cute, he sighed, before saying, you aren't wrong. I just wish you had told me, this affects me just as much as it does you. She looked down at that, and it tugged on his heart. He leaned forward and placed a kiss on her forehead. But I should have expected you to do something like that, he said, smiling at her. She pulled him into a hug at that. Thank you, Aizu. Are they having a moment? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 loudly whispered to the other girls. Izuku immediately pulled back from the hug upon remembering the other girls were there. No, don't stop for our sake, Ashido said, grinning at them. Keep going. Izuku sputtered at that as his face blossomed into a full blush, which he promptly hid behind his arms. Wow. You can barely watch your girlfriend deep-throated DLD with us, but you can't be sweet with her in front of us. Gyro said, laughing at them. Man, that is totally backwards. Himiko laughed at that. He really is pure, though, I just caught him off guard with that is all. He groaned at that. Can we just try to keep the fact that we're dating to just us? I'm sure the other guys will figure it out soon if they haven't already. Well, some of them will. I have a feeling some of the boys are slow on that kind of stuff, Ashido said, giggling. I still can't believe Kaminari's answer, she said before bursting into another fit of giggles, followed by 𝐻𝐻𝐿. So, you said your sec ed class with Midnight was worse? Okiko asked, curious about that still. Izuku nodded, his blush still evident, but he was just hiding behind one arm now. Yeah, my mom walked in on us kissing one day, and that led to an embarrassing talk. Then the next day we're at UA, Midnight kicks the door open, gasses us when we try to run. Then we woke up handcuffed to the chairs, and she showed us so much, he trailed off unsure of how to phrase it. Interesting things. It was designed for the two of us, and my needs, Himiko supplied, looking down. Needs? Ashido questioned, leaning forward. That's private, Izuku interjected, leaving no room for argument. Himiko simply nodded her head. He saw Momo and Okiko share a look of understanding before giving his girlfriend small smiles. Mina sighed at that. Well, so much for my plans for all of us, it seems. What do you mean? Himiko asked. I wanted to do a room competition between all of us as a class, see who has the best room, but now, it seems as if things will be too awkward between the guys and us. Izuku was about to state that he was a guy, but Okiko stopped him, saying, I think she means the other guys in our class, Izuku. You somehow have become an honorary member of the girls, it seems. Gyro blinked at that. Holy 𝐿, you're right. We've been here for like 2 days and we already know we can trust him. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 leaned forward, or at least that's how her clothes looked. Doesn't something like that take time though? Momo cleared her throat before answering, well, given that Himiko, Okiko, and I vouch for him to begin with, and his actions with that disgusting pervert. I think he has earned our trust. Yeah, that's fair. Mina exclaimed. Welcome to the girls' side, Midori. Midori, he questioned, eyes wide in shock. Of course, gotta set you apart from the other guys. Well, besides Kiri, but we went to high school together, Mina explained. Besides, all I did was drop the Y from your name. She leaned toward him more now, or would you prefer Izuku? Izuku suddenly knew how his mother felt when she became overwhelmed with emotion as he proceeded to faint from embarrassment. Just as his consciousness faded, he heard Himiko mutter, Mina, you broke my boyfriend. Izuku stumbled out of Himiko's room, grateful that her floor mates and their friends Momo and Okiko were fine with him sleeping in her room. Himiko stumbled out after him, her hair all over the place with a bundle of clothes in her hands. Can you wash my hair, Aizu? She grumbled out, not fully awake yet. I don't think the girls would be comfortable with me using their showers, he replied, pushing the down button on the elevator. Besides, I need to go grab my clothes from my room. I'll meet you downstairs for breakfast. She gave him a chaste kiss on the lips before he headed off for his room. Maybe we can set something up with the girls later in the school year where Himiko and I can bathe together. As Izuku pondered the ideas on getting him and Himiko together in the baths. Obviously he wouldn't join all of the girls, just his girlfriend. As he entered his room, he grabbed his school uniform from his closet, eyeing a new shirt on the shelf that read Chick Magnet. He blinked as he reread it. No. Momo smiled as Himiko stumbled into the kitchen. Her hair was down for once instead of her usual messy buns. It's rather cute when down, she thought to herself before a small blush dusted her face. She looked to her right and saw Okiko's usual blush marks were larger than usual as well. She smiled at her brunette friend. I don't think we've ever seen her with her hair down before, have we? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 turned to face her before answering, no, we haven't. It's rather cute. Momo finished, causing 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to blush further before nodding. 𝐈𝐴, you're here, Himiko said. As she yawned, her tongue extending out a few inches as her mouth opened wide, her fangs clear for everyone in the kitchen to see. Yes, I'm here, Izuku said, carrying his jacket folder over his arm. He yawned as well, but he managed to cover his mouth with his arm before lowering it and showing the travesty that was his tie. Momo refused to let the boy she liked walk around looking less than he was, and in particular on the first day of school and at the opening ceremony. She got up from where she sat and walked over to the couple, ignoring her fellow classmates watching her. Oh, good morning, Momo, and you too, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, he said to them as he noticed the others in the kitchen. What can I help you with? He was cut off as she grabbed his tie and pulled him towards her. Your tie is all wrong, Izuku. I'll tie it for you, she said, in a low voice as she stood right in front of him, their chests almost touching. He simply nodded, giving her permission to begin. She unbuttoned the shirt collar, letting her pop it up before she looked at his tie pin. Sliding her fingers under the tie, she felt he pinned it to his shirt. She undid a shirt button and reached in, her fingernails gently sliding over his skin as she grabbed the clasp of the pin backing. As she undid the tie pin, she felt his chest with her fingers. The skin was warm to the touch and relatively smooth, with some spots smoother than normal. With the pin removed, she capped it before setting it down on the counter beside them. She then went back to the poorly tied necktie and began pulling it apart. As the thin tail was pulled free, the knot fell apart in her hands. She pulled the ends taut with the tail in her left hand, while her right held the thicker blade before she let them fall against his chest. Smoothing both ends out, she pulled the blade down until the tail was pulled even with the shirt pocket on the other side of his chest. Taking the tail, she aligned it with the buttons on his shirt before crossing it with the blade diagonally. Here, hold this here, she said. Taking his right hand, she placed his thumb and first two fingers onto the tail under where the ends overlapped. She brought the blade under the tail, then wrapped it around the entirety of the tail and his hand before pulling it up the back of the knot. She slid the blade under the pass she just made and pulled it through. You can let go now. Izuku let go as she said to. She slowly pulled the blade while watching the knot to make sure it didn't mess up. Seeing the tie form its triangular knot, she tightened it up to his collar, but made sure he had breathing room. Taking the pin, she lined it up with the unbuttoned area of his shirt and pushed it through. With the needle through both tie and shirt, and she capped it before letting the back of her fingers rub against his chest once more. She then buttoned his shirt back. Moving her hands up, she ran her fingers between the tie and shirt collar, checking if it became bunched up. Finding no issues, she grabbed the popped collar, her thumbs rubbing against his neck as she folded the collar back down over the tie. She ran her fingers along the edge of the tie, ensuring none of it was sticking out. She patted his chest, smiling at him. There, now your necktie looks good on you. If you want, I can show you later how to tie it yourself, she said, her voice low, as she spoke as if her words were only meant for him to hear. Izuku nodded, his face was slightly flushed, with half-lidded eyes. Of course, Momo, he softly replied. She leaned forward as if she was going to say something else, but a clattering startled them both. They looked to the source of the noise and saw Kaminari sheepishly grinning as he picked his bowl up from the table, where he had dropped it. Sorry, the boy said as he cleaned up his mess. Momo looked around the kitchen and saw that all of the girls were there with a few of the boys staring at them. She blushed as she realized how it must look with her hand still on Izuku's chest. Her hand was still on Izuku's chest. Her eyes widened at how it must look to everyone else there. She quickly pulled it off and stepped backwards so she wasn't practically on top of her crush anymore. Wow, Himiko muttered, her own permanent blush darker than usual. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 agreed, nodding along. Momo chanced a glance at Mina and Toru and regretted it. The pink girl was smiling excitedly, while the invisible girl's clothes were vibrating wildly as the girl danced with excitement. Before anyone could say anything potentially embarrassing, Mr. Aizawa walked into the dorm kitchen. Good, the rest of you are here, we have the opening ceremony to attend, grumbled the man, wearing what looked like a fresh hero uniform compared to yesterday's rather worn-looking one. Even his hair was combed, but not tied up. Oh, we're going to that? Izuku asked, surprised. I thought we would be skipping it to do something more meaningful. Before Aizawa could answer, Ida cut in. How can you say that, Midoriya? The opening ceremony is extremely important for an illustrious school such as UA. Do you have no pride for your school? Ida barked their teacher. He is right, as I said Saturday before the quirk assessment, I would have had us do that now. Clubs and school ceremonies are all worthless to a hero. No villain is going to care that you planted a flower garden while you were in the gardening club. You're here to train to be heroes, not make friends. If that's what you want, there's plenty of people eager to take your spot in my class. Ida's mouth hung open at that, stunned by what he heard. If at any moment I feel that you have lost your potential as a hero course student, you will be removed, and if due to factors out of your control, you will simply move to one of the other courses, Aizawa droned out. Momo looked around and saw that everyone in the kitchen and the rest of the class who had followed him in were giving him looks of dread except for a few, notably Izuku and Himiko. They seemed rather calm by his speech. Right, Izuku was taught here, he probably has dealt with Mr. Aizawa enough to be used to it. I'm curious what our upperclassmen are like, then, Kaminari said. What do you mean? Izuku questioned, obviously confused. He means what does Hobo's class from last year look like, Deku? Bakugo yelled at him. Hobo! Momo thought to herself. Does he have a death wish? Aizawa chuckled at the explosive boy's comment. What he means is what is there to even see? I'm confused, Okiko said, her head ped to the side. Oh, yeah, we never told you guys, Himiko said, giggling. Told us what Bun Beach? Bakugo said, hands popping. She smiled at him, yellow eyes almost glowing. There is no 2A. Toga, Aizawa droned. What? You're the one who expelled your entire class in less than a week last year, the girl shot back. The room was silent at that. You expelled your entire class? Momo asked, her voice wobbling. I did, and I won't hesitate to do it again should the need arise. Now, we've wasted enough time here, let's go, Aizawa said, turning to leave the dorms. Momo was not surprised that the first to follow was in fact Izuku and Himiko, as if this whole ordeal was normal to them. As much as Izuku wanted to take notes on the teachers before him, he couldn't. Not with all of the extremely loud whispering coming from both the students and the teachers. Apparently, only the first-year teachers knew that Aizawa would attend the welcoming ceremony, leaving the rest of the staff shocked. Izuku noticed that in the second-year area, there was an empty block of 20 seats that his fellow first-years, from what he could see, were sneaking glances at. What didn't help was that he could feel the second and third years staring at him. While he had never interacted with them before, they had seen him and Himiko on campus before with either Nezu, Aizawa, or even Vlad King. Now, though, he was part of Aizawa's class who was at the opening ceremony. He looked to the stage where all the staff was and saw Aizawa slumped in his seat, pretending to be asleep. Waste of time, my butt. He could have simply started teaching if he didn't want to be here, Izuku thought to himself. Izuku looked around at his classmates and saw that Ida was still looking distraught over Aizawa's speech earlier. Ida, Izuku called out, gaining the boy's attention as well as his class attention. What is it, Midoriya? The stern boy asked. I understand that Aizawa isn't what you thought a UA teacher would be like. No teacher at UA is the same, each homeroom teacher runs their class differently. Also, I've noticed that no one here seems to know who our teacher is as a hero, Izuku said. Then who the hell is he, nerd? Bakugo barked from his seat. Izuku noticed their sister class, 1B was paying attention to them now as he spoke, in particular a blonde boy with blue eyes. He's the Erasure hero, Eraserhead, his quirk neutralizes all quirks before him. There is also the fact that he is an underground hero, he has no hero ranking tied to his solved cases and his captured criminals and villains. I'm sure he would be in the top 5 of Japan if those stats were revealed, though. Both first-year hero courses stared at Izuku and then at the man slumped in his seat on the stage. Yeah right, said the blonde boy in the other class. There's no way that's true. He was promptly shut up by a second year behind him smacking his head. That boy isn't lying. Eraserhead is goddamn terrifying. After he expelled his entire class last year within the first week, he would come to Vlad King's classes and help us out from time to time. He wouldn't leave until several of us were on the ground crying from overusing our quirks. The boy then turned to Izuku. Why are you guys even here? Shouldn't you be at your quirk assessment test with him? Izuku nodded. We did that Saturday before we could move in. Aizawa accepted 21 students, but he only had 20 desks in his classroom. We had to fight for our spot there. The blonde boy gaped at that. He made you guys fight to be his students. Wait, you mean you could pass the entrance exam and still be kicked out? How is that fair? The world isn't fair, Monoma Nito, Aizawa cut in, his voice cold. You of all people should know that. Vlad, do you want to trade students? I think Monoma would be fun to teach. The now-named Monoma balked at that. No, you won't give me the student I would want in exchange for him, Vlad King replied, crossing his arms. What? Monoma exclaimed in shock. Oh hush, I chose you for my class anyways Monoma, Vlad King said. Chose? Monoma squeaked out. Of course, Aizawa stated. Vlad and I sat down and split the 40 of you up into our classes. Your placements on the entrance exams played no factor on what class you got assigned to. You could have scored the lowest of the 36 and still be in 1A. Yeah, that only applies to the other courses at UA, Vlad King chimed in. Each and every one of you was handpicked by Eraser and I to be in our classes based on who would be the better teacher for you. Monoma looked to be in shock at that statement, as if his mindset, just as with Ida's, had been overturned. As amusing as this has been, we should probably begin, came a disembodied voice. Who am I? Is what some of you are probably asking yourself right about now. How did he know? Kaminari asked, his voice a higher pitch. Suddenly Izuku saw Nezu pop up from a trapdoor on the stage with a manic grin on his face. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? Who cares? I'm the principal. Nezu exclaimed. Welcome to UA. From behind Nezu, it was easy to see Aizawa groan in his seat as the students politely clapped. I would like to welcome back our third and second year students. I hope you have enjoyed your break and are ready for another year here with us at UA, Nezu spoke, earning another polite round of applause from the students. And to the first years, welcome to the beginning of your time here with us at UA. Whether you be a hero course, general education, support course, or business course student, we welcome you with open arms. Nezu beamed as he earned another polite burst of applause. This year, we have a new teacher for foundational heroics for first-year students, but they were called away last minute. However, Class 1A will be meeting with them tomorrow, and Class 1B the day after. Izuku noticed Toshi sitting at the end of the stage nearly in the shadows. He caught his mentor's attention and gave him a small smile, which the man happily returned. As Nezu spoke of UA and what they hoped to achieve this year, Izuku began to see why Aizawa skipped this every year. Looking at the man, Izuku was not surprised to see the man actually asleep. And now some words from our vice principal, Nezu stated as he sat down in his seat. From the back of the room came a voice yelling, "We have a vice principal." Midnight jabbed Aizawa in the side, waking him up. "Is it over?" he asked, looking at her. "No, it's the vice principal's turn to speak," she responded. He yawned before saying, "I feel sorry for whoever that is." "That would be you, Eraserhead." Present MIC stated rather loudly. "Fine," he muttered, before getting up and taking the podium. "For those returning, it only gets harder than what you endured last year." His capture weapon dropped from his face as he spoke, revealing his face and the neutral look it bore. First years, his face split into a manic grin, "Good luck." Izuku smiled at the man, ready for everything the man would throw at him. With the welcoming ceremony over, Izuku found himself back in the 1A dorms with the class and Aizawa. "With this, your first day of classes is over with, the rest of the day is up to you, but first, I have some things to go over you with," Aizawa stated. "All meals are served in the cafeteria, but we do keep your kitchens supplied with basic food staples if you wish to cook your own meals. You are free to leave campus to do your own grocery shopping as long as you get it cleared with me or another faculty member so we know when you are on campus or off in case of emergencies. Second curfew is at 10 p.m. be inside this building by then. If for some reason you are in another dorm after curfew, simply use the phone located in the dorm common area to contact campus security. One of us will come to escort you back to your dorms, and you will not be in trouble. Third, basic living disputes are bound to happen, as you are now living with 19 people who do not know your daily routines. Solve these disputes yourselves as best you can, but if I have to step in I will, and it will not end well for either side. Aizawa watched as everyone in the room nodded in understanding, even Bakugo. I will be living between here and the faculty dorms as needed. My room is on this floor and is a full apartment setup, so I will not be in your way, or you in mine. If you have no issues, I will spend less time here and more in the faculty dorms. Izuku blinked at that. It made sense though. It isn't like Aizawa could bring Nemurai or Hisashi here at night. Are there any questions? Their teacher asked, his tone implying he wanted none. Sadly, he would not get that wish. Ribbit, what do we do if there is any damage to the dorms? Some of us have rather destructive quirks, Ribbit, Asui inquired, her finger on her chin. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, obviously done with all of his students for the semester. In the event that the dorms are damaged, simply inform me of the damage and the cause. Accidents happen, and I would prefer that you take responsibility and inform me rather than try to fix the issue yourselves. Ribbit, thank you, sir, Asui croaked out. He simply nodded at her. I will see you all tomorrow morning at homeroom. At that, Aizawa turned around and left the dorms to head for the main campus. After several minutes, Ashido stepped forward grinning as she spoke. So, who wants to do a room showcase? Izuku scared in a breath at the idea of showing his room off. While it wasn't an all-might shrine like his room back home, he still was nervous about showing it off to people who were practically strangers to him. Oh my Doria! Kirishima said, approaching him, gaining the class attention. I've been meaning to ask, what's it like having a floor to yourself? Izuku wasn't sure, as he had spent the previous 2 nights in Himiko's room. All 3 of his friends knew this, causing them to share nervous looks. Quiet, mainly, but even when I was hanging out with Himiko on the girls' side, it seemed quiet, he answered, trying to deflect attention away from himself. Gyro seemed to notice and spoke up, adding on, yeah, I think the rooms are soundproofed. I was playing music yesterday in my room and no one seemed to mind. You were playing music? Hagekyu asked, her clothes stationary for the moment. Ida said, smacking his fist into his hand. UA must have soundproofed the dorms so we do not bother our classmates studying time with our hobbies or conversations bleeding through the walls. Ida looked relieved that a portion of UA was at least matching his seemingly lofty expectations. Izuku let go of the breath he was holding in as the topic got further away from him. Thanks, he whispered in Gyro's direction. She shot him a thumbs up before walking over. I'm not particularly fond of Mina's idea, she said, but it may be a bit fun to see what everyone has done with their rooms. He nodded along with her. Maybe they will get distracted or only show off their own rooms. We can hope, Himiko chimed in as she, Momo, and Okako approached them. While they are doing that, how about we go get lunch? Izuku smiled at that. Sure, let's go. Would you care to join us, Gyro? Gyro looked at them, then at Mina and Hagekyu who were talking about the room showcase. Yes, was her only answer before she headed for the door, with Izuku and the girls following suit. Hey! Where are you guys off to? Mina asked, stepping in front of them. We are off to get lunch, Momo answered for them. My quirk uses the fats I eat to function properly, so I would prefer to not miss meals when I can help it. Keeping to a schedule would be quite beneficial indeed, Ida said, walking up to them. Would you mind if I join your group for lunch? Izuku shook his head, answering, by all means, plus, I've been meaning to ask you questions about your quirk, if you don't mind. My quirk? Ida asked, clearly confused by his statement. Oh, Izuku likes to analyze quirks. He studies them and helps us figure out weaknesses he sees in them, Momo said, smiling brightly as she explained his hobby. Izuku blushed as she continued to talk about his quirk analysis hobby as they walked to the cafeteria. He smiled as Himiko took his hand in hers as they walked. She leaned over and whispered, your room tonight. Gyro sputtered from where she was, causing 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to panic. "She can hear us when we whisper," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 whispered back, voice panicky. "Oh. Sorry 𝐂𝐨𝐽𝐽 whispered back. "It's cool," she said, her jacks twitching as she blushed. "Am I missing something?" Ida asked, executing a confused arm chop. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shook his head. "Just a miscommunication, is all." "So boring," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 thought to himself as present mic screeched about the importance of past participles. So far, his classes on his first full day at UA had been rather uninteresting. I guess this is what happens when you're taught by Nezu personally. "Hey! Wake up!" Present mic yelled, slightly boosting his voice with his quirk. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 noticed a few classmates jolted from their stupors as their teacher woke them up. "Hey now," present mic said in English. "You're an all-star," Kaminari responded, causing present mic to stare at him before laughing. "That's what I'm talking about," their teacher shouted. "Get some energy in YA, and pay attention. This will be on the test." As classes continued throughout the day, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 became increasingly eager for his first heroics class after lunch. He was sure everyone would love to see that their heroics teacher was All Might. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 worked diligently on his classwork, even starting his homework during Ectoplasm's math class as he was past this coursework already. Did Nezu start my UA courses when he was doing my high school lessons as well? I feel like I've done all of this before. Ectoplasm pulled him from musings by dismissing them for lunch. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, Momo called out softly, getting his attention. "With you knowing more than we do about UA, I have a question about today's heroics class. Will it be theoretical or practical?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 smiled. "Trying to find out if you should have a big lunch." She nodded, slightly blushing. Knowing Toshi, he is gonna throw us in the deep end to kick classes off, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 thought to himself. "I hope you're hungry, Momo, I really do. I should have mentioned it yesterday, but with your quirk requiring lipids, you can place food requests with Lunch Rush. That way, on days we have heroics or even quirk training, he can give you the best meal possible." "Oh, that's a good idea," she responded. "I'll set up a time with him to go over my quirk, and we can figure out what kinds of foods work best for me." "Thank you, 𝐒𝐬𝐽." She smiled, beaming at him as Himiko and Okako approached them. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was excited. They were back inside their classroom, waiting for their first heroics class to begin. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was curious to see how his classmates would react to seeing All Might as the secret teacher. "Who do you think is teaching us?" Kaminari asked the class, looking around to see who would speak. "Ribbit, I'm not sure, but they must have years of experience to be teaching us," Zu chimed in. Ida chopped his arms as he spoke. "Regardless, our schedules for this class leave it as to be announced. This is a gross oversight on UA's part." "Maybe," Tokoyami said, looking up from his nap, "it's another underground hero like Mr. Aizawa." "Possibly," spoke one of 𝐒𝐻𝑗's mouths, "or it's a rotational spot, so we get different perspectives on heroics. There are different kinds of heroes, after all." Ojiro nodded at him. "True, not every hero fights villains, some focus on recovery and support." Bakugo scoffed at that. "Why be a hero if you aren't going to fight? Heroes beat up shitty villains, that's their DMN job." "Hey, I hear someone coming, their footsteps are super loud," Gyro said, holding up a hand to silence the room. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked to Himiko, who was smiling back at him. He faced the door and grinned. The door slid open faster than he could see, and suddenly there he was. All Might was leaning into the room, as he held onto the door frame as he shouted, "I am here." Entering the door like a hero. "It's All Might!" Kirishima yelled, pointing at the hero. "Is that his Silver Age outfit, Ribbit?" Zu asked, pointing out the cape ruffling in the wind behind him. "It is," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 confirmed. He retired the cape when he swayed to his current outfit. He only wears the caped outfits for special occasions now. "Good eyes, class, that will be a good talent to hone, distinguishing what outfits your fellow heroes and the villains you fight are wearing. You never know when a villain's clothes are packing a surprise weapon." All Might said as he marched into the room, taking his spot behind the podium. "Now then, your first day of foundational heroics. Today we will be having a practical lesson." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked at Momo, who was staring from All Might and then at him, her mouth hanging open. He gave her a thumbs up, followed by a smug grin. What will we be doing? Kaminari asked, already bouncing in his seat. All Might smirked. I'm glad you asked. He pulled forth a placard and faced it towards them, bearing the word battle. Today we will be doing battle trials, but first, you have to look the part. At that, he pushed a button on the podium, and the wall to their left opened, allowing several shelves to slide out, bearing suitcases with their names and class number on them. These were designed based on your quirk registration forms and the request forms you submitted before classes started. The class cheered at that, everyone talking at once, allowing no one to barely understand what was said by each other before All Might took charge once more. Grab your gear and get suited up. Then meet me at training ground beta. All Might exclaimed, prompting the class to gather their uniforms and head out. Izuku pulled his shirt off as he looked at the contents of his briefcase, the green costume staring back at him. Dude! Midoriya, did that tanuki follow you here? It looks like you have even more scratches on you now, Kaminari said, pointing at his back. Izuku was grateful he had grabbed a locker against the wall, with his right side against it. No one would see the recent bite marks from Himiko drinking his BLD. But the scratches and cuts would probably have to be dialed back before his classmates caught on. I hope not. I don't see any extra ones, but maybe I'm used to being hurt, Izuku said, as he checked out his chest, tracing a finger over Himiko's handiwork. Oh, my, said Emma, as he inspected Izuku's chest. Your body is truly a work of art, but these scars mar your form. Izuku blinked at him, unsure of where he came from. Dude, they prove he has been in fights, they are badges of honor, Kirishima said, walking over, his costume half on. Or was it without a shirt on purpose? Although, he leaned in close, looking at Izuku's chest, who leaned backwards to gain some space, there are some weird marks here. They kinda look like burn marks, but their shape is familiar. Izuku's breath caught in his throat with those words. Try as she might, Recovery Girl wasn't able to remove all of Bakugo's handprints from his chest. A few ghostly handprints lingered. Handprints Himiko was cutting with her knives, replacing scars of hate with those of love. Ida, being a stickler for everything, it seemed, called them to attention. We need to finish getting suited up. We do not wish to keep All Might waiting on our first day of heroics. Do you wish to convey the idea that we are not taking this seriously? Izuku released his breath as the guys stepped back to finish dressing. He looked across the room to see Bakugo staring at his chest, then at his own hand. A strange look crossed his face before it was replaced with his usual scowl. Bakugo grabbed two comically large grenades and stuck his arms through them before locking them into place. Izuku recognized those gauntlets. They were in Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 3. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that. Himiko was finishing up getting her hero costume on. It had been painful to have made from her hair, but it was an ingenious idea on Izuku's part when he discovered that was a possibility. No more of dealing with her clothes falling off or getting ruined from her transformations, no more being a guy wearing panties when she transformed. God, that felt the worst. She had to be careful with her gloves. One wrong move, and her costume would be ruined, or someone would have some new holes in their bodies. Himiko, that looks so nice on you, Ochaka chimed in, walking up to her in a skin-tight black and pink outfit. But are you sure a dress is good to wear for this? A dress? Momo asked, walking up in what looked to be the underlayer of a costume, she hoped. Yes, but I won't reveal everything. A girl has to have her secrets after all, she replied, sticking her tongue out playfully. So, are we the only ones not showing our bodies off? Kyuka asked, from her locker. Her costume looked like regular street clothes so far. Hey! Toru shouted from somewhere. I'm not showing off at all, claimed a floating pair of blue gloves with a matching pair of shoes beneath them. Himiko blinked at that. Are you naked? Yeah, why do you ask? The invisible girl asked back. Kyuka blushed before asking, aren't you worried that a guy may touch you? Maybe she will brush it off as her arm or something. Mina suggested, stepping forward in her sea green and purple costume. All the girls looked at her. Mina, you can't go out like that. Toru yelled out. Why not? The pinkette asked. Kyuka was blushing as she looked at the girl. You're going commando, aren't you? Yeah, how did you know? She answered, tilting her head to the side. Himiko grabbed her phone and took a picture of the problem as she answered, because your PP is eating your DMN hero costume. She showed her the photo, causing Mina to grab the phone as she turned a deep purple. Mina yelled out before running back to her locker. I'm not having a wardrobe malfunction, am I? Momo asked, turning in place. Is that your costume? Himiko asked, staring at the little red leotard she was wearing. It is. I need space for my creations to form. In fact, this covers more than my initial design I submitted. Momo, Kyuka mumbled, can you jump up and down for a moment? Momo looked confused but complied. Himiko felt her eyes travel up and down as Momo's chest heaved in her uniform. She stepped forward and grabbed her outfit. Please don't take this the wrong way, she muttered, before pulling on the chest portion. What are you doing? Momo screeched out. Making sure your melons don't come flying out. Himiko shot back, releasing her. Oh, I made sure to apply double-sided tape to prevent that, Momo explained. Still, that is a lot of skin to expose. All right, girls, line up. Let's make sure we don't give the guys a show by accident, Himiko commanded. Himiko looked over each of the girls' costumes, making sure there was no chance of it coming loose or showing too much. Mina girl, you still have some camel toe going on here, maybe put in a request to have more material here. The pink girl pouted at that. Man, I wanted to look nice, I don't want the boys seeing that. Ribbit, at least that little pervert is gone, Zhu chimed in, dressed in her black and green costume. Pervert that we know of, Kyuka added on. There could be more, but they may not be vocal or as bad. I can't wait to see Izuku in his costume, Himiko said, looking at the repaired wall separating them from the boys. Oh, and we have the pervert here, Kyuka deadpanned. Hey, he's my boyfriend. I am legally obligated to thirst after him. Besides, Toru is Str Kenji, Himiko replied indignantly. Izuku stepped out of the shadowed hallways and into training ground beta. He saw his female classmates standing in front of All Might, and sped up, hoping to speak with his friends. Before the class started, he stopped as he saw Himiko in her costume. It looked like a simple black dress with red accents and a pair of gloves that went up into the dress, but were tipped with sharpened metal claws for climbing surfaces and drawing BLD. In theory, they would pierce skin and draw BLD into hollow compartments that she could later drink from. Somewhere under that cloth, she had several knives strapped to her body for long-range attacks. They even drew up plans for a backpack for alternate costume designs that would arm her with large needles for skinning out and storing BLD for later use. She had considered a more stain-themed costume, but it was vetoed. She had, however, insisted on keeping the red scarf that was hanging simply from her neck. Aizu, you look great. She called out to him, causing the other girls to turn their heads. He was suddenly self-conscious about his black and green jumpsuit. It was similar to his original design, but Himiko had removed the headpiece, stating that it made him look like a green bunny. He had argued that it was to pay homage to All Might's hairbangs, but Toshi said it was a little on the nose. But the green costume with its black lines was still what he wanted. It was basic and simple in its appearance, but held several surprises. Yeah, I like it. Okako chimed in. She was wearing a skin-tight black suit with pink highlights that were rather suggestive. He saw that she had blocky bracelets on, alongside a pink-tinted visor that hooked over her face. Nice costume, Okako, he stuttered out, unsure of where to look. Thanks. I wanted it to be puffy like number 13's costume, but instead, they gave me something skin-tight, she replied, rubbing the back of her head. Hello Izuku, your costume does look quite nice, Momo said, stepping out from behind Okako. Izuku immediately blushed a deep red and turned around as he saw she was wearing such a revealing costume. I can't look at her in that. Izuku, is something wrong? Momo asked, stepping in front of him. Emmo, what are you wearing? He asked, looking her directly in the eye. My hero costume, of course, she replied rather casually. He fidgeted at that, glancing down then back up, his blush deepening at what he saw. Why is it so revealing? He squeaked out, embarrassed. She started to lightly blush due to his reaction as she spoke. Well, I need surface area for objects to form from my skin. My first proposal was more akin to Midnight's first costume. Izuku knew that costume, and he could see it on Momo. He made a strangled noise as he tried to push those thoughts away. It just shows so much, is all, he said before stopping when he heard talking. He looked over his shoulder and saw several of their teachers there, including Midnight. Izuku grabbed Momo's hand and pulled her along to the teachers. Midnight looked up at Izuku in his tight little green costume, showing off his rather muscled body. She smiled at him as she saw him pulling Yorozu behind him in her red leotard, boots, and was that all she was wearing? While Izuku approached them, the rest of the students congregated around All Might as they showed off their costumes. Nemurai, he said low, gaining the teacher's attention. Izuku said he would avoid using first names, but this must be important. Who okayed this? He asked, pointing at Yorozu's costume. The girl flushed at that. Izuku, it's for my quirk. They are made for us by an independent company, then the support course makes changes to them for you as part of their coursework, Midnight answered. I see the problem. Whoever made this one focused on sex appeal rather than practicality. What do you mean? The black-haired girl asked, shifting her weight to another foot as Izuku was still holding her hand. Midnight lifted her arm and tugged on her uniform, ripping it. Then a few seconds later, the material fused back together. Full coverage, no real protection other than the reinforced corset, she said, indicating to her body. Momo said that her first design was modeled after your original, Izuku stated. This caused all the teachers to stare at the girl. I was going to have a coat, she offered. I should have expelled all of them, Aizawa groaned out, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yorozu gasped at that. He's not serious, Izuku assured. Aizawa glared at him as Yorozu scared in a breath. Problem child, go join your class, the oath is starting. Oath? Yorozu questioned. He means All Might, Izuku replied, pulling her back to their classmates, and we will go to the support course later to get your outfit updated. It feels wrong having you dressed like that. I know it's your body, but you will attract a lot of unwanted attention with that design. Nemurai smiled as she watched Yorozu thank Izuku for looking out for her. I hope it works out for them like it did for us, she said, looking at the men in her life. Shouter and Hisashi both nodded, soft smiles on their faces. Ectoplasm and Snipe shared a look before shrugging. Back with the class, Izuku saw that All Might had waited for them before he began the lesson. I hope that didn't eat up too much of his time limit. You all look good, ladies and gentlemen. Now then, for today's lesson, we will be taking a hands-on approach. While on TV, you see hero fights taking place on the streets, the truth is that most villains never want to be caught outside in the light of day. Back alley deals, safe houses, warehouses, and other such buildings are their preferred areas of operation. Today, I will be splitting you up into randomized teams for the class exercise. All Might was about to say something else when he was promptly interrupted. Sir, what is the purpose of randomized teams? Ida asked, his hand raised in the air. His metallic armor gleamed in the sunlight, modeled after the medieval knights, but with modern accents such as exhaust pipes to match his legs. Izuku recognized the design, but would ask later. Ribbit, will we be expelled if we lose, like with Mr. Aizawa? Asui asked, her finger on her chin. She wore a green jumpsuit with black and yellow lines running down it, and on her head, she wore a set of goggles with some lights attached. Doesn't this cape look très magnifique? Ayama asked, his purple cape glistening sunlight. His costume looked more like a knight's than Ida's, and even that special belt he wore matched its design. My quirk isn't super hearing, you know. All Might boomed, calming the class down. Now then, who can answer Ida's question? Izuku and Momo raised their hands to answer. Yorozu. To see how quickly we can adapt to working with a fellow hero whose quirk is unknown to us, she offered. All Might nodded, then looked at Izuku expectantly. To simulate that in the real world, we won't be able to pick who we work with in an emergency, Izuku asserted. Very good, both of you, All Might praised, before turning to Ida. Thank you, that is a valid point, and I did not see it, Ida said with a nod to them both. There will be no punishment for losing today. I am purposely skipping theory and going straight into practical application so that we can see where each one of you stands. These fights will be recorded, allowing Eraserhead and I to go over them together and point out the strengths and weaknesses we observe. You will also be able to request copies of your fight, as well. Thank you, Ribbit. That answered my next question as well, Asui commented gratefully, giving him a slight bow. Nice cloak, but be sure to go for practicality over aesthetic in the future, All Might offered. You should look good while also doing well, and you all look the part of heroes already. All Might then pulled forth a large box. Form a line, draw a ball from the box, and locate your partner. As the line formed, Izuku and Momo got separated, with Izuku standing behind Okiko. He tapped her on the shoulder to gain her attention before asking, "Are you excited?" She stepped forward as their classmates drew their lots. "Yeah, but also nervous. I don't know what to expect." "I'm sure you will do fine," he reassured, watching her draw a ball out of the box. She showed him her ball marked with the letter I. He smiled at that. Of course, Toshi would use English to set up the teams. He then drew his own ball out of the box. It bore the letter C. He stepped back and waited for everyone to draw their lots as Himiko approached him. "I'm on Team E, what about you, Aizu?" she questioned, showing him the ball. "Team C," he replied, showing her his in return. "Oh, we are on the same team, Izuku." He looked forward, seeing Momo smiling at him while holding the ball that matched his. "Oh, this is going to be excellent for us," he commented with a grin. "Momo, we need to start planning on how to take down the rest of our class." Momo blanched at that. "Why?" He held up the ball in his hand as if it was the answer. "Oh," Himiko cut in, "we will be doing team-on-team skirmishes." She giggled as she walked away, looking for her partner. "Tell me, Momo, what kind of riot gear can you make? Smoke grenades, tear gas, tripwire, stun guns, or anything like that, can you make it?" He prompted, his demeanor changing. "I have rough notes on everyone's quirks, but probably not enough to see fatal flaws we can exploit to break them down." Momo blinked at him, her face showing a hint of fear. "Izuku, are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine," he responded calmly, just remembering the times Nezu would have me plan on how to fight against multiple people by myself using various tactics. "Alright, it looks as if you've all found your partners. First exercise is Team C as the heroes versus Team J as the villains." All Might called out, pulling their respective team names from another box. Izuku and Momo stepped forth to his left, while Ashido and Gyro stepped to his right. He waved at his opponents, while Momo was mumbling about various chemical formulas. The pro then produced 4 sets of earpieces for them to utilize. These will let you contact your teammates, as well as give me a direct line of communication with you all. All Might lightly clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention to him. Team J, there are 5 different missions on the table behind me, each written by one of your teachers to simulate various missions they have been on. Go ahead and pick a mission, I will see what you have chosen. Ashido and Gyro headed for the aforementioned table, where Izuku could see 5 unlabeled manila envelopes. They picked the 4th one from the right and handed it to All Might, who thanked them. He quickly opened it and pulled out a few documents. "You have chosen Snipe's mission," he announced while pointing to the hero, who walked to the villain team. The villains are in the middle of a weapons deal in the Shizubachu parking garage, located, he pointed down the street where the corner of the parking garage was visible, there. Snipe will take the villains there and get them set up. They have 10 minutes to stage the scene once they check in. After 10 minutes have passed, the heroes stationed across the street will be free to enter the building. They will have 15 minutes to apprehend the villains with this capture tape, defeat them in combat, or make contact with the weapons cache. Clear conditions for the villains are to survive for 15 minutes with their weapons cache in their possession, or to eliminate the heroes using these. At that, Snipe pulled out a set of guns and handed them to the girls. "Now then, these here guns don't use live rounds like I do. They use paintball rounds. When we get there, I will run you through a quick lesson on how to use them. The hero team will not have access to these unless you drop them." Ida quickly stepped forward upon that revelation, chopping his arm. "How is this fair to the hero team?" 𝐒𝐿 looked at him silently for a few seconds. Villains don't fight fair like most of us heroes do. They will come at you with the intent to kill if they are desperate enough. 𝐬𝐫 chopped once more, but he was cut off as 𝐒𝐿 suddenly snatched the gun from 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝑜's hands and aimed it at 𝐬𝐫. He rapidly pulled the trigger, each click and snap of the hammer punctuated with a wet thud emanating from 𝐬𝐫's armored chest. And like that, you're dead, or at the very least, you're injured and down for the rest of the fight. He returned the weapon to the pink girl, who cradled it gingerly in her hands. "He's right," Aizawa said as he stepped forth. "Expect villains to fight dirty. For a while, you may value honor, but most villains will simply use that against you. Be smart about when to let your honor dictate a mission's success." 𝐬𝐫 stepped back into the line of students who were giving the teachers wide-eyed stares. Even Bakugo was eyeing the gun with a look of displeasure on his face. With the advent of quirks, gun usage in violent crimes dropped, but they are still a great equalizer. Look at America, they repealed the majority of their gun laws, and their crime rates have dropped drastically. Very few quirks can resist gunfire, and even then, they take years of training. Personally, I prioritize gunmen, as they are the largest danger to myself and bystanders, All Might said while motioning to 𝐒𝐿. If I were to spar with the entirety of UA staff, it would be a tie between 𝐒𝐿 and Eraserhead as my top priority. Izuku leaned over to Momo, whispering in her ear, "I can work with this, can you?" She simply nodded. "One more thing for both teams, try to limit your damage to the building as best you can. You don't want to bring the building down on top of you." As both teams headed off to their respective waiting areas, All Might led the remainder of the class to the observation room. As the class was heading inside, All Might waved ectoplasm over to him. "Can you send a few clones to the parking garage and the other testing sites when we run each battle trial? I want to be prepared in case something goes south," All Might asked his fellow teacher, who nodded before opening his mouth and summoning a few clones to oversee the parking garage. "That was a good call," Aizawa complimented as he followed ectoplasm inside. "Now, for the important part." At that, the other teachers looked at him along with a few of the students who'd heard him. A week's worth of detention on Midoriya and Yorozu winning the exercise, the underground hero proposed, his face tucked into his capture weapon. "Gambling?" 𝐬𝐫 queried with dismay, chopping as if his personal morals were being attacked, which they were. Present MIC side. "Man, I want to bet on Gyro and Ashido because of our quirks, but, Aizawa, no one here is dumb enough to bet against Midoriya," Midnight said. "I'll bet against Deku." Bakugo hollered back. "You have nothing to offer," Ectoplasm stated, tilting his head to raise his eyebrows. The blonde roared, his hands popping. "Midoriya wins, your team goes last. He loses, your team goes next. Either way, you play the hero team," Aizawa declared, staring at the boy. "Good. Glitter breathes, get ready to go next," he ordered abrasively. "My name is Mayuga," the boy cried out, obviously affronted by the nickname, but Bakugo had already tuned him out as he glared at the screens. "Momo, can you make thermal imaging equipment?" Izuku asked as they sat in the hotel lobby, across the street from the parking garage. "I can, but it will take a while to make. Can I even start that now, though?" she replied thoughtfully. Izuku turned to the ectoplasm clone that sprayed them. "Can she make stuff ahead of time in preparation for unknown variables?" The clone chuckled at that. "By all means, this is your prep time as well. Use it wisely." "Good," Izuku said, turning back to Momo. "We'll figure out what floor they're on with that. The weapon dealers won't leave their goods alone, so they'll be forced to protect them. How are you with heights?" She blinked but answered, "They don't bother me." "Why do you ask?" "We will go in from the roof and make our way down so we can get some advantage. Gyro will hear us land, so we won't have the element of surprise in our favor. Maybe a drone with a speaker to distract her, if you can make that, but it isn't necessary. Also riot shields, acid resistant if you can, for Ashido and the guns. If Ashido is the planning type, and I'm not sure about that, she will set up acid pools to keep us away from them." He muttered out, his words merging into one. "Izuku, slow down, you're speaking too quickly." Momo blurted out as the thermal imager formed from her thigh. He blushed, realizing he had been muttering again. I can make a speaker drone, but I can't make a device that has sound files on it. I'm still researching those. Izuku pulled his phone out and typed away. I've got that part covered, just work on the various riot control grenades for now. We'll hit them fast and hard. He stood up and motioned to the elevator. Phase 1, we head to the top floor, then access the roof through the stairwell. I will use the thermal imager to locate them while you steer the drone to their floor and park it somewhere they won't see it as it plays. Phase 2, I pick you up, and we jump across to the roof of the parking garage and make our way down to them. Then you toss in the tear gas and smoke grenades while I charge in with a riot shield to secure the area and the weapons cache. Momo simply nodded as the drone and its controller slowly formed from her other thigh. That's a simple plan, but it sounds extremely effective. I've seen your speed firsthand. The class hasn't seen what you did at the recommendation exams. Kyuka sighed as she waited for the trial to start. The quick gun lesson had been interesting. Neither she nor Mina had been quick learners, but Snipe had said it was good enough for a crash course in paintball guns. They were at least hitting the practice dummies most of the time. A whirring noise caught her attention. Mina, we have company. What is it? The Pinkette asked from where she was sitting in the back of the box truck that housed their weapon crate. Snipe was at the other end in a security officer's room with his feet up on the desk, watching them. It sounds mechanical, but it's constant and rather annoying, the ear-jacked girl reported. Then the noise started. A cacophony of distorted screams, metal being torn asunder, and electronic music comprised of ever-changing frequencies. I can't tell where it is originating from. Kyuka shouted. Hey, where did that come from? Mina questioned, pointing at an object on the ground. It was weirdly shaped, but it looked like Momo in her hero costume. SHT. Kyuka screamed right as the object cracked open and her world was enveloped in white silence. Aizawa closed his eyes as Mina pointed out the matryoshka that looked like Yorozu in her hero costume. He grinned as he heard a whine from the speakers, followed by the groans of pain from the class and even a few of his fellow teachers. Oh man, Hisashi groaned out, that has got to hurt. What happened? Kirishima asked, rubbing his eyes as he looked at the camera feeds. Wait, is the building on fire? No, young Kirishima. The hero team has simply turned the tables on the villain team. Any idea how they did it? All Might prompted the class. Tokoyami raised his hand until he was called upon. Gyro has mentioned before that she can hear everything being said in our classroom, so they turned her strength into a weakness. That flash of pure white was a flashbang. It blinded and deafened them. As they looked at the screen, Gyro was on the floor, clutching her ears in pain. Gyro, can you still fight? All Might softly asked, using a headset. He waited for an answer as the girl shook her head on screen. Gyro Kyuka has been eliminated from battle. Simply stay where you are. Snipe or an ectoplasm clone will come and SRT you out. Is that a shield? Ojiro asked as he pointed to a monitor displaying a riot shield, held by Izuku. As his teammate threw more dolls onto the parking level with Ashido, they burst forth, releasing various gases. That was then they caught a glimpse of Izuku's face. He was wearing a full gas mask as he charged towards Ashido in the smoke, who was coughing and rubbing at her eyes before shooting in his direction. He held the shield before him as several paintballs splattered on it, but most simply hit the ground and wall around him, missing their target. With a burst of green electricity, he had moved from one end to the other, the shield still in front of him as he slammed it into her. Demon, that has to hurt, Soto said out loud with a wince as they watched Izuku then push forward and ram her into the side of the box truck, knocking the breath from her lungs while Yorozu ran behind her teammate in a gas mask and climbed into the truck. Hero team wins. All Might declared. All teams stand down. Way to go, Aizu and Momo. Himiko cheered, hugging Uraraka as the two girls watched the boy on screen pull the shield back to reveal a dazed Ashido, who slumped forward into his arms. DMNIT. Bakugo screeched, realizing he had lost the bet. Izuku sighed as he walked into the observation room behind Snipe. He wasn't sure how Himiko would handle this, but it wasn't like Mina didn't know he had a girlfriend. Although Momo kept looking in his direction, it seemed more that she was jealous of the pinkette on his back. Thanks again, Midori, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said as they appeared before their classmates. Mina! Kirishima cried out as he rushed over to his friend. Why are you on Midoriya's back? She sighed from his back. He did a number on me when he slammed me into that truck. I don't think I broke anything, but he knocked the air out of me. I tried to walk on my own, but it was tough, so I asked Midori for a ride back. Izuku did his best not to blush as several people pointed out 𝐻𝐸𝐽's nickname for him. Yes, well, good job to both teams, All Might said in an attempt to bring the class back under his control. But we lost, Jiru pointed out. Be that as it may, it was your first battle trial. Mistakes are bound to happen, but this is the reason for these trials, to learn from your mistakes and find your weaknesses now and not against a real villain. I will say this, though, you took your roles seriously and didn't treat it as a game, All Might stated. Jiru bowed at that. Thank you, sir. You're quite welcome. Now then class, who do you think is the MVP for this round? At that, several hands raised in unison. Ojiro, All Might called out. I would say Midoriya is the MVP. He came up with the plan and followed through on it perfectly, the tailed boy said, while gesturing to Izuku who still had 𝐻𝐸𝐽 on his back. Seitu then raised his hand and spoke when All Might nodded at him. I would say Yorozu is the MVP, as the plan relied on her being able to create the items used. I agree, Izuku said, cutting into the discussion. That plan only worked because Momo was able to create the thermal imager, drone, tear gas, flashbangs, smoke grenades, and the riot shield I used to incapacitate 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Which actually, that plan worked perfectly, too perfectly. What do you mean? All Might questioned, a small grin on his face. Well, I expected acid pools on the ground that we would have to dodge. I expected Jiru to have a way to counter our sonic attack on her, but possibly the flashbang was too much, as it incapacitated her. Sorry about that. When I slammed 𝐻𝐸𝐽 into the truck, I expected her to melt through the truck wall to escape me, Izuku said to the class. How would I have done that? Plus, you knocked the air out of me, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asked from his back. Can you not secrete acid through your costume? He asked, notebook in hand. No, only my shoes. I requested them to have holes so I can use my acid to skate around, she replied before blinking at the notebook. Where did that come from? What do you mean? He asked, writing in the notebook. Did anyone see where he pulled it from? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asked the room, receiving a chorus of no's in return. All Might coughed into his hand to pull attention back to him, causing Izuku to look up suddenly and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to finally slide off of his back. Yes, both Midoriya and Yorozu did an excellent job as the hero team. Now, let's not spend the whole class PRD covering just one battle trial. All Might pulled forth the box once more as he drew the hero and villain teams. Team B as the heroes versus Team G as the villains. Team G, step forward and choose your mission from the remaining ones. Kuda and Seitu stepped forward as the villain team and picked up an envelope before handing it to All Might, who promptly opened it. You have chosen Midnight's mission. Villains have launched a chemical weapons attack on the Shibuya building. The makeup of the gas is currently unknown, so be sure to wear your gas masks. All Might pointed to Midnight, who brought out a box of gas masks for both teams to wear, or you will fall unconscious. Villains, you will have 10 minutes to set up your attack. Midnight will be your weapon, releasing her quirk throughout the building. She will not attack or defend herself, nor will she move unless the villain teams move her themselves via simple commands. Your win conditions are either both heroes are knocked out by the gas, you survive for 15 minutes, or you capture the heroes with the provided capture tape. Midnight walked over to stand with Kuda and Seitu, with both boys blushing lightly. Heroes, your goal is to disable the chemical weapon. You can achieve this by capturing both villains with the capture tape, knocking them out with their own gas attack, or disabling the chemical weapon by making physical contact with Midnight. Now, in a real setting there would civilians that you would have to look for as well if the gas wasn't fatal. One more thing, the composition of the gas is currently unknown, so avoid attacks that would result in flames or electrical sparks. And finally both teams will get a map of the building's layout. At that, the villains left with Midnight, while an ectoplasm clone scurried the hero team to their waiting area. So Kaminari has to fight this quirkless then. 𝐤𝐬 said once both teams were gone from the room. Man, that is gonna be tough. Both the villains are at a disadvantage. 𝐤𝐸 has to consume sugar, which he can't once the mask is on, and 𝐭𝐸 can still speak to animals, but then they would fall asleep due to the gas if they got too close to the building. Plus, we are in a mock city, so other than birds and maybe some small stray animals, he won't have much to work with. As for the heroes, Todoroki's ice will most likely suffice for this, Izuku mumbled out as he wrote in his notebook. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Could you have waited until after we made our bets? Bets? Izuku questioned, his confusion evident in his voice. Wait, was our fight bet on? No one would bet against you other than Bakugo, ectoplasm offered, and now he and Ema have to go last. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Izuku mumbled, embarrassed about what the teacher had said about him. Deku. Don't apologize to that thing extra. Apologize to me for making me have to go last. Bakugo screeched at Izuku as he stomped towards him, smirking as Izuku trembled and took a step back. Before any of the students could say or do anything, the faculty moved. All Might's massive hand gripped Bakugo's shoulder as two ectoplasm clones stood before the blonde. Bakugo, stand down. Or have you forgotten what was discussed with Principal Nezu and I? All Might demanded, his grip tightening as he waited for an answer. Or should I simply fail you for the day? Fine, Bakugo grumbled, his aggressive stance dropping as he let their teacher walk him back to Ema, who gave him a wide berth. Several people in the class looked as if they wanted to ask Izuku questions, but thankfully they gave him his space except Himiko, Momo, and Okiko, who crowded around him to check on him. Aizu, are you alright? Himiko questioned, her eyes looking him up and down, a frown on her face. I think so, he muttered. I didn't think he would try something like that in front of the teachers is all. Don't worry about him, Izuku, Momo whispered as she took his hand in hers, the three of us are here for you. She began tracing a pattern over the back of his hand, earning her a soft smile from him. Yeah, Okiko chirped. The three of us will look after you. Izuku's smile grew as the three girls comforted him. Thank you. Rikido looked at his silent teammate as they entered the building with Midnight. So can you talk at all or no? 𝐭𝐸 looked at him, then to Midnight before speaking. I just prefer to use sign language. My quirk uses my voice, so I try to avoid speaking and using it by accident. Rikido sighed at that. Sorry, I don't know sign language, man. Can you show me yes and no real quick? I may forget them though. My quirk drains my intelligence when I eat sugar to power up. 𝐭𝐸 nodded at that, doing a quick sign for yes and another for no. Okay, I think I have it, Rikido muttered as he copied the gestures himself, though not as smoothly as 𝐭𝐸's had been. Midnight, would it be improper to carry you if we need to make a quick escape from the other team? Not at all, Midnight answered, looking at him then 𝐭𝐸. We're here to teach you boys how to work in the field. Carrying civilians and injured heroes is something you will all face at some point in your time here and in the field. Okay, so I saw this in a movie where they used the air conditioning system to spread a gas throughout the building. Want to try that, 𝐭𝐸? Rikido asked. His teammate ped his head in thought, before signing, yes. Rikido smirked and pulled out the map of the building they were given, giving one side to 𝐭𝐸 to hold as they looked it over. So it looks like there are 2 AC units we can access. Which one would you like to use? 𝐭𝐸 answered by tapping the top floor unit, before putting his mask on. Good idea, Rikido said, but I will wait until we have Midnight start. I want to eat some sugar right before I put it on. So what's the plan, Todoroki? Denki asked as he stared at the map they had been given. Your quirk is electricity, correct? Todoroki asked him. Yeah, so I won't be able to do much besides hypothetically blow up the building if I sparked up. Man, it's a good thing you don't have a fire quirk, otherwise we would both be doing this quirkless. Denki chuckled, not noticing Todoroki freeze up at that. Yeah, Todoroki finally muttered. I will freeze the building with my ice. And enter first. The cold may disperse the gas, or it could cause another unknown effect, but let's keep the masks on once we enter, just to be safe. Denki nodded as he slipped his mask on over his head. All Might then cut in through their earpieces. The hero team can now begin. Todoroki headed for the building without even glancing back at Denki. This shouldn't take long. Stand back. With that, he placed his right hand on the building, and from beneath his palm a wave of ice flowed forth, wreathing the building in a layer of ice. Denki gasped at the sight, his breath fogging before him as he felt the warmth sced from the air around him. Diamin, that was fast. Let's head in. They could be anywhere. I don't want to lose due to not finding them in time, Todoroki said, his voice flat as he pushed the door open. Izuku blinked as he watched the camera feed for the second battle trial. A world of ice had appeared as Todoroki touched the building, leaving the villain team trapped in the air conditioning room, Midnight's quirk building up in there as the system seized. Izuku flipped to the entry for Todoroki and wrote a few things down, noting his stance when using the quirk, the side of the body touching the wall, and his shivering that he was trying to avoid showing. Sadly, this trial wasn't going to give him any new information on the others. Look at Midnight. Present MIC laughed, pointing at his girlfriend. I bet she wishes she had a coat for her costume now. Aizawa merely shook his head, muttering about her being illogical. Hey Midori, Ashido cut in, distracting him from the teacher's discussion. What you writing about now? Oh, he replied, surprised by her curiosity. I was hoping to take notes on their quirks beyond what I saw at Mr. Aizawa's assessment test. However, Todoroki freezing the building and the villain team inside is a good plan. This battle trial and the teams just aren't the best matchup to let all of them prove their worth. But it teaches a valuable lesson. Ribbit, what lesson is that? Zu questioned, looking from the screens to Izuku. Izuku looked around the room to see not only his classmates staring at him, but the teachers as well. That at the end of the day, no matter how much training you do, there will be a weakness that someone will see and they will exploit it. Bakugo scoffed at that. Well, what weaknesses does Candy Cane have then? Several. A few of them he doesn't seem to be aware of, and few are intentional, it seems, but he refuses to fix them, Izuku commented as he watched Kaminari walk by Todoroki, who was starting to slow down. Bakugo squinted at the screen. God damn it, he groaned. How the F is Endeavor's kid this thing retted? Himiko whispered in Izuku's ear after that little exchange. That was almost civil of him. I know, Izuku softly replied, and it scares me. Shouto was getting annoyed. They had cleared 2 floors now and had yet to find the villain team, and he was getting colder. Hey man, you okay back there? Kaminari asked as he ducked his head back into the hallway. You seem to be slowing down. I'm fine, we just need to find the villain team, Shouto replied curtly, flexing his hand to get the BLD flowing in it again. I hope we didn't trap them anywhere bad, Kaminari muttered, in an attempt to change the subject. Trap them? Yeah, like, what if they were gassing the floors one at a time and are now in an iced-up elevator? You could say we caught them, since they can't escape, but All Might hasn't said anything about that, so it may not count. At that their headsets crackled to life. If they were trapped in the elevators, or another precarious situation, I would have ended the battle trial, Kaminari. I have been getting updates from Midnight on their situation, but thank you for worrying about your classmates. So they aren't in an elevator, I had not thought about that, Shouto said, continued walking down the hallway before tacking on. Thank you. Oh sir, would we as heroes have access to security cameras? Kaminari asked their teacher. You know, like in those American mafia movies, where they have to trick the security guards. I like your style, kid. Yes, in the field you would, but these battle trials are merely to give us teachers an idea on where to start with your training. Security rooms are not all the same, so you could potentially eat up all your time trying to find the right videos to watch, All Might replied in their ears. I hadn't thought of that, Shouto commented looking at his teammate. Kaminari shrugged at that. My mom was born in America, so we go over there a lot. Movies over there tend to be more exciting than what we have here. Like, there was one movie where they used the air ducts to spread a gas. Kaminari pulled out the map they were given. Hey, there are 2 air conditioning rooms here. We checked one of them, let's check the other one on the top floor. Shouto blinked at that. A movie? You think they used an idea from a movie? It would be the quickest way to spread the gas through the building, Kaminari replied, motioning to an air vent, but you froze the building, so the system probably froze as well, so we didn't notice it not working. So it seems the heroes have finally taken notice of the air vents, Tokoyami muttered, pointing at the screen. Izuku looked at the screen showing the villain team. True, but will they find them in time? We can't see much of the room they are in, so we don't know if they barricaded it shut when the hero team entered, Ojiro mused. And it's possible Todoroki's ice helped as well. It may eat up their time if he tries to thaw the ice, so instead, he may simply use more ice to break the door open, Izuku offered, watching Kaminari and Todoroki ascend the stairs as quickly as they could. 5 minutes remain, All Might announced in the headset. The camera showed Todoroki's face as that announcement was broadcasted, his face contorted in anger as those words reached him. On the camera, Kuda gave the camera a thumbs up, while Seitu paced in place. It was obvious the boy's quirk was affecting him. Kuda had to stop him several times from removing the gas mask and knocking himself out. 3 minutes remain. All Might announced once more as the hero team reached the top floor. On screen, Kaminari pointed at a door that was iced up, but had some pink gas seeping out. Kuda gestured to Midnight, who increased her quirk's output, flooding the room with the pink mist, tinting their camera feed. Izuku had his notebook back out now. Something was going to happen in the last moments of this trial. Seitu's muscles bulged as he faced the direction of the door, with Kuda between him and Midnight, who was standing in the corner of the room. Kaminari was in front of the door, his capture tape in hand as Todoroki knocked the ice from the door. Satsuo lurched, kicking the door open and releasing a massive cloud of sleep gas that he then emerged from, fist-paired as he charged Kaminari. Kaminari flinched, the capture tape growing slack in his grip, right as Seitu punched him in the stomach, lifting the blonde up into the air until his ascent stopped and fell back onto the ground, curling up in pain. Kaminari Denki is eliminated. All Might called out. Todoroki got up on shaky legs, his breathing haggard, and slammed his right foot down. A surge of ice erupted and engulfed Rikido mid-charge. He stumbled forward and leaned against the recently summoned ice. Seitu Rikido is eliminated. Both teams are down to 1 man. 1 minute remains, All Might stated. Izuku gulped. This was not what he had expected to happen. He looked at the camera that had just shown Kuda. It showed an empty room now. On screen, Todoroki looked into the room and his face darkened. He screamed as he slammed his right hand onto the floor, a new surge of ice erupting forth, and the building was now frozen from the inside, save for Todoroki and Kaminari. Kuda, can you move? Midnight, are you two all right? All Might shouted into his headset. He waved to Ectoplasm, who began summoning more clones. The villain team is unable to battle. Todoroki, unfreeze Seitu, and then I will direct you to where Kuda and Midnight are. Do you hear me? I will send for Recovery Girl to check them over when they get back here, Ectoplasm said as his clones marched out of the room. Hey, present MIC cut in, send a clone to Lunch Rush and get a thermos of something hot to warm them up. Yorozu, can you make blankets for them as well? We want to prevent hypothermia, even if it is a small risk. Momo nodded to his request and began producing several rolled-up blankets from her thighs. I'm glad I ate a large lunch for today like you suggested, Izuku. However, if I need to do something like this for another trial, then I will need to eat when we get back to the dorms. After the battle trials, I will give the class a pass to head to the cafeteria for Lunch Rush to make you guys a light meal to hold you over until dinner, Aizawa said, his tone still flat as he eyed Midnight as she stepped inside the room, slightly shaking. We don't need you overextending on your first day. Again, this is to simply find your limits and weaknesses. Izuku leaned over to Himiko and whispered in her ear, Aizawa's dad is starting to show again. Jiru snorted. His dad is showing, she quietly asked. Yeah, Aizawa is a total dad at times. He had to give us a talk on move-in day about how he can't be nice to us anymore since we are his students now, Himiko replied. What did Midoriya break this time? Recovery Girl asked as she entered the room. Nothing, I promise, Izuku quickly answered, waving his hands before him. The small lady glared at him. You nearly broke me, Midori, Ashido said, leaning on him. Or did you forget you had to carry me back? I didn't mean to hurt you, Izuku stammered out, his face blushing red as he looked away from Ashido. Mina, Himiko said, her voice low. I can tell you like to tease, but please get off of Aizu. He clearly doesn't like it. Cat fight? Kirishima asked Zero. Cat fight, Zero replied, nodding his head, before jolting where he stood as Jiru's jack stabbed him and Kirishima in the ear. Shut it, you two, she hissed, glaring at them. Jiru, don't attack you classmates in front of us, Aizawa droned. But Bakugo, Himiko started. Stopped before he did anything that warrants punishment, Aizawa retorted, and I will have a talk with him after class about his actions. Bakugo growled from his spot at the back of the room, but was quickly drowned out by All Might clapping his hands. Welcome back, teams. You both did admirably out there. Seitu, Kuda, if your team lasted another 10 seconds you would have won the exercise. For a battle trial that hindered you both did a fantastic job. Sometimes, holding out is the best option you have. All Might then turned to the hero team. You two did exceptionally as well. The villain team had a good idea with the air vent, and that was smart of you to think of it, Kaminari. Thank you, sir, Kaminari said with a quick bow. Todoroki, All Might said, turning to face the boy, while your technique worked, in a real-world situation you would have to think about civilians. Granted, the building's sole occupants this time were your classmates and teacher. Something to think about during your time here at UA. The boy nodded, but said nothing. Right, who of the four that just went is the MVP? Izuku, Momo, and Ida raised their hands. Ida, what can you tell me? Ida chopped his hand as he answered, I would say that Todoroki was the MVP, as he halted the attack when his ice froze the air conditioning unit as well as sealed the other team in the room they had chosen. All Might nodded at that, then motioned to Momo. I would suggest Seitu as the MVP, Momo countered. While they may have lost, his plan was good, and with the 10 minutes they had, if they had a second goal or a target they would have succeeded in the real world. He even bought Kuda time to escape with Midnight. With his distraction, even taking Kaminari down. Yeah, that punch did me in. I thought about coating myself in electricity to stun him, but that would have disqualified us though, right? Kaminari asked, rubbing his stomach. Correct. While Midnight's quirk isn't flammable, the next time you face someone like this, their quirk may be, and you could destroy the building. There have been a few villains that caused gas leaks to keep heroes that use fire or electricity at bay. You made the right call, All Might replied, shooting him a thumbs up. Midoriya, did you have something to say? No sir, they both covered what I wanted to say, Izuku said, his notebook once more in his hand. Very well, on to the next trial. All Might announced, the box once more in his hand. This time as the heroes we have Team E versus Team H as the villains. Team H, step forth and choose your battle trial. Ojiro stepped forward and looked at the 3 remaining files. Which one do you like, Asuri? The frog girl stepped forward, her finger on her chin. It's too bad we have no hint on what they are about, or who wrote them, she said before grabbing an envelope. This one good for you. Ojiro nodded. I had thought about that one as well. She then handed the envelope to All Might, who smiled. You have chosen my mission. All Might declared. What? All Might wrote one those too. Izuku thought to himself, slightly upset he didn't get his mentor's mission. There, Aizu, Himiko muttered, patting his back. Jealousy doesn't look good on you. He blushed. Heroes, the villains have set a bomb up in the Goji office complex. You will have 15 minutes to either defeat the villains, capture the villains with the capture tape, or reach the bomb. Now, when I planned this lesson, all of you would have done this same trial, but it was suggested that I bring my fellow teachers in on it, and so we devised 5 different trials that all resemble each other in some way. However, Nezu decided to alter this one. Making contact with the bomb is not enough to win. You must simply defuse the bomb. There are simple instructions to follow on what chords to cut in which order. Mess up, and you get a face full of paint and lose. All Might then turn to the villain team. Villains, your objective is to last 15 minutes, defeat the heroes, or capture them. You are not allowed to tamper with the defusal instructions on the bomb. You are not allowed to tamper with the defusal instructions on the bomb, Izuku thought to himself, a smile spreading on his face. So maybe it's good I didn't get this one. He looked at his girlfriend standing next to Ida as All Might gave them their earpieces. Izu, you have that look on your face again, Momo said, her tone worried. Sorry, it's just the villains could win this one at any time if they so choose, it seems, he replied. Himiko will probably figure that out, and try to. Let's have a good match, you guys, Himiko called out to Asui and Ojiro. Yes, let's do our best. Ida chimed in with an arm chop. Yeah, I'd like to test my skills out against someone I haven't sparred with as well, Ojiro said with a smile on his face. Asui simply looked at the hero team and ribbited. Himiko cooed at her, causing the frog girl to faintly blush. Ready to watch your girlfriend flounce them? Okako asked, standing close to Izuku. Why? Izuku stuttered as he felt her rub up against him. You okay, Izuku? Momo asked, leaning forward to check his temperature with her forehead, and giving him a look down her hero costume. Himiko sighed as they reached their waiting area and All Might began the prep time. We are at a massive disadvantage here. What do you mean? We are the same level as the other hero teams were, Ida commented. She squinted at him. The villains can win as soon as All Might says go. How could they do that? What did he tell the villains about the bomb? Not to sabotage it. Not to sabotage the defusal instructions, she clarified. Pull the wrong wire and it explodes. What kind of villain plants a bomb inside of a building and guards it for 15 minutes until it explodes? His eyes widened at that. Ribbit, All Might? Zu asked, pressing down on the head earpiece. Yes, Asui, their teacher replied. We can set the bomb off early, can't we? She flatly asked. We can't do that. Ojiro interjected. He said not to sabotage it. I said not to sabotage the defusal instructions. Very good catch there. Mind telling me how you got it? Ribbit, I have 2 younger siblings who are always trying to bend the rules when I have to babysit them, she answered. I've gotten used to looking for loopholes in rules. Would you pull the wrong wire and set the bomb off? Ribbit, I would, but then we wouldn't learn much from this, would we? All Might laughed at that. I and the other teachers would count it as a win. We discussed this beforehand. Ojiro, I'm going to scout the hallways, Zu said before jumping up and sticking to the ceiling. I want to win this, so if the heroes come, detonate the bomb. The hero team may enter the building, All Might announced through the earpieces. Himiko stepped towards the building, looking up at it. Good, they haven't set the bomb off early. Hopefully my trick worked. Trick? Ida asked. When I said let's have a good match, it was to keep them from setting the bomb off early and to let us actually fight, she replied. Ah, so that we may see where our weaknesses lie so our teachers can help us. Ida said with an arm chop. She smirked at that. Yeah, so I'm going in first. You come in after me. What? But I clearly have the more defensive outfit, Ida said, walking forwards. Yes, and they will see you. At that, Himiko disappeared. All Might, my partner disappeared, Ida called in. Toga is fine, you had better get going, young Ida. What the hell? She disappeared. Kirishima exclaimed, pointing at the camera feeds. Toga does that from time to time, Aizawa droned. Think nothing of it. Is that her quirk? Seitu asked. No, it is not a quirk, but a skill she has honed. Over the past 2 years. She probably won't even need to use her quirk for this, Aizawa continued. The class turned back to stare at the screens, seeing Ojiro guarding the bomb while Ida walked down a hall, checking rooms. Hey, is that Zu? Hagekyu asked, pointing at a feed. Oh, it is, Izuku said, stepping forward and squinting at the screen before pulling out his notebook. Midoriya, do you by chance see something that has eluded us? Tokoyami questioned, trying to see what the green-haired boy saw. How far away are we from their battle trial, All Might? Izuku asked, looking at his mentor. All Might smirked before replying, 1 block away. Hopefully you guys handle this skill. His laughter boomed around the room. Himiko watched Zu walk by her, not even sensing her. You'd think a prey quirk would be more alert, or maybe she is accustomed to the little flies that she doesn't think to look for the big cat in the grass. Himiko dropped her concentration, her presence once more entering the world. Zhu flinched, then slowly turned around. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 saw herself in the reflection of Zhu's goggles. Her eyes were thin slits with a faint yellow glow, her dress hung limply from her frame as her clawed fingers sunk into the wall. She crawled forward and Zhu took a step back. This would not do. Remembering what it had been like when Stain faced her, she pulled her hatred for fake heroes forward and her bloodlust seeped forth. She crawled forward once more and the frog girl merely stood in place, her chest barely moving, her pupils had gone blank. The girl had fainted from fear on her feet. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 stepped from the wall and onto the floor. She pulled her capture tape from a pocket and quickly wrapped it around the girl. 𝐴𝐻𝐸 you has been eliminated. All Might announced in her ear. An ectoplasm clone will come collect her shortly. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 sniffed the air. There it was. In the air, its sweet metallic scent calling to her. Someone was bleeding. She ran down the hall, leaving the traumatized frog behind. What the F was that? Katsuki screeched to the room, seeing a few of the DMN extras faint from whatever that was. That was Toga's will or spirit made manifest. 𝐴𝐻𝐸 walked by her and never even noticed her presence. Toga taught her the dangers of that mistake, All Might answered. And now it seems she has caught wind of the fight between Ida and Ojiro. Katsuki watched as the blue stick in the mud traded kicks with the tailed boy. The blonde seemed untroubled about kicking armored shins with his own, unarmored ones. Are those two idiots just going to kick each other until the clock runs out? No one in the room said anything in response to that. Oh, Deku said, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 is finally entering the room now. He looked back at the screen and saw something from a horror movie. Bun Beach was crawling across the ceiling while the two fought. Neither boy seemed to notice her on the ceiling or the marks she was leaving behind. She dropped down, her clawed hands reaching for Tail Boy. He dodged her attack, smacking her with his tail and sending her skidding away from him. Katsuki chuckled at the sight, then frowned when the boy clutched his tail. The hair at the end dyed red from the BLD. She had cut him when he struck her. Armored legs ran in front of her and delivered another kick, sending the other boy scampering backwards. As he moved out the way of the camera, he noticed that Bun Beach had disappeared again. The tailed boy looked around and, in a desperate measure, spun in place, the BLD from his wound flying forth and hitting the other boy's armored chest. Katsuki squinted, some of the BLD looked off. There she is, he thought, grinning as she came back into view. BLD spattered across her face. His grin fell as he watched a long tongue like the BLD from her face. Both boys stared at her transfixed as her form was swallowed in a grey ooze before another copy of the tailed boy stood before them. Oh, so she did use it after all, Hobo droned, watching the screen more intently now. Did she drink his BLD? His annoying teammate asked. Somehow, he still glimmered, but less so now as he looked paler than before. She did, and if I hear a word from any of you about her quirk being villainous, there will be hell to pay, their homeroom teacher said, his eyes glowing red as his hair floated around him. She is a quick learner, All Might said, breaking the tension. Katsuki looked back at the screen and saw the two tailed boys duking it out, both using their tails to fight. He wasn't sure which was real and which was Bun Beach. Oh, there she was, one of them yelled at Legs to go get the bomb. He took off, but was stopped by a tailed boy, jumping in front of him, who was quickly roundhouse kicked away by the other, who leapt after him. He took off again and reached the bomb. It looked like an oversized firework rocket, but the boy pulled open a door that revealed several wires of various colors. He began reading the instructions on the inside of the door before pulling 3 wires out in rapid succession. Hero team wins. All Might shouted into his headset. On screen the two tailed boys stopped fighting and looked at Legs, who was standing by the rocket, still holding the wires. Then the boy on the left began to melt, and Bun Beach was standing there in her costume. She looked at the two boys and hurried out of the room. As soon as All Might called the trial, Izuku was walking out of the door. He had seen the look on 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻's face the moment she dropped the transformation. She needed comforting whether she wanted it or not. He didn't even have to look behind him to see that Momo and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 were following after him. Do you know where she would go? 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻 asked, walking on his left. Yeah, or are we checking every building? Because it may be quicker to split up if so, Momo suggested. No, I know where to find her, Izuku said, turning down an alley. There ahead of him, Himiko was sitting against the wall, tucked in on herself. She looked up at him as he approached. Aizu. And Momo and Okiko too. Her eyes were wet with tears that had yet to fall. It's fine, we're here now, he said, as he sat beside her. Do you want to talk about it? I just thought that I could do the trial without having to use my quirk in front of them. Then Ojiro threw his BLD on my mouth and I swallowed it, she mumbled. Then I transformed into him and fought him. You did very good in your fight against him. I wasn't sure if you would get his tail or how much skill would be required to use it, he said, hugging her close to him. Momo sat down on her other side, patting Himiko's leg. It showed that you are a skilled fighter and can adjust to any type of body when transformed. I can only see that as a boon. Yeah, Okiko chimed in. Plus whatever you did to 𝐤, you caused a few of our classmates to stumble, even a few to pass out as well. I did. Himiko questioned, looking at Okiko. Yeah, I actually stumbled a bit, but All Might said it was just your will. Okiko explained, or tried to at least. It's an intimidation tactic Himiko has learned, same as how she erases her presence. Izuku offered in an attempt to draw them away from how she copied Stain. But you were amazing, Himiko, obviously the only pick for MVP, Izuku said as he leaned over and kissed her in front of the other two girls. Oh my, Momo gasped from the other side of Himiko, blushing as she watched them kiss. Wow, Okiko muttered. Should we stop them? At that Izuku pulled back, his face burning as he blushed, even his ears felt hot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. She just looked so. Izuku fell short of finishing his sentence as he waved his hand circularly at Himiko. Cute. Okiko suggested. Kissable. Momo offered. You think I'm cute and kissable? Himiko asked the two girls, who began blushing as well. Before anyone said anything else, Aizawa appeared at the end of the alleyway and walked towards them. There you are. I've been looking for you for. I knew Himiko would be upset about accidentally using her quirk like that, so I went to find and comfort her. Momo and Okiko followed along for the same reasons. Izuku replied, standing up from his spot and offering Himiko a hand, which she took. I was just afraid of how the others would react to seeing me drink BLD, Himiko muttered. So I just didn't come back right away. Aizawa walked up to her, placing a hand on her shoulder as he spoke. It is okay, Himiko. No one is going to judge you for your quirk, and if they do, they will be dealt with. She sniffed at his words. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Welcome back to class, you four. All Might called out to them as they entered the room. Now then, fantastic job, all four of you. Now who can tell me who the MVP for the trial was? Izuku kept his hand down, as he knew he would be more biased than usual. Shuji raised a hand up. I would say Toga, sir. She took Asui down with a single move and then supported her teammate for him to take the win. She kept Ojiro occupied long enough that Ida was able to disarm the bomb correctly. Ribbit. Asui softly croaked out. Toga. Ojiro called out to her. Yes, she tentatively answered. Have you ever, he paused mid-sentence as if looking for the right words, transformed into someone with a tail before? No, you were the first, she replied, her curiosity clear in her voice. I'm surprised. You were able to keep up with me rather well. At my dojo, I tend to win most matches and spars due to my tail. It was nice fighting on equal footing for once, it showed where I'm lacking, he stated while scratching his cheek. If the teachers are okay with it, I would like to spar again with you as me. You're okay with me using my quirk on you? Himiko asked, surprised. It's just a quirk. Why would I care? The tailed boy asked. I would be okay with it, if the teachers are, she answered with a shaky smile. Of course, Aizawa stated. Ojiro, you and I will meet with Recovery Girl later today and go over several aspects of Toga's quirk. The boy nodded to him and then to Himiko before stepping back to stand by Asui, who was peering at Himiko. Now then, All Might said, gathering their attention, it is time to pick the next two teams. He brought forth the box once more and drew. Team I as the heroes versus Team A as the villains. Team A, you may pick one of the two remaining missions. Team A consisted of Shoji Mizo and Hagekyo Toru. Shuji was the tallest boy in the class and the largest, while his teammate 𝐻𝐻𝐽 was more of a mystery. Other than an outline from her regular school clothes, no one knew what she looked like. They both use blue in their uniforms, Izuku thought to himself as he watched the boy nod to the girl, who grabbed an envelope and carried it over to All Might, who held his hand out for her to place it there. "Here you go, All Might," 𝐻𝐻𝐽 exclaimed with a wave of her gloves as he took it from her. Smiling, the man opened the envelope with enthusiasm. "Villains. You have chosen present MIC's mission. Your villainous duo here has decided to make a name for themselves and have decided to attack the Kirishima Hero Agency." Okiko gasped at that, earning a chuckle from most of the room. "Your goal is to breach the defenses of the Hero Agency, then defeat the heroes in combat, capture them with the provided capture tape, or break into their security room and turn off the security systems," All Might explained. "We get to defend against the villains this time, that's totally my thing," her teammate said, clashing his hands together, creating a grating sound. She looked at his arms and saw that the skin now looked like chunks of rock from a cliff. "Heroes!" All Might called out, snapping her back to attention. "Your goal is to survive for 15 minutes, or defeat or capture the villains. As long as one of you remains in the security room at the 15-minute mark, you win. Present MIC will take the heroes to the agency building, while an ectoplasm clone will escort the villains to their starting point. MIC will give the heroes a quick run-through of the security features, then your 10 minutes to prepare will start." "Hey Zoo?" Himiko asked, slowly approaching the frog girl as the hero and villain teams walked out. The girl in question loudly croaked at the sound of Himiko's voice, her eyes wide as she looked at her. "Hey, are you feeling okay? I didn't expect that to knock you out like that," Himiko softly said, taking her time to speak softly. "I didn't expect that at all, Ribbit. It was like facing someone with a predator quirk, and I just froze up. I tend to be blunt with everyone, so please don't take this the wrong way, but you scare me." Himiko faltered at that, biting her lip. She was about to walk away from the girl, but was stopped by a hand on her shoulder. "But so does my friend, Habuko. She has a snake head and a paralysis quirk that she uses on me occasionally," Zoo commented. "She used to stalk me in high school, but one day I approached her and realized she was as lonely as I was. So I decided to be her friend. We still talk to this day." At that, Zoo produced her phone and, after messing with it, handed it to Himiko, who saw a photo of Zoo standing next to a girl with a snake's head crowned by a mane of dark red hair. Himiko began. "I would like for us to be friends too," the frog girl bluntly stated. "You want to be friends because I scare you?" Himiko asked, confused by that idea. "Ribbit, yes. Is that odd?" Himiko smiled at that. "No, it really isn't." Izuku waited with bated breath as he watched Okiko be walked through the security features on screen. It would make sense that she stays in there. Kirishima is more of a fighter and doesn't like the idea of waiting. Having him run around the building and keep the other team from getting in would be best. "I'll put a week's worth of detention on the table," Snipe's voice drawled from the teachers. "I'll take the heroes on this," countered Midnight before looking to Aizawa. "Well, who do you think will win?" "Can't say. I see this being another last-second resolution like your battle trial was," Aizawa muttered into his capture weapon. "Why don't we ask our quirk expert?" Ectoplasm suggested, looking towards Izuku. "Hey?" Izuku asked, lifting his head from his notebook. "Midoriya," the teacher asked, causing the class to look at the green-haired boy, "who do you think will win this trial?" Izuku blinked, then opened his mouth. "Well, I know Okiko's quirk better than the others so far. She can lift between 1 and 2 tons before she feels a strain, and when used on herself she becomes nauseous. I have a plan to counteract that, but Momo wants to get a teacher involved before I start giving classmates random pills to take, so maybe Recovery Girl would be good for that. As far as activation goes, she has to touch all 5 fingers of one hand to an object to remove the effects of gravity on it while it still retains its mass. This seems to be out of her control, as she tends to hold everything with her pinky fingers sticking out. She cancels the effect by holding her hands together, but all items have their gravity released at the same time. She could make Kirishima lighter, allowing him to access various locations of the agency building at a quicker rate than he normally would. Izuku, please breathe, Momo interrupted, placing a hand on his shoulder and shaking him slightly. Izuku stopped his ramble and looked at her for a moment before saying, "Thank you, Momo, I just got carried away there." He noticed her hand was still on his shoulder. "I am so ready for this weekend," he thought to himself as he took a few breaths. So for what I have seen of Kirishima and his quirk, he seems like the brawler type. Hardened punches and an armor-like skin should allow him to tank whatever Hagekure and Shuji throw at him. It is probably tied to his stamina, but if Okako can lighten him, running around and fighting may allow him to conserve energy for the trial. It is an overall simple quirk at the moment, but he may have a few tricks we haven't seen yet either, Izuku muttered. And the villain team? Ectoplasm inquired. Well, Hagekure has her invisibility, so if they can find a way to get her inside, she can make her way to the security room. Granted, I don't know what kind of features the building offers either, what else Hagekure can do with her quirk, or if she has any support equipment that we can't see, Izuku began before Kaminari raised his hand. What do you mean, support equipment we can't see? The blonde asked. Well, maybe she can make objects she carries invisible. Again, I am not sure what she can and can't do. Plus, her hero costume may have some stuff she hasn't shown off, Izuku answered. And what of her partner in villainy, Shuji? Tokoyami asked from the back of the room. Well, that's where it gets tricky. Shuji is a bit of a wildcard so far. I've seen him turn his extra arms into sensory organs such as ears, eyes, and mouths so far. Maybe he can increase the muscle mass in the arms, and maybe he isn't limited to 6 arms, maybe he can create more limbs from the 6 as well. If that is true, he would be like a 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. Granted, he only has one head, Izuku muttered as he watched the multi-limbed boy on screen talk with the floating gloves. Heka what? Siro asked from beside Tokoyami. The 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 were 3 giants from Greek mythology that helped the Olympian gods overthrow the titans that preceded them. They were said to be monstrous beings born of the sky and earth, just as the titans were, but that they bore 50 heads and 100 arms, Tokoyami answered. Midoriya, Aizawa called out, please avoid calling your classmates and staff members mythical creatures. Not everyone is going to know what you mean and take it as an insult. Nezu seems fine with me calling him a chimera, Izuku replied immediately. Aizawa simply sighed. Mizu looked at where his partner was standing, or rather, where her shoes and gloves were standing. So your quirk makes you invisible, what about other items? Nope, just me. I was even born invisible, Hagekure replied, her gloves dancing around as she spoke. He tilted one of his mouths at that. So your costume is, just these gloves and shoes, she said, waving each piece as she said it. Oh, was his only response to that. Well, I think you have the best chance of reaching the security room once we breach the building. Once inside though, it would be for the best if you lost the gloves and shoes so you don't give yourself away, he suggested, pointing at a section of the map they were given. You want me to strp and streak? She asked, a gloved hand spread over where he thought her mouth would be. Aren't you already string? He asked, raising an eyebrow at her. I'm just messing with you, she laughed, lightly smacking his left arms. So how do we get me inside? He turned to the ectoplasm clone that was waiting with them. Do these vehicles work? He asked, pointing to the ones parked on the street. The clone simply chuckled before answering. They do. Which one do you want to use for your plan? Mizu pointed and he heard his partner giggle and say, oh, they won't know what hit them. The villain team can now begin. All Might announced through the earpiece, causing Okako to wince at his volume. Wow, he is really loud through these, she mused while watching Kirishima on her camera feeds. Kirishima, be sure to keep an ear open for anything suspicious sounding. They will probably use Hagekure's invisibility to get the win. Man, that doesn't sound super manly, but I guess this is like on those stealth is required levels in video games, the redhead replied in her ear. Okako giggled at his explanation. Yeah, but like our classmate said earlier, there are different kinds of heroes, so it's probably good for us to learn outside of what we want to do. I want to be a rescue hero like number 13, but I can't expect to only be called in for rescues. That's super manly of you. Kirishima exclaimed, shooting the camera in front of him 2 thumbs up as he grinned. Thank you, she giggled out again. I just hope I can keep up with Izuku and Himiko. They both have this feeling about them that they take heroics very seriously, and I don't want to let them down by not giving it my all either. Her blush marks grew larger as she thought about the couple she knew was watching her now. I hope I can make them proud, and Momo too. Where did that thought come from? Well, she is rather attractive as well. Wait, Momo was staring at my costume as well in the locker room. Oh, God, I'm a mess. Wait, is that a bus? On screen, a bus was hurtling down the rather empty street, the front doors lining up with its current path. Kirishima, she screamed into the earpiece. Get out of the way. Ouch, of what way? Eijiro asked, rubbing his ear. Honk honk, he looked behind him at the front door as the bus met it, shattering the glass windows. It didn't stop. Reflexes kicking in, his body hardened as the front of the bus slammed into his body as he tried to block it. The force of the bus shot him backwards, cratering the wall. Did anybody get the number of that bus? He asked as he slid onto the floor, amazed that he had just been hit by a bus. Looking up at the bus, he saw that it was numbered 18. Oh, you're still standing, hero? Shuji asked as he calmly walked out of the bus. Pity. Eijiro ran forward at that. Dude, what if I couldn't have handled that? He hardened his arm up as he readied to throw a solid right. I braked, the taller boy replied, his arms shooting forward, landing 3 punches on the shorter one's face. Eijiro's wind-up faltered as he got punched in the face. He watched his opponent pull his arms back, the skin on Shuji's knuckles ruined from his hardened cheek. Dude, your hands, it doesn't matter, he replied, I just need to break you open is all. At that, his left arms shot forward, grabbing Eijiro's right arm and pulled him in as he proceeded to beat him with his right arms. Eijiro watched, stunned, as the boy's hands became bloodier as he wailed on him, wincing as he felt the force of the punches travel through his hardened body. Shuji let up as he inspected his busted hands, bones showing through the skin. He turned to look at him again. Had enough? Have you? Eijiro shot back, worried about his classmate's hands. His stomach turned as he watched his assailant reach over and grab the damaged hands and proceed to tear them off of his arms as fresh ones grew in their place. No, he replied, smiling beneath his mask as he pulled back to continue the onslaught. Eijiro whimpered as he heard Uraraka scream his name in his ear. Izuku watched, enraptured by Shuji simply tearing his damaged extremities off, then continuing his beatdown on Kirishima. He looked at the feed of Okiko in the security room. She was watching the beatdown as well, and it was evident she was panicking. I feel bad for Okiko having to watch her teammate receive this beatdown, but that Shuji guy is really efficient, Himiko commented. Yeah, Ojiro chimed in. It seemed that they had a plan, but I don't think anyone expected the bus and then this to happen. He paused and looked at Izuku. Or did you think of that? If I was on the villain team, I would have simply punched a hole in the wall, Izuku replied. All Might didn't tell the teams to keep property damage to a minimum for this trial. This is a life-and-death situation. President, this is based on the Shinjuku raid you were a part of, isn't it? The pro nodded at him. Right you are, little listener. That raid still holds the record for longest quirk scream I've done, and I hope to never do it again. Really? Kyuka questioned, playing with an e-jack. Yeah. I screamed for 15 minutes non-stop, their teacher replied. I held the villains back long enough for the rest of the heroes to get to the bunker. I actually passed out when I stopped. My throat was shredded and was out of commission for 2 months. We had no casualties, so I called it a success. Wait, you said we had no casualties, what do you mean? Izuku questioned, immediately regretting it as he saw MIC's face drop. That night was hell. Each of us heroes there killed at least 1 villain in order to survive. I killed 2 during my scream. They had quirks like Kirishima, he pointed to the redhead on screen, and tried to walk through the attack. It liquefied their insides. This is why we are holding these trials and simulating villain attacks, Aizawa spoke up. I refuse to send children like yourselves out there unprepared. I will not send a student of mine to their death. Right now, Kirishima is learning what it means to be a human shield for your teammates. He should surrender, Recovery Girl quipped from the back of the room, startling a few students who had forgotten she was there. He needs to learn his limits now, Aizawa rebuked, not on the field when he faces someone who can punch through his hardening with one punch. Shuji, stop. All Might commanded, and the boy obeyed. Kirishima, if you wish to surrender in this brief reprieve, we will find no fault in that, All Might said while staring at Aizawa, who sighed but nodded. On screen, Kirishima shook his head. Are you sure? I will not make this offer again, All Might stated. The redhead nodded on screen. Reluctantly All Might spoke, Shuji, you may continue. Oh gods, Ashido said, covering her mouth, tearing his hands off again. She pointed to the screen where once more they watched Shuji rip his damaged hands off and the growth of new ones. Kiri, she muttered watching him get smeared with blood and skin as the taller boy resumed his assault. Okiko was panicking. Kirishima was being beaten senseless and refused to surrender. His words rang in her ears. I need to hold out for Uraraka, as long as he's here with me, she's safe. Here she was, sitting in a secured room safe from her classmates, while he was being beaten senseless, all for her to win the battle trial for them. She began pushing buttons in a desperate attempt to save him. The lights went out in the rest of the building, the cameras immediately swayed to night vision, the video feeds showed the building bathed in a pale green light, with lens flare where light seeped in through the windows and the damaged entrance. Okiko smashed another button in her hurry, and the sprinkler system kicked in, dousing the two boys in water and fire-retardant foam. Shuji stopped his onslaught as he looked at the sprinkler system. Through Kirishima's earpiece she heard him. It seems like your fellow partner is floundering. If you surrender, I'll stop. No Uraraka. Kirishima yelled. I can take it, just hold out, please. I can take this. At that he struck Shuji with his free hand in the side, causing Shuji to loosen his hold as he gasped. Kirishima smashed a hardened foot onto Shuji's, causing his assailant to let go of him. Kirishima, run, she screamed once more into her earpiece, hoping he would escape. She watched as he headed for a hallway that held doors she could seal from there. She flipped the SWCH for that hallway and watched as the steel doors began to slide shut as her partner approached them. He made it through, but was suddenly grabbed by several arms, causing him to stumble. His hardened hands dug into the floor in an attempt to anchor himself as Shuji tried to pull him back to the agency entrance. She watched as a trench was dug into the floor from Kirishima being pulled backwards. His feet kicked against the door, Shuji's other arms braced as he tried to pull Kirishima free of the floor. The door was closing on his arms, if he didn't let go and pull back, they would be crushed. She covered her mouth as she watched his arms get crushed in the door. He pulled back, flesh tearing. Then his arms surged and new ones reformed as he stared at the blooded door before looking at the camera. She shuddered at the look he gave her. Uraraka, are you there? Kirishima cut in, asking her for an update. Forget about me, how are you? I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I got hit by a bus, then beaten senseless, he replied as he tried to stand up, but his legs gave out as his body shook. That's not funny, she screamed back at him. Sorry, he replied. I have to wonder though, why didn't he just walk in here with me? I don't know, that is weird. We have 8 minutes left, going by the clock here, Uraraka stated. Wait. 𝐔𝐸𝐽. We forgot about 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Kirishima yelled, running towards the next door. Toru ran back to the entranceway in time to see Kirishima being dragged back against his will. She nearly threw up there at the sight of him. While he wasn't damaged, the sight of him covered in blood and shredded flesh was something she could barely handle. She hoped Shuji wasn't in too much pain. Kirishima ran right by her, none the wiser. No one ever was, it seemed. She had been busy during his beatdown, opening air ducts that could fit her body. But the plan was to simply scare the hero team into thinking she was in the vents and to force them to regroup in the security room. Hopefully, Uraraka would demand her partner come back so she could make sure he wasn't injured, letting 𝐔𝐸𝐽 simply walk in and claim victory. Ditching her boots and gloves had been the easy part, and her earpiece, thankfully, was far enough in her ear that her quirk affected it. As Kirishima approached the door, it opened, showing an air duct cover that had been opened. Uraraka, she's in the air ducts. I'm coming to you. The blood-soaked boy said, pressing on his earpiece. Holy, it's working, she thought to herself, staying a meter behind and stepping in time with him. The hard clacks of his boots drowning out the patter of her bare feet. As they passed another opened-air duct, 𝐭𝐻𝐿 sped up. 𝐔𝐸𝐿 ran after him and turned the corner to see a wall marked security. She had made it. She looked at the ceiling and saw various cameras looking at the two of them. She squinted at one of them that was panning around. It was labeled Fleur. She paused. That was the name of the camera company her parents had used when she was younger to make sure she was in the house and not outside. They could see her. As it panned towards her, she dashed forward, standing under it, and looked for any other cameras that could potentially see her. The door hissed and proceeded to slowly open, showing a worried-looking 𝐒𝐿, who was beckoning 𝐭𝐻𝐿 inside. Toru saw her chance and took it, falling in line behind 𝐭𝐻𝐿. The door closed behind her. The class watched with bated breath as 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and 𝐔𝐸𝐿 entered the security room. I'm assuming the thermal cameras require activation. Izuku questioned, watching Toru approach the console as 𝐒𝐿 checked 𝐭𝐻𝐿 over. They do, MIC responded. There are only a few thermal cameras that the security room has access to, while we have full access. It looked as if Toru recognized the one at the security room when she ran under it to hide, 𝐈𝐺𝐿 commented. It's possible, Midnight said. We have it on record that she, like her parents, has been invisible from BH and they can't see each other. So they probably had them when she was younger to keep track of her. They don't know what their own kid looks like? Kaminari asked, before getting jabbed in the ear by Jiru. Izuku looked at Himiko. Himiko looked back at him. No. Maybe. I don't know. What are you going on about? Aizawa asked. If Himiko uses her quirk with 𝐔𝐸𝐿's BLD, would she be visible or invisible? Izuku asked the room. Questions for later, as that would probably have an unexpected effect on her psyche, Aizawa replied. Kaminari opened his mouth. Meaning I will sit down with her and her parents and ask them myself, Aizawa stated. Midoriya, please refrain from conducting quirk experiments on anyone or anything without proper supervision. And no, Nezu does not count as proper supervision. Villain team wins. All Might announced, interrupting them all. Izuku looked at the screen to see a confused 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐭𝐻𝐿, who were looking around the room, when all of a sudden some of 𝐒𝐿's hair was moved. The two jumped at that, but laughed when they realized 𝐔𝐸𝐿 was with them. 𝐭𝐻𝐿, do you need help leaving the building? On screen, the boy shook his head. As the three classmates headed for the front of the building, they ran into Shuji, who approached 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and bowed towards him. While they had no real audio, it was safe to assume he was apologizing for his fight. All Might chuckled as on screen 𝐭𝐻𝐿 gave a boisterous yell, followed by a high five with his former opponent, who handed 𝐔𝐸𝐿 her gloves and boots. Welcome back, you four, All Might greeted as the hero and villain team returned. That was quite the ingenious plan you two had. I kept the details to myself, but please be sure to check that your opponent can handle being hit by a vehicle. We want to capture villains, not kill them, but sometimes accidents happen, hence these battle trials. Before All Might could say anything else, several students yelped as their shins were attacked by Recovery Girl as she made her way to 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and Shuji. You too, she yelled. They both pointed at themselves for clarification, and then promptly had their shins smacked. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 hardened his in time, which earned him a glare from the heroine. Yes, you too. 𝐭𝐻𝐿, if it was up to me I would have pulled you before All Might even made you that offer. You were hit by a bus and then beaten senseless for several minutes. What if he cracked your quirk? She questioned him. I said he needs to learn what he can handle, Aizawa said, stepping in. I had it under control. It was a lot different from my training back home, though, 𝐭𝐻𝐿 said. What did you do for training? Aizawa asked him, facing him directly now. Hardening and jumping off of my roof and out of trees until it started to hurt through my quirk. I can handle about a 4-story drop, he answered with a smile. Kiri! 𝐈𝐺𝐿 yelled, running up to him. What the hell is wrong with you? People don't just jump off of buildings. I wanted to get stronger, he answered, wincing at his answer. We will discuss this later, Aizawa said to 𝐭𝐻𝐿. And you, the old lady said, turning to Shuji. How much pain are you in? Pain, he questioned, tilting the mouth that spoke. Yes, from ripping your hands off. Not much, really. I simply grew those hands to have very little nerves in them. They were even made to be broken off if he grabbed them, the boy replied. I was in a car accident when I was little and I simply pulled my crushed arms off and grew new ones while in shock. My family knew I could grow more than 6 arms. At that, more arms grew forth, some with hands and others with eyes, ears, and mouths before they melted back into him, and reabsorbed them back into me, but not replace lost ones. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐿, Kaminari muttered. Sorry if it grossed anyone out, but I figured body horror would be the best method to distract Kirishima and Uraraka while 𝐻𝐸𝐽 set up our trap, Shuji said, bowing again. Nothing wrong with using intimidation tactics, Aizawa stated. You made the right call. Shuji bowed to him, uttering a small thank you. Now then, any idea who the MVP is? All Might questioned. He chuckled as nearly all hands pointed at Shuji. Very well, Shuji it is then. Izuku chuckled at that. While 𝐻𝐸𝐽 had won them the trial, it was largely due to Shuji setting it up so the heroes would let her into the security room by accident. Now, for the final battle trial of the day. All Might announced. Thing finally, Bakugo muttered, drawing attention to himself and his teammate who was standing away from him. What are you all looking at, you DM extras? Tokoyami sighed and stepped forward with 𝐬𝐸. They would be the villain team. No drawing needed for this one. All Might grabbed the final mission. Going by who was in the room, the mission was either Aizawa's or Ectoplasm's. Team D, you will be doing Ectoplasm's mission. You have successfully breached the security of a foreign dignitary and taken him and the ministry official he was meeting hostage and are making demands. Your escape will be made in 15 minutes, taking the hostages with you. You can also claim victory by defeating the hero team or capturing them, increasing your hostages. Tokoyami nodded. The taking of one's freedom, a grim task indeed. Heroes, you have 15 minutes to save the hostages by freeing them from their bonds, defeating the villains, or capturing the villains with the capture tape. You want to avoid property damage, and the safety of the hostages is paramount, All Might said. Ectoplasm stepped forward once All Might finished. My clones will be the hostages, he stated as he summoned 2 clones who stood by Tokoyami and 𝐬𝐸, who were receiving their earpieces. Bakugo scoffed as he walked out of the room with a rather reluctant Emma trailing behind him, and an Ectoplasm clone bringing up the rear. Once Tokoyami was sure Bakugo was far away due to the cameras, he turned to Ectoplasm and All Might. I am rather curious about this mission. Oh, what is it? Ectoplasm inquired. Facing the villain team, his clones shared a look. Would 𝐬𝐸 and I be disqualified if we killed a hostage to show the hero team that we are not to be trifled with? If we are to be villains, should we not be villainous? Tokoyami questioned the hero. Dude, what? 𝐬𝐸 asked, incredulous at his teammate's question. By all means, Ectoplasm stated, not every hostage makes it out, and not all make it out intact. At that, he motioned to his prosthetic legs. Wouldn't you prefer legs that look like actual legs? Kaminari asked the hero. But then I don't have a pirate costume for Halloween, Ectoplasm answered back as the room fell silent. Kaminari's face was blank. We like to have fun here, Ectoplasm stated, looking at Izuku. Oh my god, Momo muttered. Bakugo growled as he waited for All Might to announce he could enter the building. He would take the villains down quicker than If Deku had. He had to, he refused to let the quirkless F show him up. No, apparently Deku had a Fin quirk and had been hiding it from him, mocking him this whole time. No one got a quirk this late in life, it just didn't happen. I refuse to let some pebble in my path trip me up. I'll prove that I deserve to be here and that they made a mistake in thinking Deku was worth anything. Beside him, Emma inspected his obnoxious armor, tutting as he pulled lint off his sleeves. He hoped the glittering idiot didn't discover who his parents were. The last thing he wanted was to discuss Fing fashion. Hero team may enter the building, All Might announced in his ear. He tensed the muscles in his forearms and hands and his nitroglycerine sweat exploded, propelling him forwards in a burst of fire and smoke. He grinned as he reached the door. He moved his legs forward and kicked it open mid-air before setting off a follow-up explosion in the doorway to properly land. He marched into the entryway, and there at the other end of the room was the villains, Bird's Face and Weird Arms. "Greetings, heroes," Bird's Face said, his hands on the shoulder of a clone. "Unless thou art here to meet our demands, thou shalt vacate these premises, lest thou wish to face the consequences of thine actions." "Do you always talk like some old F?" 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 scoffed as he proceeded to walk forwards. "Halt!" Bird said once more. Beside him Weird Arms aimed an elbow at him, his visor blocked 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 from seeing where exactly he was looking. "Leave now or face the consequences, hero," Bird said, spitting the last word on the ground between them. "Make me!" 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 roared. He felt his palms charge up dual explosions as he took a step forward, a feral snarl on his face. Then Weird Arms twisted in place and shot tape at one of the clones, then shot it to the ceiling where it soared over a rafter and came down beside Bird. Bird's shadow came out and grabbed it, and the tape on the clone pulled taut, revealing a rope around its neck as he was pulled into the air. "What am I seeing?" Glitter Boy said as he finally walked into the building. "Retreat, or his death is on thy hands," Bird said as his shadow pulled the clone higher by its neck. The clone kicked as its bound arms flailed behind it. "You don't have the ball!" 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 roared. The shadow released the rope. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 grinned as he felt the explosion spark in his hands. Before the clone hit the floor, a shadowy hand burst through its torso. The clone jerked violently before it dissipated in a white smoke. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽's grin faltered as he watched Arms kick the other clone to the ground and stand on its head, speaking as he leaned forward. "Some hero you are, can't even save the people in front of you. I'm surprised they sent some D-lister after us to save the hostages. F the hostages. If they can't save themselves, then they are useless anyways." 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 roared as he leapt towards them. 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 Katsuki. "Stand down." All Might roared in his ears. The sudden sound caused 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽's trajectory to falter and he missed the villains, instead flying into the wall, but twisted in time to hit it with his side, and not his face. "What the hell, All Might?" he screeched in indignation. The villain team wins due to the hero team causing the death of a hostage and permitting the death of the second, All Might announced. "All four of you return now." All Might was furious. He squeezed his hand, feeling the knuckles in his fist pop as he waited for the return of the teams. The villain team entered first, silently followed by 𝐒𝐻𝐼ma, who looked down in shame. "He has nothing to be ashamed of. I will make sure he is aware of that," All Might thought to himself. His disciple approached the boy and tried to comfort him. He simply nodded, not fully taking in Izuku's words. "I knew 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 would be a handful, but this is ridiculous." 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 finally stomped into the room. "𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽," he said, his voice stern. He noticed the students had stilled. Izuku looked shaken by his tone alone, and it hurt. "Do you mind clarifying to me what you meant by F the hostages? If they can't save themselves then they are useless anyways." The boy scowled at him, the symbol of peace and number one hero. "That they should save themselves, it isn't my job to save them." All Might slightly shook his head as he blinked. He had to have misheard the boy. "Not your job." "Yeah, heroes defeat villains, that's what they do. I told you this when we first met." "It's what you do," 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 shot back. "By the gods, not this mindset again, I thought we got this." Through to him. "I defeat villains to save civilians. The best days are when I don't even have to throw a punch." He knew this was a conversation best fit to be held behind closed doors, but it didn't seem to work last time. "That's stupid. Why be a hero then if you don't want to fight?" 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 shot back. All Might looked to his fellow teachers, each one of them wore a look of bafflement at what the kid was saying. Even Aizawa was showing emotion. He looked at the students and saw that Himiko was staring right at 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽, her eyes thin slits as she reached into her dress, most likely to grab a knife, but was stopped by Izuku, who held her hand instead. He knew this would be risky and possibly set the blonde off more, but it was worth a shot. "By your logic then, I should have simply let you deal with the sludge villain that day by yourself. I had him on MYOW, I didn't need you 𝐿𝑅𝐹Deku to step in." 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐽 screeched at him, his hands crackling. "I can handle any villain myself." All Might saw Izuku shake his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Class dismissed." Students, you can return to your dorms or head to the cafeteria if needed, All Might said with a dismissive tone. Bakugo, stay behind. Aizawa wishes to speak with you. Izuku stumbled backwards until his legs bumped into the mattress and he tumbled backwards onto it. He looked at his attacker and swallowed. Himiko's pupils were thin slits as she crawled onto the bed, straddling him. Himiko, he stuttered out. They had just gotten back to their dorms after visiting the cafeteria with some of their classmates. Do you have any idea how delectable you looked in your hero costume, Aizu baby? She asked, her voice deep and husky. He watched her tongue trace her lips as she came closer. Aya, he trailed off, unsure of what to say. How badly I wanted to skip class and unwrap you. Peel that skin-tight suit off of your body. She liked his neck, the long tongue leaving a thick trail of saliva, and have you take me in a back alley. His breath caught at that as his brain raced with thoughts. Public secretary. She brought it up a few times, but doing it in such a highly monitored area is risky. I should call Nemirai later. His thoughts were interrupted by the sensation of his girlfriend running her hand through his thick messy hair. He stifled a But this works just as well, she said leaning down, her mouth centimeters from his. Knock knock. Himiko, are you in there? Momo called out. Okiko and I wanted to speak with you and Izuku. There was a brief pause as no one spoke. It's, she continued, but trailed off. It's important, Okiko finished. Izuku thumped his head on the bed. Himiko whined, her pupils slowly returning to their regular cat-like appearance. Aizu. He patted her head, his fingers scratching the base of her hair buns. One moment, he called out, as Himiko rolled off of him and onto the bed. Oh, you're here, Izuku. Momo called out through the door. Yeah, I didn't feel like going back to my room right away, he replied, watching Himiko get off of the bed and head for the door. Is it just you two? Himiko questioned as she reached for the door knob. Yeah. Okiko answered in her bubbly tone. As she opened the door, Izuku saw that the two girls had changed out of their school uniforms. Okiko wore a pair of pink short shorts and her space shirt, while Momo wore a light blue skirt and her creation shirt. Izuku swallowed as he noticed their thighs on display. So what did you want to talk about? Himiko asked, closing the door behind them. The two girls shared a brief look before nodding. Given how you reacted to having your quirk shown today, we decided that a question we wanted to ask when we go to the planetarium should be asked now, Momo stated. Okay. Himiko asked, raising an eyebrow. Would you be okay with us watching you drink Izuku's BLD? Okiko softly asked. Izuku paused. Himiko froze. Momo quickly followed up saying, we thought that at some point Himiko may need to drink BLD in front of the class, and given how it seems to be something you two do in private, we thought that you may freeze up in class. Himiko sat on the bed, beside Izuku, still quiet. If we've overstepped, please let us know. Momo suddenly said, her voice sounded panicked. Okay, Himiko said. Izuku turned to look at her fully. Are you sure? Yes, it makes sense. If we do more team skirmishes like we did today, I may have to drink my teammate's BLD or the BLD of someone on the other team. Of course it wouldn't be like when it's just us. She put her hand on his cheek, her thumb rubbing it as she continued. I wouldn't be as gentle as I am with you, as loving. At that she leaned forward and kissed him on the lips before pulling back. Izuku felt his cheeks start to heat up from the kiss. Having an audience was weird, he thought, as Momo and Okiko watched Himiko slowly undo his necktie. Wait, I thought she would use my arm like when we first met. Is she going for my neck? Himiko unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. He looked back at Momo and Okiko whose faces were slowly gaining a red tint. Do you two want to sit down? They promptly sat down on the bed, Momo to his right, and Okiko to his left. Himiko moved down to the next button, undoing it as she proceeded down his shirt. Himiko, he tentatively asked, unsure of what her plan was. I don't want to get your shirt bloody, she replied. Himiko hardly ever made a mess when she drank from him unless she was in a hurry or they were having secretary. Then it clicked in his mind. She wants to tease them. Is this normal? Asked Okiko, her blush marks were growing in size. Yeah, Izuku huffed, as Himiko climbed into his lap, straddling him. "Oh my," Momo softly exclaimed, a hand covering her mouth as she watched Himiko pull his shirt down and off of him, tossing it onto the bed. Himiko leaned forward and kissed his neck for a few seconds before her tongue darted out and liked it. "Is she liking you?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 asked, leaving in to see better. "Why, Izuku answered, shuddering at the sensation of her fangs grazing his skin. "Her saliva numbs pain, so I don't even feel it when she bites me other than some pressure on skin." She sank her fangs into his neck, and he gasped. Momo watched, transfixed, as Himiko's eyes shuttered a few times before finally closing in apparent bliss. She heard a soft sking noise and realized that Himiko was slowly drinking. 𝐒𝐿 peeked around the blonde and met her gaze. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She was mouthing them. "She's actually drinking his BLD." Momo nodded, then noticed movement out of the corner of her eye. Izuku's right arm traveled up to Himiko's head, where he began dragging his fingers through her hair. She was torn between watching Izuku play with her hair, her drinking his BLD, or looking at his muscles. "I thought I felt them through his costume, but I couldn't be sure. And now they are so close I could almost touch them." She paused as that thought ran through her mind. She shook her head and looked to see 𝐒𝐿 staring at his abs as well, or what they could see of them with Himiko in his lap. Izuku let out a soft mmm as Himiko shifted, wrapping her arms around him fully instead of simply holding onto his shoulders. She watched them tumble onto the bed. They didn't stop. Izuku's eyes were closed as his fingers traveled to her right hair bun and began to slowly disassemble it, pulling hairpins and setting them down beside him. Himiko purred as she drank his BLD while he slowly ran his fingers through her hair. 𝐒𝐿 made a soft noise at that. She had cooed at the scene. Momo couldn't help but follow suit as the bun came undone and Izuku's hand set to combing through it until it snagged on a hair knot. He slowly worked it out before he continued his ministrations, repeating the process several times. Momo found herself running her own hands through her hair as she watched. She looked at 𝐒𝐿 and saw that she was twirling a lock of hair around her finger, nibbling on her lower lip as she watched Himiko SCK on his neck. She looked so cute. "Oh my god, I want to kiss all three of them now." Himiko ummed as she pulled free of Izuku's neck, revealing 4 bloody holes surrounded by a larger ring of BLD. She breathed, her lips were stained red before she liked them, her long tongue smearing BLD as well as cleaning it up. Momo felt her core ache as she watched the girl stick her tongue out further as she leaned down and began liking up the BLD that had seeped from his neck. 𝐒𝐿 began, causing all three to suddenly look at her. "Would you be willing to try our BLD too?" Momo blinked. They had talked about that, but were saving that for after their outing this weekend. Maybe watching Himiko drink had stirred something in 𝐒𝐿 as well. "Do you mean it?" Himiko asked. From her position atop Izuku, it looked as if she was crouched over him, as if she was protecting him or keeping him away from them. "Yes," both girls answered in unison. "Okay," Himiko slowly said, climbing off of Izuku. "Who wants to go first?" "I will," 𝐒𝐿 immediately answered, a look of determination on her face. Momo simply nodded, then looked at Izuku, who was tentatively touching his neck, checking to see if the BLD flow had stopped. "Do you have any first aid items for after she is done?" "Yeah, in the bedside table in the lower drawer," he replied. She got up and saw Himiko talking to 𝐒𝐿, who was nodding, but she couldn't make out what was said. Izuku was more important than what they were talking about currently. She opened the drawer and saw several bandages and some antiseptic. Momo sat back on the bed, items in hand, and saw that Izuku had yet to sit up. "Do you want to sit up, or is it better if you're laying down for this?" "Either way is fine for me. We usually don't bother with that stuff since her quirk neutralizes bloodborne pathogens and helps to clot BLD once she stops drinking," Izuku stated with a soft smile. "When we first met, she was afraid of hurting me, but really, her quirk makes it so that the person she is drinking from has very little discomfort." Momo nodded in understanding. "Still, I would feel better if I cleaned up the bite and bandaged it just so you don't get an infection." "Of course," he said, smiling up at her. "Where do you want me?" "On top of me," she thought. "Wait, what?" "If you could sit up, it would be easier for me," she said after shaking her head, trying to get those thoughts out. "Excuse me," she said before turning around and lifting her shirt up as she formed a wide shallow bowl from her abdomen, followed by a rag. "I'm going to get some water to wash your neck with," she said, answering the unasked question as she stood up and looked back at Himiko and 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Himiko had apparently tackled 𝐒𝐿𝐵 to the bed and was latched onto her neck. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's shirt had been pulled to the side, granting Himiko access to the girl's neck. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looked at her, her face was flushed, her blush marks barely visible. Momo felt something stir in her. "Quit being corny for your friends." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded to Himiko. "I'm sure. Plus you may need to drink my BLD, so I should get used to the feeling now, right?" "Okay," Himiko replied, liking her lips. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 watched the tongue, fascinated by it. She pulled her shirt to the side. Himiko's eyes widened in response. "Are you sure?" She nodded as she spoke. "Well, plus you did it with Izuku from his neck." "True," the blonde replied. "It just requires that I be closer to you, and is more NTMT." She felt her cheeks heat up at that. She liked her lips, wetting them before speaking. "Do it," she said, her voice taking on a husky tone. Her crush was on her lap in an instant, her left hand snacking behind and grabbing her head by the back, fingers threaded through her locks. The sensation of it was tantalizing. The blonde pulled her head back, exposing more of her neck as she leaned in. "This is going to feel kinda weird. If you need me to stop, please tell me," Himiko whispered, her voice shaky. "Drink," she replied, surprised by how even her voice was. In response, Himiko leaned in and slowly licked her neck, the tongue warm and wet. She bit her lip at the sensation, amazed by how right it felt to have Himiko liking her neck, and now she was nibbling it. She gasped as she felt the fangs graze over her skin. Was this how Izuku felt when she and Momo were watching just a moment ago? It felt so exhilarating. Himiko's mouth was on her neck. Was she kissing her neck? No, she had been bitten, she had never even felt it. Himiko gently pushed and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 found herself falling down onto the bed as the blonde straddled her, their BSs pushed up against each other. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 let out a soft mmm as Himiko sked on her neck, encouraging the BLD flow. "I feel all warm and fuzzy, like this morning when I was playing in the shower." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 froze as she remembered what she did this morning in the showers. She felt her face heat up more as Himiko's BRSs pushed into hers more. Momo was walking by when the tall girl looked at her beneath Himiko. Momo's face was already faintly flushed, but as she looked at 𝐒𝐿𝐵 it turned redder, then Momo did something she didn't expect of the more restrained girl. She rubbed her thighs together while making a soft keening noise, then blushed harder once she realized what she had done. "I take it I wasn't the only one getting off thinking about them," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 thought to herself. She let out another gasp as Himiko began sking harder. She felt the tongue caressing the bite marks, and shuddered. "Oh gods, I just want to kiss all three of them." She wrapped her arms around Himiko, who purred at the contact, and responded by laying down on her. Momo walked back into the room and saw that Himiko and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 were borderline having sex at this point. She looked to Izuku, concerned how he may be taking it. Izuku was watching intently, leaning up against the headboard as he watched his girlfriend drink from 𝐒𝐿𝐵. He had unfortunately put his shirt back on, but had yet to button it, allowing her a glimpse of his muscled chest. Her eyes followed the trail of muscled skin down to his abs, which she noticed was sparsely haired, where she saw the V-shaped curve of his waist leading down to his breathes where she saw it. A bulge was forming in his breathes, and it seemed to be rather uncomfortable for him, given how he shifted his legs. "Welcome back," he called out to her, not taking his eyes off of the two girls. "It's weird seeing this from the outside. I do feel a little jealous, though, but I'll have to work past that." Momo sat down beside, placing the bowl in his lap so she wouldn't get distracted. "Does it hurt?" she asked, pulling the shirt down a bit to better see the puncture marks from Himiko's teeth. "Not really, it feels dull, like a bruise several hours after you get hit," he replied. "Nothing like actually being bitten. I had her bite me once without the saliva. It hurt a lot, and she said she wouldn't do it again." "Oh," Momo commented, dipping the rag in the warm water, before wringing it out. She moved closer to Izuku on the bed, as she pulled the shirt out of the way once more. Taking the now damp rag, she began to softly and slowly wipe at the BLD, taking care as to not agitate the 4 puncture marks. Izuku leaned into her touch as her fingers ghosted across his neck. It's different from Himiko's usual aftercare, but it's nice. She smiled at that. What does she normally do? Usually she isn't as messy, so she can just like my neck clean and apply a bandage, but I guess having an audience, and you two volunteering your necks, she may not be as efficient, he replied. Oh, she replied, as she dipped the rag into the water, watching wisps of red BLD flow forth into the water. You're doing very well, so don't take it as a criticism, merely a comparison, he commented, his eyes closing as she began rubbing at his neck once more, her free hand splayed across the back of his neck. She noticed how hot the skin felt, but also how soothing she found the heat. She slowly rubbed her thumb over his neck, earning a soft mm. She smiled as he leaned back into her touch. She continued to wash his neck until she had cleaned it of the BLD. No more BLD, she whispered, more to herself than to him. I'll apply some ointment and then the bandages. He merely nodded, letting out a soft sigh as her hand continued rubbing the back of his neck. She created a small cotton swab and applied some of the antiseptic she had found in the drawer. Hold still, I don't want to jab this into you, she told him as she lightly brushed the puncture marks. Thank you, Momo, he muttered out as she opened the bandages, seeing they were small circular ones. It is no problem, Izuku. She applied them slowly, taking her time to ensure the adhesive wasn't on one of the 4 holes. Once she had finished, he opened his eyes. Should we save Okiko from Himiko now? She giggled at that, but stopped when she heard talking. Okiko, you're so delicious, Himiko said aloud, her mouth finally free of the brunette's neck. Okiko gasped at that. I am. Yeah, freely given BLD always tastes better, but yours has a sweetness to it. Himiko rolled off of the girl laying next to her. Izuku's is more robust in flavor, and Aizawa's is kinda bitter, like coffee. I'm curious how my BLD tastes to you, Momo wondered, then blushed as she realized as she said it aloud. Himiko smirked at her before rolling over onto her stomach. Care to find out, she asked, liking her lips, Okiko's BLD looking like messy red lipstick. Yes, she breathed out. Katsuki huffed as he sat in the seat in front of the rat. Boo, just what will we do with you, the creature asked. All Might and Hobo sat on either side of him in their own chairs. I wish I could just expel you, Hobo huffed. But Midoriya seems to think that you have potential to be a hero and doesn't want to see your talents squandered by becoming a villain in your rage or a criminal by turning to vigilantism. Like hell I would be a villain. Katsuki roared at him. We are well aware we don't see it happening, but Nezu wishes to cover all bases, his teacher replied. Still, we need to work out your definition of what a hero is. As it currently stands it is flawed beyond measure, even worse than whatever Endeavor thinks one is. But he's the number 2 hero, Katsuki defensively said. By brute force, young Bakugu. Endeavor has more solved cases than I have. If you looked at the two of us from a purely statistical point, Endeavor would be the number 1 hero, and not me, All Might said. He squinted at him. What do you mean? I mean that by workload alone, Endeavor has done more good than I have. But his personality and public persona keep him from rising above me. I don't even care about the leaderboards, Symbol of Peace is the only title I truly care about. That was my goal when I was starting out, to become a symbol for those in need of saving. All Might smiled as he looked at the wall. My mentor was the same way, she never cared about leaderboards, never ranked high or bothered going to the reveals. And as far as I'm concerned, I'll never be the hero she was, and no one even remembers her name nowadays. The person who taught All Might. Katsuki was curious. What happened to her? What was her name? She died fighting a supervillain over 30 years ago. She fought him so I wouldn't have to, All Might replied in a somber tone. Was he caught? Yes. I fought him several years ago and he was even stronger than he was 30 years ago, All Might replied tentatively. I don't remember hearing about you having some major fight then, other than Toxic Chainsaw, Katsuki replied. All Might laughed at that. Young Midoriya said the same thing, you know. But no, it wasn't televised, it was one of the few times I used my position of number 1 hero for myself. After all, Would you call me the symbol of peace if you watch me murder a man on live TV? Katsuki flinched at that. All Might killed him, he killed that villain. He was cold, the bright blue eyes of All Might stared into him, and he felt fear he hadn't felt since the sludge villain. When he and Izuku got lost in the woods when they were little and they saw, he shook his head. No, don't think about it, it didn't happen. You seem troubled, Hobo asked, sitting there unfazed. Does it bother you that another teacher before you has killed? You seemed unfazed by what Present MIC said earlier, or maybe you think of him as an extra as you seem to call your classmates as well. Oh, Present MIC talked about his experience in the raid, the rat questioned. Hobo nodded. I would have liked for the students to learn of that side of heroics later, but not everything goes to plan, the rat replied, shaking his head. All Might, how much time do you have left for the day? About 15 minutes, give or take, he slowly answered. Katsuki was curious, did All Might have to leave? Let's see, then, what happens when he's faced with the truth of the world, the rat stated. You don't mean, his teacher said, leaning forward in his seat, more alert than Katsuki had ever seen him in the past few days. I do, replied the principal. Bakugo, what is a hero? To you it is someone who defeats villains. In the dawn of quirks that was the correct answer, as the dawn was a time of war between heroes who protect civilians and the villains who wish to bring ruin and harm to the world and its people. That time has long since passed, and only fragments of it remain. Now, a hero is someone who saves people, who helps his fellow man in times of need. That is what the modern hero should be, but it has been polluted in a way, turned into a career that children all over idolize and strive for. Just as you did. You have a base understanding of what a hero should be, and refuse to hear anything different from it. It astonishes me that your pathetic excuse of a high school could even produce a student worthy of UA. But, Deku, I'm not done, Nezu cut off him. Midoriya was pulled from Aldera and tutored by me. Aldera was useless for him, letting someone of his intellect rot simply due to him not having a quirk at the time. You humans disgust me so much, I see how you judge each other, treat your fellow inhabitants of our planet. It is sickening. Had you been one of the scientists I was at the mercy of, I would have simply killed you like I had them, fed you to the other animals in the lab. Katsuki gripped the arms of the chair, his knuckles ached from it, but right now he felt like he was standing before a predator that knew it could easily kill him. Even all those months ago, when All Might himself had slammed him into his seat at Auntie's, paled to this. Or we can let you continue as you are and become a hero like Endeavor, and then you will be in the hero killer's sights. You are the exact kind of person he hunts, and when you are bleeding out in an alleyway, no one other than your parents will mourn your loss. That is, if you haven't driven them away from you at that point, the creature concluded, clasping his paws together, with a wicked smile on his face. Katsuki gulped. Bakugo, his teacher called out to him, startling him. Tomorrow you will be meeting with Nezu and Hound Dog for a special meeting to serve as an in-school suspension. Thursday, there will be a class trip that you will be attending, as it will deal with rescue work, and we will work on your issues with saving innocence. Katsuki nodded, dreading a full day with the rat. This is not what he thought UA would be like. He was starting to miss Aldera and having it beneath his heel. Bakugo, the principal said, getting his attention once more. I would love nothing more than for you to prove me wrong, to prove that you can be the kind of hero Midoriya thinks you can be. I realize that you may not want that as well. Work with us and we will work with you. You are one of my students, and I will not sit by as you squander your chance here. Yes, your quirk is strong, but it is not everything. Aldera did you and Midoriya both a disservice in how you two were treated. Their constant praise of you was as detrimental as their rebuking of Midoriya was. That felt weird, Okiko said from her spot on the bed. But not bad weird, good weird, I guess. Himiko gave her a small smile. I'm glad you're okay with it. Momo watched the two girls chat as she gathered more materials for Okiko and finally for herself. Izuku, can you take care of Okiko's neck while Himiko is busy with me? His face gained a slight dusting of red as he nodded. Momo merely smiled, and as she saw Himiko turn to look at her, she smiled at the girl in turn and motioned her forward as she settled her nerves. Thank you for taking care of Aizu, Momo. Himiko wiped her mouth on one of the rags. Just let me know when you're ready and if you need me to stop. Of course, Momo replied as she took a breath and grabbed the hem of her shirt and began to pull it up. What are you doing? Izuku cried out, turning to look away from her. I don't want to get BLD on my shirt, plus it isn't anything Himiko and Okiko haven't already seen in the locker room, she stated, her face taking on a pink hue. But, I'm here, he meekly said from beside her. Yes, and you saw just as much when I was in my hero costume, so you don't need to worry. I won't be mad at you for looking at me and my brother. In fact, I want you to look, she said, her face blushing a deep red. What, he said, turning around, his face was extremely red, his freckles small black spots amongst a sea of red. He must have realized he had turned to face her, as he gaped like a fish and turned her head away again. I mean, she began, you may have to fight me or another girl in the future, and what kind of hero will you be when a villainess can simply flaunt her melons at you and you recoil and let her walk all over you or get away? Not a good one. Besides, with spring and summer coming, if the four of us went to the beach or a pool, you would see the three of us in bikinis or some other swimsuit, Momo added on as she finished taking her shirt off, revealing her green BR to them. We will. Okiko asked from where she was now sitting up. Well, I thought it would be nice. Himiko and him mentioned Dagobah Beach a few times, so I figured it would be nice to use it since he spent so much time on it, is all, Momo said looking down. She was dragged from her stupor by Izuku clapping his hands on her bare shoulders. I think that's a great idea, he said with a smile. I'll even put up with the teasing so you girls can get the ice cream you like. At that Momo was bouncing on the bed in joy. Oh thank you, Izuku. At that she pulled him into a tight hug that he slowly returned. She felt where his bare skin met hers and was surprised at how it felt, hot yet comfortable at the same time. She closed her eyes, content with the feeling. He gently patted her back a few times before he finally must have realized she was still shirtless. He pulled back, saying sorry, as he did so. It's okay, Izuku, and like I told you, I'm okay with you looking, Momo said once more. Izuku huffed as he knew they wouldn't get anywhere else if he kept being stubborn. He decided to look at her chest, and his brain stopped as he took in the sight of her bountiful chest pushing against the green lace-trimmed brother. They were definitely bigger than Himiko's but not disgustingly huge, like he had seen before in some porn Himiko wanted to watch while they played with each other. Okay, I looked, he said, his face turning a deeper red. He turned away to see Okiko pulling her shirt off now. Okiko. Well, since Momo was taking her shirt off I figured I should join in, the brunette reasoned. I feel like we're skipping a few steps, he thought to himself as he stared ahead at the wall. He felt the bed shift as someone sat next to him. Izuku, will you bandage my neck? Okiko asked. He looked to his left and saw her there in her pink BR Estes on full display. He sighed. What even is my life? He gave her a small smile. Sure. She smiled back at him as he went to grab fresh water and washcloths for cleaning her neck. When he came back, he saw Himiko had bitten into Momo's neck. The black-haired girl had a look of bewilderment on her face as his girlfriend drank. Okiko was right, it does feel weird, but I don't hate it, she commented. It seemed she was unsure of what to do with her hands, and she soon opted simply to hug the girl attached to her neck as she climbed into her lap. Izuku did his best to ignore that Okiko was in her BR as he sat beside her. Tilt your head to the side for me. He dipped the washcloth into the warm water, before slowly wiping her neck clean. His fingers dragged across her skin, realizing how smooth it felt to the touch. Wow, that's weird, it's like you're touching me through a thick blanket, Okiko commented as she sighed in content. I feel a little sleepy, too. He smiled at that. It happens sometimes when Himiko drinks too much BLD, she can be rather greedy at times. Momo let out a gasp. I don't think she liked that, Izuku. He chuckled at that. I was just letting her know is all. Yeah, next time I'll be sure to be ready for it, Okiko chimed in. Oh, she's humming now, Momo stated, causing Izuku to look at the two girls. She had fully embraced Himiko, one of her hands gently rubbing the blonde's back as she fed while the other was simply wrapped around her waist. She looked content where she was beneath the girl. Her face changed to a look of bewilderment before smiling again. I think she nibbled on my neck for a bit. A hickey. Izuku wondered. It felt. Momo paused mid-sentence. Apparently Himiko was doing it again. It feels good. Izuku, my neck. Okiko prodded. Sorry, he said, turning to face her again. As he wiped some smeared BLD away, he saw a mark between the 4 puncture marks from her teeth. His girlfriend had given Okiko a hickey, and she was apparently doing it to Momo now as well. Himiko, he called out to the girl, his voice sterner than before. Yes, she replied, having pulled free of Momo's neck. Her lips were coated in red, a few drops trickled down from the corner of her mouth. You gave Okiko a hickey, and I think you gave Momo one too, he said. I'm sorry. You two just tasted so good, I couldn't help but nibble on your necks as I drank, Himiko muttered with a hitch in her breath. Oh, Okiko muttered. I'm glad you told me, Izuku. Otherwise, I may have walked around all day without seeing it. She peered around Izuku to see Himiko looking at her. Don't worry, I'm not upset at you. Himiko sniffed at that. Yes, I'm not mad at you either, Momo added on. I figured you were nibbling to increase BLD flow, right? Yeah, it helps when I nibble on the area to get BLD to keep flowing. I just didn't think I did it enough to leave a hickey, she answered as she tried to climb off of the girl. Have you had enough BLD? Momo questioned, her arms still wrapped around the girl. What? Have you drunk enough BLD? I don't mind you continuing, Momo said, looking away with a blush on her face. Thank you, Himiko said as she leaned back down and latched on again, causing Momo to let out a rather breathy Yusuke felt his cheeks heat up and turned back to Okiko, whose blush marks were darker now. So, should I bandage your neck now? Yes, Okiko squeaked out, scooting closer to him, her BRSs bouncing in the BR as she did so. Izuku inhaled through his nose. Just a few more days, Izuku. Just a few more days and you and Himiko can confess to Momo and Okiko and ask them to be your girlfriends. Izuku released a sigh of content as he burrowed his head further into the soft pillowy mounds surrounding his face. He wasn't quite sure what, but something felt different for sure. Normally Himiko had her hands all over him in the morning or was asleep on his chest still. Being asleep beside him with his head pulled into her chest was different. Morning Himiko, he grumbled out, his eyes still shut. Aizu baby, Himiko let out from behind him, why is your chest so soft? It's like you grew melons overnight. He was confused, why was her voice coming from behind him and not in front of him? Plus she wasn't on his chest to begin with. Himiko, a third voice squeaked out. Izuku's eyes opened quickly, greeting him to the sight of a large pair of BRSTs contained within a green brother. Wait, Himiko wasn't wearing a green BR yesterday. He slowly looked up to be met by Momo's red face. Oh Izuku, she softly said, her arms wrapping around him. Calm down, don't freak out. Don't freak out. He asked incredulously, pushing himself away from her, but was stopped by her arms. I was feeling you up. You thought I was Himiko, and it seems she thought Okiko was you, she replied, still blushing. Okay, but why are you keeping my face in your chest? Well, she muttered out, I've never cuddled with anyone before, and it felt nice. Her blush darkened at her confession. He was about to say something when he felt a finger poke his back. Yes, he asked, trying to look over his shoulder to see Himiko and Okiko staring at them. Himiko wasn't fully on Okiko anymore, she was halfway between her and him now. Her usual blush darkened as she spoke, so cuddle time. Cuddle time. Okiko asked from her spot on the bed. If Momo isn't used to it, we should just have a cuddle pile, she explained, walking her fingers up his side. He looked back to Momo, who seemed to be in thought. Momo, he asked, curious as to what she wanted. Lose your shirts, she said. He sputtered. What? Himiko asked, seemingly stunned by the Ravenette's response. Well, I would like to cuddle more, and both Okiko and I are in our bras, she replied. But couldn't you just put your shirts back on? Izuku supplied. Himiko clasped a hand over his mouth. You mean you don't want to cuddle with your cute and kissable girlfriend and your other two close friends, she asked, hinting at how Momo and Okiko referred to her yesterday. The effect was instantaneous as Momo and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 both began sputtering as they were reminded of what they had said. She giggled at the effect on the two girls. Plus Aizu baby, your shirt is still unbuttoned, she said, starting to unbutton hers, revealing her dark red brother. Izuku dropped his head back down, releasing a defeated sigh. Momo let out a short gasp, causing Izuku to realize he had just face-planted into her BFS once more. Oh my, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gasped out from under Himiko. Aizu, you naughty boy, Himiko giggled. Sorry, he half-yelled, pulling his head out from her cleavage once more. It's fine, Momo said with a yawn she quickly covered. Is it late or early? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked, as she moved closer to Izuku as he finally removed his shirt. We must have fallen asleep after I drank all that BLD yesterday, his girlfriend supplied. It's still a few hours before my alarm will go off, so let's just cuddle for a bit. This still feels odd, Izuku commented, trying to avoid looking at Momo's chest. Is this not skinship though? I read that close friends practice it, Momo stated, looking slightly confused. Where did she read that? Izuku wondered, as he felt her arms wrap around his waist as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 snuggled in behind him, with Himiko draping an arm over her to rub his arm. I guess it is, Himiko answered. Just so you know, I'm getting up early to go for a morning jog, Izuku said, laying his head back down, doing his best to avoid Momo's BRSS. He felt 𝐒𝐿𝐴 drape an arm over him as her chest pressed against his back, the BR rubbing his back. That's fine, Momo said as she draped one of his arms over her side as she moved closer to him. He let out a defeated sigh as he felt 𝐒𝐴 and Momo hug him from both sides, the sensation of their BRSS enveloping him as he heard Himiko giggle at his predicament calmed him. Tenya looked up as he heard someone enter the kitchen. The crack of dawn had come and the dorms were slowly filling with light. He had thought it too early for anyone else to be awake. To his surprise, it was Midoriya walking in, dressed in a loose sleeveless shirt, some rather short athletic shorts, and his oversized red shoes. He crunched the Pringle in his mouth, alerting Midoriya to his presence. Are you eating Pringles for breakfast? Midoriya inquired. He slowly slid the canister back to him. I merely enjoy a light snack, before a morning jog is all. Oh, the green-haired boy exclaimed. I was about to head out for one myself. Would you mind if I joined you? Tenya was surprised. Midoriya and Himiko both clashed with his idea of what a model UA student should be, but it seemed that the teachers so far held the two in high regard. They also seemed to be aware of the darker side of heroics that the teachers had mentioned. Tensai talked little of that, where the end of the case or fight ended in tears rather than cheers. It seemed his two classmates had a lot to teach him, and the others it seemed about the real world. I would be delighted for you to join me. I was thinking of heading to the ground we used for our assessment test, he declared with a chop. Ah, his new exercise partner noted, I was thinking of running along the perimeter of the school so as to gain a wider knowledge of our new school. Tenya blinked at that. That's actually not a bad idea. It would be quite beneficial indeed to know the proper layout of the school grounds. Once more you have proven to be an ideal student. Ideal student, the boy questioned, tilting his head to the side. Yes, I strive to be an ideal student while here at UA, thus leading to me becoming an ideal hero in the future. He looked back as he noticed the boy in thought. It seemed something about his answer threw him off. Ida, Midoriya began slowly, why do you wish to be a hero? He felt a sense of pride at being asked that. The Ida family has produced heroes since the end of the dawn of quirks. I, like my brother, seek to carry on that tradition. So a sense of noblesse oblige then, the boy muttered out. Is being a hero what you want, or what your family wants? I beg your pardon. Ida commented, feeling slightly insulted by the question. I didn't mean to offend, Midoriya stuttered out, waving his hands before himself. I merely meant, are you here because it is expected of you to be a hero, or because you yourself wish to be a hero, helping people, saving them? I know there are a few people here that have a hero legacy, but aren't interested in being heroes for the right reasons or at all. Tenya was surprised. He had never thought of hero legacies like that before. Before he could say anything, the boy spoke once more. You don't need to answer right away, just something to think about is all. Now should we begin our jog? Tenya nodded. It seems I have a lot to learn from Midoriya still, and if it continues this way it seems Toga will teach me much as well. Izuku had feared that the morning jog would be an awkward silence while Ida pondered his question, but instead it was rather comfortable with Ida occasionally picking his brain on highest thoughts from yesterday's battle trials. "I'm curious about your quirk Midoriya," Ida stated as they turned at a corner, Ida slowing down to turn before speeding back up. Izuku squinted at that, unsure of why Ida slowed down for the turn when he wasn't even using his quirk. "I wonder if it is simply habit or simply has trouble cornering. Maybe his stiffness isn't just his personality, but his entire body is rigid. Wait, my quirk. What are you curious about?" "Well, Midoriya, from what I have seen so far of it, it seems to be a strength enhancement quirk, but given your analysis from yesterday I feel that it also enhances your mental faculties," Ida stated, before pausing to see if he needed correction on his assessment. "You're half correct. My quirk does enhance my strength, stamina, and so far it seems my reflexes when my quirk is active. However, my analysis skills are simply that, skills that I have honed since I was a child," Izuku corrected. "That is very impressive to hear. With how quickly you were assessing team strengths and weaknesses I would have assumed it was an overall enhancement quirk." "That's what I've been told, but I was believed to be quirkless. I even have the extra pinky joint on my feet. My quirk came in roughly a month before the entrance exams to our surprise." "I barely know Ida and I am comfortable telling him this. Granted, Nezu did have me practice this cover story." Ida nodded at that. "While I can't pretend to understand what growing up quirkless is like, however, I can tell you have put great work into your quirk to have this much control over it for only having it for such a short time." "Yeah," Izuku replied, "I think my quirk analysis hobby played a great part in it." "Hobby?" his running partner asked, raising an eyebrow at that. "Yeah, I like to study quirks, see how they work and figure out their strengths and weaknesses, as well as hypothesize possible uses the quirk user has yet to utilize," Izuku replied. "That sounds extremely useful. I would be interested in hearing what you have to say about how I could improve." Izuku nodded as they approached the main gate where he saw a few students walking through that Izuku figured had opted out of the dorm system. They all looked rather disgruntled, and as they approached, Izuku saw why. Vultures. Apparently it had only taken a day for word to get out that All Might was teaching at UA, and the press was clamoring for any words they could get from UA students. "Hey, what kind of teacher is All Might like?" a bald stern-faced man asked, a student who had nearly reached the gate. "I don't know, I've yet to even see him here," they replied before stepping through. "Hey, you two boys there," called out a female reporter with white hair tied up in a bun. Ida quickly walked over to the woman, realizing she meant him and Izuku. "How can I help you?" "Can you tell me what kind of teacher All Might is like?" she asked, realization dawning on her face that she may have a lead. Ida chopped as he answered, "While we have only had one class with him, I can tell that his class will be extremely informative for us future heroes. Granted, he did very little teaching yesterday, merely running battle trials with our class while he observed with our homeroom teacher." "Battle trials?" she asked, quickly writing down his words. "Yes, battle trials. 2-on-2 skirmishes written by other UA faculty based on cases they have taken on. Simulated weapons deal, a deadly chemical weapon attack, bomb defusal, under siege by villains, and finally hostage rescue," Ida outlined with a brief chop for each trial mentioned. "Was one of those trials written by All Might perchance?" she questioned the reporters, all taking notes now. "Yes, the bomb defusal, which I happen to be a part of actually," Ida stated. "All Might had you defuse a bomb?" she asked in surprise. "Well, that was Nezu adding on to it," Izuku stated. "And it was just a paint bomb with simple instructions you had to follow," Izuku faltered mid-sentence. There in the crowd was animosity, hatred that he could feel crawling over his skin. He looked to Ida, who appeared confused as to why he stopped. "They don't feel it, do they? There's a villain in there." He scanned the crowd looking for who he could be sensing. There, at the back, stood a person in all black, the hood on their sweatshirt pulled low, leaving their face in shadow. "Midoriya?" Ida asked, concern showing in his face. Izuku balked and looked to Ida, then back to the person in black to see they were now gone. "We need to go, Ida," Izuku muttered. "You can't go, this is very important," the female reporter exclaimed. Izuku grabbed Ida and pulled him backwards. Hey, the woman yelled at them, stepping forward only to be stopped by the bald reporter as the gate slammed shut before her. You set off the UA barrier, the bald man was heard saying through the metal gate. Midoriya, that was extremely rude. Ida rebuked with a chop. Izuku ignored him, pulling out his phone and began dialing a number he knew well. One ring and the other person answered. To what do I owe the pleasure of an early morning call, Izuku? Nezu asked in his squeaky voice. Did you just call Principal Nezu? Ida asked, stunned. Sir, while having a morning jog with my classmate Ida, we stopped and talked to the vultures for a while, Izuku began. Vultures? Ida asked in shock. And while Ida was talking I felt a presence, sir. Like when Himiko turned her bloodlust on me in a spa. They are gone now, but I nearly collapsed under it, it felt like they were staring right at me. This is very grave news, Midoriya, thank you for alerting me about this. I will increase patrols both inside and outside of UA for the next few days. It is possible the news of All Might here will attract villains looking to make a name for themselves, Nezu stated. Head back to your dorms and proceed with your day as normal. I will inform Aizawa, he is about to be here in a few minutes. At that the phone line died, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Midoriya, did we just leave those reporters at the hands of a villain? Ida asked. Attacking UA or even someone at the gates of UA outright is the dumbest idea someone could ever have, Izuku responded. Only a fool with no real plan would try something of that caliber. No, the villain had already left when I grabbed you, but I wasn't taking any risks. Hey you kids, came a rough voice. Get away from there. Izuku looked back behind him to see Hound Dog running towards them. Oh, Midoriya, I thought I recognized your scent, but it seems muddled. I can smell Toga as well, but it also seems like there are two other scents on you as well, Hound Dog commented. Izuku looked away as his blush bloomed, remembering how he had woken up earlier to find his head buried in Momo's Beathis, while her hand was firmly gripping his butt. Okiko, it seemed, had been quite cuddler, her arms wrapped around him, with a leg thrown over his, keeping him in place. At some point in the night Himiko had shed her skirt, leaving her in a set of matching BR and panties. He was kinda curious as to how Momo and Okiko would take that discovery. Midoriya, your face is getting awfully red, are you not feeling well? Ida questioned. I'm fine, Ida, he softly answered, ignoring Hound Dog's chuckles. They had ended their morning jog, citing it best to return to the dorms and get ready for classes instead of being out on their own with possible villains just on the other side of the wall. Finally dressed, Izuku found himself knocking on Momo's door. Coming, she called out from the other side. Good morning, Momo, he greeted as she opened the door, revealing herself in her school uniform already. Her face gained a light blush but returned the greeting. How can I help you, Izuku? He held his tie up for her to see. I was wondering if you could help me again. She gave him a soft smile. Of course, Izuku. But you may have to learn to do it yourself soon. I won't always be able to do it for you. Maybe after classes have ended we can practice, he suggested. Of course, that will work for me, she said, letting him enter her room. Thank you, Momo. Also, did Himiko give you any trouble after I left? No, she mumbled out. Sorry, was there an issue? Izuku asked, afraid he had done something wrong. I just wish you had been there when I woke up again was all, she admitted, her face turning red as she spoke. He felt his ear growing hot as he blushed at her admission. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe what? She inquired. Maybe next time I'll simply sleep in with you girls, he admitted, looking at the floor, unable to look at her. The room was silent, too silent. She stepped forward. Izuku flinched, thinking he had been too forward and she was going to rebuke him. Instead, he was enveloped in a hug. He looked up at her and saw that while she was flustered as well, she was smiling. I would love that, Izuku. Now, I really need to do your necktie, she said, her hands lifting his collar and gently stroking his neck. Izuku felt his eyes grow heavy as Momo made him presentable once more. Having made their way to class, Izuku and Momo split up to take their seats. Himiko had texted him saying that she was with Okiko and would walk with her to class that morning. He noticed Mina giving him a rather smug look as she saw the two of them enter the room together, but aside from blushing he did his best to act as if he didn't see it. "Morning Green," 𝐤𝐸 called out to him. "Oh, good morning, 𝐤𝐸," he replied, surprised by the greeting. "I went to Momo's room last night too. Ask her if it would be possible to get another pair of those headphones in case the ones I have now break, or if I leave them behind in the dorms, but she wasn't there. You wouldn't have known where she would have been, would you?" she asked. He blushed at her question. Izuku very well knew where Momo had been last night, but there was no way he was going to answer cuddling with Himiko, Okako, and himself. "The four of us were hanging out yesterday after classes," he said with a slight stutter in his voice. "Oh okay," she replied, twirling an ear jack around her finger. "Everyone take your seats. Class is about to start," Ida said from the front of the room, chopping his arm, but he spoke. "Dude," Kaminari began, "you're the only one still standing." Ida chopped once more, but left his arm parallel to the ground as he looked around, realizing he was the last to be seated after all. "How shameful of me," he uttered before swiftly taking his seat moments before the bell rang. "Good you're all here and seated," Aizawa said as he rose from behind his desk. "Were you sleeping in here, sir?" Kaminari asked, raising his hand. "No, don't be ridiculous," Aizawa replied. "That's a lie," Izuku realized as he noticed Aizawa's sleeping bag sticking out from the side of the desk. Kirishima raised his hand. "Yes," Aizawa uttered. "Where is Bakugo, sir? I saw him this morning, but he isn't here. Due to his actions yesterday he is serving an in-school suspension, that is all I am saying on the matter. Now then, from what I saw yesterday, most of you did well in your battle trials, granted some did better than others, but don't let that hold you back. Take it as a chance to grow and improve," Aizawa stated. From where he sat, Izuku saw Emma slump in his chair. "Emma," Aizawa called out. "Sir," the boy in question asked. "Due to how your battle trial ended, we will hold another trial for you, with a new teammate and a new team to fight against, but it will take a few days to put together as the staff will create a new mission for the trial." "Thank you, sir," the boy happily replied, the air around him sparkling once more. "Now there is something else we must discuss that will affect your time here at UA," Aizawa declared. "Please, not a surprise test," he heard a few students utter in despair. "You will be choosing class representatives today," was their teacher's explanation. "I want to do it," Mina exclaimed, standing up from her seat. "I'll be a great choice," Kaminari chimed in, getting up as well. Class representative is a great position to hold, especially in a hero course. When the pros start scouting they are going to look at the ones with positions in the school, as they will have leadership experience. It would have its merits to hold the position, but, Izuku paused his thinking as he looked at his girlfriend, then Momo and Okako, "I already have a lot to deal with as it stands. All Might's legacy as well as staying expecting greatness from me is a lot of pressure already." He looked at Ida and Momo for a while as the class continued to argue on who should be the representative. "Maybe," Ida suddenly stood up, raising his voice as he spoke, "this bickering is getting us nowhere. The class representative is a serious position requiring the person to put in extra work before and after class. It is not a mere empty title. They will represent Class 1A to the rest of school during meetings and will be our face and voice for the rest of the year. We should vote to elect the class representative, that way everyone has a say in the matter as it affects all of us equally." "But won't everyone just vote for themselves?" Zu asked, her finger on her chin as she looked at Ida. "Not necessarily," Momo chimed in, "someone is bound to vote for someone else. There are probably a few of our classmates who have no interest in the position or have the time to devote to it due to personal reasons. So someone is bound to get at least 2 votes then," Ojiro commented. "A most interesting situation," Tokoyami added on, his quirk poking its head out of his chest to look around at all of the ruckus. "Does that work with you, Mr. Aizawa?" Ida questioned their teacher. "Do what you want, just make it quick," was his only answer. "What about Bakugo's vote?" Shiro asked. "He would just vote for himself," Himiko stated. "Ah, true," the boy said in agreement. Izuku wrote down his selection and handed it to Ida as he walked down the aisles, collecting the votes. I will now count the votes, showing you each one to prove that there was no tampering. Ida began as he picked a ballot and unfolded it. By the time he was done, Izuku was sitting in his seat bewildered. He had received 10 votes in total. What? He meekly asked. Holy Siava dude, you got 9 votes from the class, Jiru whispered to him. 10, he corrected, I didn't vote for myself. She looked slightly taken back by that. You didn't want the position. You looked to be in thought while everyone was yelling about doing it. Not really, I'm not great with people, he mumbled, and the person with the second most votes is Yorozu at 3, Ida announced. Everyone else either had 1 or no votes for them. Ida looked to be saddened that he had not been chosen for the position. Very well, you class representative and vice representative is Midoriya Izuku and Yorozu Momo, Aizawa announced. You two will come with me to the teacher's offices after classes today and we will discuss your duties then. For now get ready for your classes to begin. At that Aizawa was interrupted by Presentzy kicking the door open, shouting in English, hey hey hey. Who's ready to learn? Aizawa was glaring at the man, his hair floating around him. Do you have to be so needlessly loud in the morning? MIC simply laughed at his boyfriend's antics. You know it. Head on out, Grumpy breathes, it's learning time. Aizawa shook his head as he grabbed his sleeping bag and trudged out. Momo sighed as she sat down with her tray before her. While she had voted for Izuku for class rep, she had also wanted the position for herself, and was grateful for the 3 votes she had earned. What was nagging at her mind was the look of surprise on Izuku's face when he had been announced as the class rep, and her as his partner. What's wrong? Momo questioned Mina, sitting down across from her. What do you mean? The Ravenet asked, confused by her classmate's question. Well, you looked kinda worried about something, Toru explained, waving her wrist in a circle, the bracelets clinking as they jumbled about. Well, I had voted for Izuku, and he seemed surprised to have won, she answered. Oh, you voted for him as well? Kyuka asked, taking a seat next to Momo. But still, to get 9 other people to vote for him, that's impressive, Mina commented. 10, Kyuka stated, he didn't vote for himself apparently. Hey, I wonder where he is. Okako asked, sitting down on Momo's other side. Excuse me, called a voice. The girls all looked to see Zu and Ida standing at the table end. Ribbit, can I join you girls? Zu questioned. I don't see why not, Kyuka answered. What about you, Ida? Momo asked. Well, I was hoping to talk with Midoriya and Toga today at lunch, but I don't see them here with Uraraka and Yorozu, Ida explained. Oh, they will be a tad late it seems, Zu commented. I see, Ida mused. May I sit with you ladies in the meantime? Mina giggled at his question. Sure, the more the merrier. Thank you, I will return momentarily, he announced and headed towards. So stiff. Toru giggled out. Yes, but he seems to mean well, Momo softly rebuked. So where are Izuku and Himiko, Zu? Okako asked as the frog girl sat beside her. The girl blushed at that. Well, I happened to see the 2 of them duck into an empty room after they left class. What do you mean? Momo asked, confused as to why she was blushing. No. Mina gasped out, a hand over her mouth. Zu nodded. I went to knock on the door as I had a question, but I overheard them. Wait, you mean, Okako began, her blush marks darkening. It clicked for Momo. They're having secretary, she uttered in shock. Ribbit, Himiko said something about getting cock-blocked yesterday, Zu replied in her deadpan voice. Oh my god, Momo mumbled. What? Kyuka asked, confused. Okako, we interrupted them when they were about to have sec, Momo whispered. So that's why Himiko was so, yeah, wait, Green said the 4 of you were hanging out yesterday, something happened, the punk girl stated, looking at the 2. Spill. Mina declared. Momo felt her face heat up. Did you guys kiss? Toru asked all of a sudden. The table grew silent. No. Okako hissed. Well, Himiko didn't kiss our mouths. Ribbit. We let her drink our BLD yesterday, and then we fell asleep in Himiko's room, Momo announced. We? Toru asked. Who all fell asleep there? Momo, Himiko, me and Izuku, Okako replied, then realized what she had said. Her face began to match her blush marks. You four slept together? Kyuka asked, eyes wide. Holy see, imagine the shit show if Ida heard about this. Heard what? Izuku breathed out as he sat down at the end of the table. Himiko sat beside him, both wearing relieved looks on their faces. The girls were silent, until Mina spoke. You two look rather stress-free. Yeah, Himiko admitted, got all of the stress out. Are you going to get something to eat? Kyuka asked. Nah, she answered, I feel rather full still, Himiko answered, liking her lips. Momo blushed, at the sight and implications. Before anyone could say anything, the alarm erupted in the cafeteria. Level 3 alert. All students evacuate to the designated areas. The room erupted in chaos, tables around them surged forth as students tried to escape the room. Izuku, what is a level 3 alarm? Momo asked. It means there is an intruder on school grounds, he announced, trying to get up only to be pushed back into his seat by the swarming mob. He looked to the windows and saw a familiar face go by, the reporter from this morning. God damn vultures, he hissed. Really? Himiko asked. Yeah, he replied, before turning to Momo, can you make me a megaphone, please? She nodded, and reached down beneath the table as it formed from her thigh. Taking it, he jumped onto the table. Cover your ears, he said to the table, and then turned it on. The mass of students froze as they covered their ears as the megaphone crackled before he spoke through it. Calm down, it is merely the press from this morning, they must have forced their way through the gate. Act like the UA students you are, not like frightened children. The room was silent as they looked at him. Hey! He's right, present MIC and our vice principal are dealing with them, a girl called out from the window. Good, now look down at your feet, hopefully you weren't too careless and trampled your classmates, he said, scorning them. Oh my god, he's so hot when he takes charge, Himiko muttered to herself. Is now the time to be thirsting after Izuku? Zu questioned. Yes. Himiko replied. I mean, she isn't wrong, Momo thought, looking up at Izuku with a soft smile on her face as their schoolmates began to slowly move out of the cafeteria. Shouter stood beside Nezu as they looked at the now ruined gate. Sorry it took so long to get here, Majima called out, jogging over to the two. I had to lock down the support lab, and one of my students didn't care that we were entering lockdown. It's fine, power loader, Nezu stated, never taking his eyes off the gaping hole in the gate. I want you to study the damage done here today. I feel that this is most likely the work of the villain Izuku encountered here this morning. Unfortunately, the security cameras never caught their face, just a figure in black who melted into the crowd once the gates were, stooping down to pick up a pile of dust that had once been the gate, destroyed. Should we cancel the USJ trip tomorrow? Shouter questioned. He did not like the idea of leaving the main campus after what seemed like an attack on UA. Carry on with the schedule, but check in with me when you arrive, and every 20 minutes while there until you leave, Nezu stated, leaving no room for arguing. Shouter sighed, but nodded. Of course, sir, but if anything happens it will be on my head, plus you will have All Might with you and 13 tomorrow. If anyone tries anything, they will be dealt with. Classes had been cancelled for the day due to the trespass of the press setting off the alarms, and the UA faculty was currently checking every building for anyone who did not belong. The dorms had been cleared first with ectoplasm clones and the class homeroom teacher. You are to stay inside of your dorms until we notify you that you may leave them, Aizawa stated to the class. Midoriya, Yorozu, while we did not discuss your duties as class representatives, I am leaving the two of you in charge while I work with the police on this matter. If I hear that any of you left the dorms without a valid reason, there will be consequences. Now is not the time to fool around. There is a phone in the common room and a list of numbers you may need. Mine and Recovery Girl's office are at the top of it. Feel free to add the numbers to your own cell phones, but only contact me in an emergency when I am off campus and on patrol. Yes, sir, the class replied in unison. Good, I should be back in an hour or so, Aizawa stated as he left the dorm. Midoriya, Yorozu, what would you have us do? Ida promptly asked, earning a few groans from a few of their classmates. Well, Mr. Aizawa said we would discuss our battle trials today in our heroics class, so why don't we simply do that? Pair with your partner and discuss how they went and what went right or wrong, then find the team you fought against and repeat. Of course you don't have to if you have already done this yesterday, Izuku said. Of course, it wouldn't hurt to show some initiative on our part, Momo tacked on. Why don't we take an hour or so to talk with our partners and then we can reach out to the other team time permitting, or feel free to start on the homework we have been assigned. Yeah, I doubt that we will get to turn it in late due to the press trespassing, Izuku commented. As the class spread out, Izuku saw Emma walk over to Zero and Tokoyami, who simply nodded as he walked off with them, dark shadow popping out, and poking the French boy when he seemed to sparkle much to Tokoyami's displeasure. Well, I guess we can talk about our rather quick victory or we can start your necktie lesson now, Momo said as she stepped closer to him. Wire, let's go with the necktie lesson for now. It's possible that Ashido and Jiru may seek us out anyways, Izuku suggested. Momo simply smiled at him. Izuku looked in the mirror at the image of Momo standing behind him, hands on his shoulders as she smiled at their reflection. She slid her hands to his collar and began unfolding it as she worked from the front of his neck to the back, taking her time to run her knuckles over his skin. Tie, she questioned, reaching around him to show an opened hand, palm facing upwards. He placed the red tie and gold pin in her hands, doing his best to ignore the feeling of her BRSTS pressing into his back. Thank you, she whispered into his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. She draped the tie around his neck, the skinny half over his right shoulder, while the thicker end hung off of his left shoulder. She slid the thicker end further down his body. Watch the tail, that's the slim end, you want it to be near the top of your shirt pocket like so, and then cross it over, with the blade on top. She adjusted the tie so it resembled an X, her hands sliding across his chest as she moved the fabric. Hold the center with one hand and then bring the blade under the tail and out of the hole where your neck is. She slowly slid her hand up, pushing the fabric up and out the hole where it plopped out onto his chest once more. Now bring it to the same side you came out through and go under everything, then up and down into the hole behind it all and let it fall, pulling it all tight as needed. This seems complicated, Izuku muttered. It can be at first, Momo replied, but I'm sure you will learn quickly. She smiled at him in the mirror, causing him to blush. Thank you, he whispered out, happy with her compliment. Of course, now see where I moved my finger. He nodded. Keep a finger there as it will make the end easier. Now pull the tie across the front of everything, keeping it rather tight. Then you will go back under and up through the back like so. She wiggled her finger making some room for it. Now the tie goes into the hole my finger is in and will be pulled down through it. Now all you do is pull it taut and pinch the knot as needed to get it into the proper shape. She pulled her hands away, revealing a knot that resembled her own. Thank you, Momo, he said, looking into the mirror. Of course, Izuku, she replied, smiling at him in the mirror as she placed her hands on his shoulders once more. Go ahead and practice, and if it would help I can tie one on myself and you can take notes on it. That's a great idea, he half shouted as he began flipping through a notebook. Where did that come from? The girl asked, visibly confused. Where did what come from? Your notebook, she said rather harshly, but stopped herself. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. People always seem to ignore me carrying my notebooks until I open them, he mused. I wonder if this is how 𝐔𝐸𝐽 feels when she enters a room and no one else seems to recognize her but me. Momo balked. People don't, sorry for the lack of a better word, see her enter a room. Not until she starts talking or waving her arms around, he dejectedly replied. Later let me know when she enters the common room so I can greet her, Izuku. I'm sure that will make her feel better. Of course. Momo smiled at him once more as she undid the tie around his neck. Give a few tries and let's go from there. Himiko was on the prowl. Her boyfriend, lunchbox, and mood lifter was missing, and no one had seen Izuku in a while it seemed. You know, Kyuka began from where she sat next to Okiko on the couch. His tie looked pretty rough today in class. He must have tied it himself today instead of having Momo do it for him in front of us again. Ribbit, that or they realized, no offense to Himiko, how NTMT that must have looked and are now doing it in private. Zu chimed in from the other couch sitting beside Mina who was reading a magazine with Toru. If Izuku and Momo are tying ties and it turned into a makeout session, And I wasn't invited, I'm gonna be mad, Himiko thought to herself as she stood up. Where are you off to? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 questioned. Mr. Aizawa isn't back yet. I'm gonna see if they are in Momo's room, Himiko answered. Better than sitting around waiting for Aizawa to come back. Oh, if we find Midori, I have some questions for him about my quirk, if he has time, Mina said, looking at Toru who began bouncing in her seat. Yeah, I want to come as well. The invisible girl declared, setting the magazine down on the table. So we find my boyfriend and have a little quirk analysis session. Himiko asked the group of girls before her. She smiled as they all nodded. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 ran his tongue across his chipped sword, watching the thug's body seize as his quirk took hold of him. With a flourish he flicked the blade to the side. BLD flew off of the metal and onto the corpse of the hero he had cut down when he landed in the alley before slashing the thug he was conversing with. SSSD stain. The thug stuttered out, desperately trying to move his body. You and that filth mentioned you, what could a hero school offer to you some, he asked. The man gulped for air, as if trying to bide himself time. He placed his sword against the back of the man's hand on the ground. Answer me. He began to slowly push. There's a job, he yelled out. He ripped the sword from the man's palm. Go on. Nearly 100 of us have been hired. We get in while the kids are on a field trip to somewhere remote. We warp in with a quirk and keep the students and regular teachers busy. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 scowled. You're attacking UA. UA where All Might teaches, how completely idiotic. The man in charge has this thing, a bioweapon. He shot it in the head and it healed. Had the warper cut off its limbs and they regrew. And it's for All Might, the thug uttered, wincing in pain as 𝐒𝐻𝐿 pointed his blade at his other hand. Where are you meeting up tomorrow? You think I would tell you? He rolled his eyes at the thug and shoved the blade through his shoulder. I do in fact, the quicker you tell me what I want, the quicker you get to die. And don't think you can hold out for a hero, he gestured to the dead one. He was the only one for half a kilometer and he checked in when you met him. The thug swallowed. Himiko knocked on Momo's door then opened it, not waiting for an answer. You can't just open her door, Kyuka began but stopped when they saw them. Momo was wearing her clothes from earlier still, but now had a necktie tied around her neck as she watched Izuku take one and tie it around his neck before cinching it. Izuku! You did it! Momo exclaimed, widely smiling at him. She grabbed him and spun him around to face the mirror on her wall. She pressed her body against his as she straightened the tie, and folded his collar back down. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Momo, he happily chirped, smiling at her in the mirror. What the F? Mina whispered to the other girls. Be quiet, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 chastised. Izuku's being adorable. I'm right here, Himiko replied. Am I wrong? The brunette asked. No, and I love you for it, the blonde replied. What? What? 𝐒𝐿𝐵, Himiko. I learned how to tie my necktie. Izuku declared, having apparently heard them, turning to face them as he smiled. It's too bright, Toru muttered. He finally learned, I'm glad he came to me to learn how to do it. Momo chimed in smiling at him as she hugged him from behind. Too bright. Kyuka emmed. Why are they so bright? Himiko blinked at the sight once more. I want Momo to put a tie around my neck and top me. Where did that come from? She looked to 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and saw the girl staring at Izuku. Okay, next cuddle pile is Momo and I and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Aizu cuddling. Ribbit, Zu uttered. Midoriya, are you still busy? He looked over his shoulder at Momo who simply shook her head. No, Momo and I finished up here. How can I help? Well, the frog girl began, we were hoping you could maybe help us with our quirks. You seemed to do pretty good yesterday during the battle trial at pointing out issues, Ribbit. You want me to talk to you about your quirks? Izuku apprehensive asked. Yes, Kyuka replied, twirling an earjack. You seem pretty smart about quirks, that and you keep taking notes on them, I've heard. He blushed at that. Sure, where do you want to talk? What works best for you? Izuku asked 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Well, I would need to get my notebook from my room first, he replied, tilting his head in thought. Himiko was certain she heard a few of the girls coo at the sight. How does your room work, Aizu baby? Not really pay attention as he was already starting to mumble to himself, he replied, "Yeah, sure." To Midori's room. Mina declared, turning on the spot and walking off with Toru. "Wait, what?" Izuku suddenly asked. "I think we're going to your room," Momo offered. Izuku looked at the 7 girls in his room. "Why do I have foreboding feeling about this? Hey Green, you okay? You've been staring into space for a bit now," Jiru asked, poking his arm with an earjack. "What? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something." "So quirks?" he asked, clasping his hands together to move the point away from his distracted state. "Yeah," Mina stated, leaning forward from her seat on his bed. "You mentioned yesterday how you thought I could have escaped you by melting through the bus." "Yeah, your costume, I assume it is acid-proof, right? You didn't ask for or get a costume that you can melt, right?" he questioned, as he grabbed a notebook from his desk. "Well, I never said to acid-proof it, but I included that my quirk lets me make acid from my body," Mina replied. Izuku's pen slipped across the page at that admission. "Oh my fing gods," Izuku muttered. "Assume that the support company UA used for our outfits is stupid, has no common sense, and does not understand that a girl with an acid quirk needs an acid-proof costume." Mina pulled back at that. "So I should check that the rest of it is acid-proofed." "The rest?" he asked, curious by that. "Yeah, my boots are. I know I asked for sure for them to be. They have holes in them so I can make acid from my feet and slide around on it, like skating," she offered, pointing at a foot as she raised it up and wiggled it. "Yes. Now then, Ashido, how do you produce your acid?" he asked, pen once more on the page, doing his best to ignore how her thigh had flexed when she raised her leg. "Why do they look so soft?" "No, stop that. I have Himiko, and maybe Momo and Okiko. I am not a horn dog." "See something you like, Midori?" Ashido asked, smirking at him. "What? No," he replied, swallowing. "That's right, Himiko said you were an but man," the pinkette replied with a grin. "God damn it, Himiko," he muttered. "Anyways, how do you secrete your acid?" he asked once more, this time louder. Okay, I can control its viscosity and solubility, where I hate big words, and it comes through my skin, but if it sits on my skin for too long it starts to hurt me." "Can you draw it back into yourself, or absorb other acids? What about bases, can you make those by altering the pH level past 7? he asked, writing what she had said so far. "I can make acid that melts stuff and acid that seems to just sit there and do nothing, but let me slide on it, and I guess everything in between, but it's hard to do those in between ones." "Okay, so small steps. Next time we can wear our costumes, let's test to see if it is acid-proof, then we can see about making it porous, so you can secrete acid through it," he offered. "Why not just stick with acid on my hands and feet?" the pink girl asked, visibly confused. "Let's say someone was going to punch you while your hands or feet were busy, how would you defend?" he asked, looking from the notebook to her as he began sketching her costume from memory. "Dodge," she offered, shrugging as she did so. "Dodging won't always work in certain situations. What I mean is acid armor. The villain punches acid seeping through your costume, and it can cushion the blow, trap them by being viscous enough that they can't pull free easily, or injured from the acid burns." The room was silent. "That's hardcore," Mina shouted in her excitement. "Man, Kiri is gonna love that when I try it out. I'll probably have him try to hit me since he can handle my acid." "Who wants to go next?" "Next?" Izuku asked. Himiko leaned over to him, hushing him as she spoke. "They probably can't handle you going on a 4-hour lecture on their quirk, just break it up into smaller bits so they can better process it." "I'm rather curious, Ribbit," stated Asui. "What about Asu?" he started. "Call me Zoo," she interrupted. "Right, Zoo. What do you want me to help with, Zoo?" he asked. "Well, you seem to notice ideas of people can better use our quirks, and it seems weaknesses too if my guess is right," the frog girl stated. Momo shivered as if remembering something. "Oh," Himiko stated. "What is it?" the girl asked, her large eyes staring at the blonde. "You want him to tear your quirk apart," she said with a grin, her fangs showing. "Yes. Do that, Midoriya, Ribbit." Izuku flipped through the notebook a bit until he stopped on her entry. "Asui Tsuyu, Female, quirk, frog, allows her to do anything a frog can seemingly do. Ribbit, she croaked. Long prehensile tongue allows her to utilize it as a blunt weapon of sorts, as well as a third limb for grabbing items and people. Due to the quirk assessment test, it was noted that she is capable of taking leaps of great distances compared to people who do not have a quirk that aids them in that manner. Can possibly deliver kicks that can break bones if done correctly. Compare kicks to those from Miruko and her rabbit quirk. Due to her quirk explanation, it is possible she can scale vertical surfaces as certain frog species can. South America holds the poison tree frog species. Can she produce a chemical similar to it? As for obvious weaknesses that may have been overlooked, she most likely is aware of ice quirks being an issue, as some amphibians have been noted to hibernate. Other animal quirks such as those of predator animals may cause her to enter a prey mode and instigate fight or flight against her will. Means to halt her are as follows: incapacitate her legs to cut down on her greatest offensive measure, injury to tongue to cause pain and possibly its loss, use of ice quirk or electrical quirks if around water, fire and heat quirks to dry her body out, as it has been noted she drinks high amounts of water. 𝐬 blinked as her face gained a red tint. Ribbit. DMN Izuku, Himiko muttered. Do you not need to breathe? Jiru asked. We don't think so, Okako chimed in. You think my kicks could be like Miruko's? 𝐬 questioned. You watch how much water she drinks. Toru pointed out. Well, I've noticed that some people's food choices are affected by their quirks. Take Bakugo for example. Himiko grumbled at him being used. He and his parents prefer that their food be spicy. His mom brought some curry they made over one day before we came to UA. Himiko and I had to drink milk for close to an hour to get the burning to stop, and Auntie just kept on eating it with my mom, who has gotten somewhat used to it. While it tasted good, if Aizu and I kissed the next few days we could taste the hot sauce she had used, Himiko announced, nearly sticking her tongue out entirely. Izuku watched as a few of the girls followed it closely. Oh god damn it. Yes 𝐬, I think you could kick nearly as strong as Miruko with the proper training while here at UA. Oh thank god, Momo muttered. Hey. Jiru asked. What's wrong Momo? I was afraid he would do what he did at the recommendation exams when he tore Endeavor's quirk apart for Todoroki, she answered. You tore Endeavor's quirk apart? Jiru inquired. Yeah, Todoroki needed it, but I won't go into it, it's his personal business, Izuku sternly answered. I get that, the purple-haired girl responded. If you're done with 𝐬, can you help me next? I know you didn't see much of me in action yesterday, she trailed off, rubbing her arm. He flipped through a few more pages before he began. Well, I noticed your boots looked different from others I saw. What were they for? They have speakers in them so I can pump sound waves into the ground, she replied. That's a good idea. You should look into getting wrist versions as well in case you can't position your feet to get the attack off correctly. Also consider a vibrating weapon. A what? She asked, blushing a deep red. A bladed weapon whose blade vibrates in order to cut material that it normally couldn't, he explained, unsure as to why she would be reacting that way. Oh, she replied, drawing the word out. What did you think I meant? He asked, ping his head to the side. Never mind, she replied, looking away. Himiko giggled to his side. She probably thought you meant to fight with a VBRTR. Izuku felt his ears and face heat up as he blushed. Himiko! Jiru yelled from the other side of the room. I had never heard of that before, how was I supposed to know? She rolled her eyes. Izuku, would you ever tell one of us girls to go out and fight villains with a VBR? No, he hastily replied. I would never say something as reckless as that to any of you. Himiko smiled as she leaned over and kissed his cheek in front of the others. I know, she whispered, I just wanted them to know it as well. Jiru cleared her throat. So a vibrating sword or knife for me then? Yes, Izuku responded, happy for the change in subject. You could have one made where you plug your ear jack into it and supply the sound needed to vibrate the blade. That sounds kinda cool, she muttered. Izuku ignored that it was spreading. Speaking of your ear jacks, how durable are your ear jacks? Can I hold one? She blinked at him. I don't feel comfortable with that, sorry. He held up his hands as he spoke, it's fine. As far as durable, the jacks are essentially metallic, and for the cords, they can be cut, she replied, twirling one around her finger. That's not good. You should talk with 𝐺 in the support labs, see if they can get some form of body armor that stretches that can be applied to your ears. Otherwise, a villain could try to cut your jacks off, he replied as he wrote in the notebook. Jiru gripped her ear jack at that. That sounds horrible. Midoriya, how do you read this? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 suddenly asked, standing in front of him looking at his notebook. Gah! Izuku yelped as he pushed back in his chair. 𝐔𝐸𝐽. When did you get up? I never saw you move from Ashido's side. I did it while you were writing in here, but I can't read any of it, she stated. You can't? Zu pondered. Let me see. Ashido chimed in, getting up from her seat. Izuku suddenly found himself surrounded by his classmates as they all huddled around him, peering at the notebook. Wow, how do you read that? Ashido questioned. Why is it written like that? Jiru chimed in, leaning in to look closer. Well, Nezu said I should learn to code my notebooks in case a villain got a hold of them. This way only a few people can read it, and no one can use the information I have on weaknesses to defeat a hero, he supplied. You said Principal Nezu told you to do this? Momo asked. She leaned in and saw where he had begun to sketch. What's this? He felt his ears grow hot again. Weiss, when we first met it was one of the first things he suggested I should do. It kinda looks like a drawing, Zu commented. Ribbit, do you draw the person in question? Izuku kept his mouth shut, but knew the truth would get out. He does, Himiko stated. Damn it, Himiko. She grabbed the notebook and flipped through it quickly before turning it to the girls. Is that you? Toru questioned, tapping the page apparently. Yeah, I didn't even know he was drawing me that day. I had sat down next to him and saw what had kept him so absorbed, she explained. Oh, she must have shown them the sketch of her throwing a knife, he realized. Does he have any sketches of us? Okako asked, looking from Himiko then at Izuku. Yes, he squeaked out, unsure if that was the best answer. Can we see? Momo asked, a light dusting of pink on her cheeks. He blinked, as he took in her reaction. I hope they are okay, he thought as he nodded his head. The Ravenet gingerly took the book from his girlfriend's hand and began to flip through the pages until she stopped. You drew me, but I don't think I quite look like this, she stated. He looked up at her confused. What do you mean? Yeah. What do you mean? Himiko asked, peering at the drawing. Yeah, that's you, Momo. I'm not that attractive, she replied. Yes, you are. Himiko and Izuku shouted in unison before they both blushed. Jiru let out a low whistle as the room grew quiet once more. Izuku looked away from the girls as he began to fiddle with his fingers, his index fingers tapping against each other, while his face grew red once more. This is awkward, he mumbled, unaware that he was speaking out loud. I hope she doesn't get upset with us. Before he could finish he was pulled into a hug by Momo alongside Himiko. I would never be upset by that, you too, she announced, hugging them into her chest. It's like hugging Nemurai, but I'm okay with it, he realized, as he hugged her back. Did we just witness a moment? Ashido stage whispered to the other girls. Oh wow, you drew me too, Okako commented, now holding the notebook. You even got my blush marks, I hadn't realized they were that cute looking. They are, Izuku admitted from Momo's chest. From what he could see Okako had started to float, but Zu caught her in time before she bumped into the ceiling light. While I have you two here, Momo whispered, I was wondering if the four of us could do that again, but this time use my room. I have a larger bed. She admitted with a blush. I'd be fine with it, Himiko admitted, laying her against Momo's chest, but I'm cuddling you tonight, Momo. She blushed then looked back at Izuku. Is she always so forward? He nodded as he watched the girl flip through the notebook. We haven't gone over my quirk yet. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 announced, waving her arms. And are you three cuddling? I can talk about yours with you tomorrow with Aizawa. I have an idea and I want his opinion on it before I say anything. Something to do with no quirk experiments without a teacher to supervise, he said with a slight pout, ignoring her comment about cuddling. His phone went off, saving him from any more prying questions. "Is that Aizawa?" Himiko asked, ping her head to the side. "Yeah," he replied, digging the phone out of his pocket to read the message he had received. "No one who didn't belong here on UA was found. We are free to leave the dorms now." "That's a relief," 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stated, letting out a sigh of relief. "So should we go head to the cafeteria for dinner?" "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea," Izuku commented, as Momo released her hold on him and his girlfriend. "I want to change first, so I'll meet you girls downstairs," he asked, as he headed to his closet to grab some clothes. "Sounds good to me," Jiru replied from behind him. As he opened the closet, he saw a new shirt on the shelf before him. "Oh, a new shirt," Himiko announced. "New shirt?" Zu asked, probably putting a finger on her chin. "Yeah, Izuku's closet makes shirts," Okiko announced with a cheery laugh. "It's where Okiko and I got our space and creation shirts from," Momo explained, "but we aren't sure where they came from." He pulled the shirt out and read it. Then he reread it. "Nope," he yelled, throwing the shirt back into the closet, and was about to shut it before Himiko stopped him. "It can't be that bad," she wondered aloud, grabbing the shirt and reading it. She threw her head back and cackled after reading it. Izuku was slightly scared and aroused by the sight. "What's it say?" 𝐻𝐸𝐽 asked, stepping forward. "No!" Izuku shouted, trying to grab the shirt, but Himiko was quicker and spun away and flipped the shirt for the girls to read. It was a plain white shirt like most of them were, reading "choking hazard" with an arrow pointing downwards beneath the text. Izuku felt his face heat up as each girl read the shirt and began to blush, or he figured 𝐔𝐸𝐽 was blushing as her figure had gone rigid. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 turns purple when she blushes, and Jiru's jacks go haywire flying all over the place, and Zu is just croaking up a storm while she blushes. He really hoped he didn't mumble that, but chances were they wouldn't have heard him anyways. He grabbed the shirt from Himiko and threw it back into the closet. "Let's forget this happened, please," he pleaded, his face still burning hot from his blush. All the girls except for Himiko nodded and trailed out of the room. She looked at him smirking. "Wanna choke me before we head down there, Aizu baby?" Count on Himiko to use sec to calm him down. "Yes." A faint cry was heard from the hallway, Jiru yelling out, "Oh my god." Okiko let out a sigh as she snuggled into the warmth enveloping her. She didn't remember her bed being this hard, but it was strangely comforting at the same time. She let out a slight mmm as she felt her BRSTS squeezed. "Oh, one of these dreams," she thought as she placed a hand over the one idly needing her BST, before giving it a slight squeeze. She noticed how rough it felt in her hand. "Izuku," she ummed out, as her other hand trailed down to her waist. "Okiko," a rather tired voice called out to her. Her eyes snapped open, she was awake after all. She looked down at her chest and saw that there was a hand jirinji her, and the arm connected to it was laying over her side. "Oh yeah, we did another night of cuddling." She looked over the rather large bed and saw Himiko and Momo cuddling face to face. She really wasn't sure if they were awake yet or still asleep. "Wait, if they are cuddling, that means Izuku is grabbing my..." With wide eyes, she looked behind her to see a rather tired-looking Izuku yawning. "Izuku," she squeaked out. "Yeah," he mumbled, stifling another yawn. "Can you let go of my melons?" He squeaked as he pulled his hand away and out of her hand. "I'm sorry." She turned over to face him, giving him a small smile. "It's okay, Izuku, I know you didn't mean anything bad with it." She scooted closer to him. "I think Himiko and Momo are still asleep, you don't have anywhere to be, right?" "No, I told Ida I wasn't going to go for a morning run," he explained, not moving away from her. "Good," she mumbled, then wrapped her arms around him and pulled him close to herself, their chests touching. "I want to cuddle then," she admitted, her cheeks heating up as she did, "if you're okay with that." Izuku's cheeks took on a red hue, his freckles standing out more than usual. "I like that," he stuttered out, his arms slowly extending until they worked their way around her, loosely holding her waist. "I know my chest isn't as endowed as Momo's, but I won't mind if you rest your head there," she whispered, embarrassed by what she was saying. "Okiko," he hissed out at her. "What are you saying?" "I'm with Himiko, cuddling is one thing, but that's another thing." "Izuku, I know. It's just, The four of us cuddling like this for a second night in a row, and I remember when we first hung out, you and Himiko got flustered when the ideas of HMS and poly relationships were brought up. She swallowed, she was taking a big leap here. His face turned redder than it had in a while. She smiled at him. Don't worry, Momo and I have been talking about this possibly happening. In fact, I think we should wake them up. Izuku simply nodded. Okiko rolled over and shook Momo slightly. Wake up, you two. Momo stirred, letting out a yawn. Good morning, she mumbled. So early, Himiko muttered, before letting out a squeak. Momo! What's wrong? The Ravenet asked. Can you quit squeezing my butt? The blonde replied. Oh, she got. You too. Izuku commented, then blushed. What? Momo asked, having apparently let go of Himiko. Well, yesterday when I woke up, you had a firm grip on my butt, he admitted, looking away. I can't blame her, Himiko started. You do have a nice tight butt, Aizu baby. Okiko said, reaching behind him and giving him a quick squeeze. It is rather nice. Did you just grope him? Himiko started, blinking at how bold she had just been. Well, with what you and Izuku are about to tell us, I figured I could. Okiko sheepishly admitted with a shrug. What do you have to tell us? Momo questioned from beneath Himiko, who was climbing over her, and had stopped with a hand grabbing her by the melons for leverage. What are we telling you? Himiko asked, looking at Izuku. What we were going to talk about at the planetarium, he admitted, looking away from them. Sorry. Oh baby, you don't have to apologize to me for that, she cooed, finally making her way to him so she could give him a quick kiss. She then fell into the space between her and Momo and quickly wrapped her arms around both girls' shoulders, pulling them in. Doing it out of order, then she asked Izuku, who nodded. So, he began, taking a breath to apparently collect his thoughts. Himiko and I have been discussing this a lot, and we want our relationship to include you too. It was one thing for him to hint at it a moment ago, but to actually hear it was completely different. To be clear, you want Momo and I to start dating you too. He answered by leaning in and placing a chaste kiss on her cheek, as his freckles were lost in the red of his blush. Yes. You mean it? Momo asked from beside Himiko. We do, the blonde replied, moving to give the tall girl a quick kiss. This isn't a dream, is it? Okiko asked. Himiko climbed on top of her and pulled her into a deep kiss, their mouths interlocked as Okiko snaked her arms around Himiko's back. Did that feel like a dream? Himiko asked, pulling back a strand of saliva connecting their mouths before it broke. That was hot, Izuku muttered. I agree, Momo stated. Izuku, before she could say anything, he had moved around the two girls and was kissing her. I've been waiting to do that, she said as he pulled away. What about me? Himiko asked, with a smirk. Get down here, and I'll kiss you too, she replied, blushing as she did so. Okiko sighed as Izuku cuddled up to her. I guess I owe you an actual kiss now then, he said, his cheeks still dusted with a blush. She smiled at him, before pulling him for their first real kiss. It wasn't as intense as Himiko's had been, but still passionate. I guess now I can't complain about waking up with your hand G&G my melons. They paused as she took a moment to realize what she had said. Aizu. Himiko jokingly chastised. If you wanted to grab some ties you just had to ask me, she joked, grinning at him. She was quickly cut off as Momo pulled her in for another kiss. Maybe we shouldn't get too carried away just yet, Momo advised, as Himiko pulled back and laid her head down on her chest. We just started dating, we don't want to make a mistake or think one of the others is willing to do something when they aren't. Of course, Himiko replied, boundaries are important. It isn't like we are just gonna randomly start having sex, or Aizu and I have sex while you two watch because we confessed. The room went silent. I mean, she began, but stopped, her usual blush growing larger. It took Himiko and I a while to reach that point in our relationship, Izuku stated, and we were living together for months at that point. Doing anything of that nature has to be mutual, we would never try to coerce either of you into having sex with us. Thank you, she and Momo said in unison before smiling at each other. Really though, Momo mumbled, we know you two wouldn't do that, but it's nice to hear you say that. You know this is going to make getting changed in the locker rooms different, and the showers too, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 commented. 𝐈𝐧𝐿 and I haven't bathed or showered together since we came here, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 commented, laying her head back down on Momo's chest as she played with a stray lock of hair. She blushed at that, and apparently Momo did as well. It's not even always SXL, she began. Sometimes we would have sec, but usually it's just us washing each other, simply enjoying being with each other. That does sound rather nice, Momo commented, reaching over and grabbing Izuku's hand. Maybe one day we could join you two for that. Why, Izuku stuttered out, looking away in embarrassment. Oh, I meant to ask, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stated. Why did 𝐒𝐭𝐞 freak out yesterday after we left? Izuku promptly looked away from her and Momo, his arms covering his face. Remember that shirt from yesterday? Himiko inquired, smirking at them. Why, she admitted. Well, I asked 𝐈𝐴 if he wanted to choke me after you girls left, and he said yes, the blonde explained, liking her lips. Oh my! Momo gasped, her face starting to match her new boyfriend's face. So the four of us are now dating, correct? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 asked, wanting to be sure it was all mutual. The other three all nodded, after looking at one another. Good, she exclaimed before kissing each one of them on the lips, then she noticed a gleam in Himiko and Izuku's eyes. Before she could say anything they pounced on her, pushing her back onto the bed. She opened her mouth to speak but was quickly silenced as they assaulted her with kisses, each claiming a side of her mouth. She gasped in amazement, allowing their tongues to enter her mouth, causing her to release a slight as Izuku's tongue swirled around hers as she got used to the sensation. Just as she was starting to move her tongue, Himiko's wrapped around both of theirs, twisting through her mouth. They both tasted sweet to her. Suddenly they were pushed to the side as Momo forced her way into the impromptu makeout session, kissing them each. I didn't like being left out, she explained, earning her a kiss on her cheek from all three of them before they pulled her down into the new cuddle pile. What's poking me? Izuku quickly pulled away from them. Sorry, he mumbled out. What are you apologizing for? Momo started to ask, but stopped, a look of realization dawning over her. I kept getting poked as well, but I wasn't sure what it was, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 added on, but it did feel hot. She paused as she took in Momo's look and Izuku's shying away. That was your PP. Himiko burst into giggles at that. I can't believe you just yelled out PP of all things. Well, it's like Midnight said in that class when we moved in, it's natural for guys to get, excited, Momo said, staring at Izuku. Well, more at his lap. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 followed where her now girlfriend was looking. Holy SHT Himiko, how do you fit that inside you? Izuku squeaked and pulled a sheet over his lap. His face was a dangerous shade of red now. Determination and patience, the blonde replied. But really, it was something we took our time with. But if you want, when you girls think you are ready for sec, the four of us can go talk to Nemirai. She is a treasure trove of knowledge for secretary. Like, yesterday, I was asking her about some information on having an sec, cause 𝐈𝐴 and have been talking about it. Himiko, he screeched, facing away from the three of them. You can't just say that to them, he pleaded. I know we can't see the actual size of Izuku's. Momo paused, looking for the right word before she continued, PP, but its size is rather large for something to be putting up one's butt. I'll have it taken care of, Himiko answered. Now do we continue making out, or 𝐈𝐴's bnr gonna be too distracting? Before anyone could answer, Momo's morning alarm went off. Well, that answers my question, Himiko muttered. Next time it happens, I'll know, so I won't make a big deal out of it, Momo offered. I'm not upset, I just kinda forgot that would happen is all. Yeah? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 chimed in. I'm not gonna complain about you poking me with it, it just means you like me. Thank you, Izuku mumbled, but was quickly silenced as all three girls gave him a quick kiss. Classes had been regular for the first part of the day as they had been yesterday, and lunch this time passed with no interruptions. With the exception of having two new girlfriends in his life now. Izuku found himself sitting at his desk going through his homework for the night before their second heroics class started. Midoriya, there you are, Ida said with an arm chop as he approached. Hey Ida, sorry about cancelling our morning run today, Izuku replied, a small blush heating his cheeks as he remembered what took its place. Think nothing of it. I do however have a question for you, the blue-haired boy stated. What's that? Izuku replied, curious as to what the boy had in mind. I was curious about your analysis and how it would apply to my quirk, he explained. Oh well, I plan to do that with 𝐔𝐻𝐽 today if able. Maybe I can help you after I help her. Izuku explained. Of course, he exclaimed with another arm chop. I wouldn't ask that you cancel plans with another student to help me. Before anyone could say anything, the door slammed open, revealing Bakugo sulking as he entered the room, followed by an equally exasperated Aizawa who looked as if he needed to mainline coffee. As Aizawa reached his desk, he looked to the class before him. Good, you're all seated already. Yesterday's heroics lesson was cancelled, but I heard that you all essentially did the lesson yourselves with a little prompting from your class representatives. Good job, Midoriya, Yorozu. Today, we will have another special lesson, he explained in his usual monotone. On what, sir? Kirishima asked, raising his hand. Aizawa grabbed a placard from the desk and flipped it up to reveal rescue written on it. Today, we will be taking a trip off campus to introduce you to rescue training. All right, saving people. Now that's what a hero's about. Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist. Izuku smiled at that. Good to know someone else wants to help others, but, he raised his hand. Midoriya. Aizawa called out. Sir, is going on a trip the day after the press broke in the best decision? Aizawa huffed. The trip will be supervised by myself, All Might, and a third instructor at the site, but thank you for taking your duties as class representative seriously. Principal Nezu has asked that we check in periodically to help alleviate those concerns. Did something happen? Kaminari asked, looking concerned. We think the press had help getting onto UA grounds, thus the lockdown we imposed yesterday. Nezu had a field day with the reporters, once we rounded them up, charging them for trespassing and inciting a panic amongst the student body when the alarms went off. There was a planned evacuation drill coming up, but now we need to rethink our plans for such an event during lunch or the other meal times. Suffice to say, only a few of the Hero Corps students stayed level-headed during the alarm. The class was silent at that. Izuku knew several of them had panicked, but it was more than likely shock at the idea of someone breaking into UA that had caused the panic. For this, you can either wear your hero costumes or your gym uniforms, as you may not be well adjusted to your costumes fully or find that they restrict you more than you realized, Aizawa announced, opening the panels to reveal their costumes. Bakugo, he called out, silencing the room once more of the idle chatter that had started to build up. I'll allow you to wear your costume, but if you do anything against my wishes, you will lose costume privileges for the semester. The blonde simply growled and nodded his head as he grabbed his case and stormed out of the room. Izuku shook his head as he met eyes with Aizawa. Thin rabid Pomeranian, Himiko muttered as she walked beside him. Himiko had just gotten her shirt unbuttoned when a pink hand collided with the locker next to hers. Yes, Mina, the blonde asked, curious as to what she wanted, then she saw the grin on the pinkette's face. Something happened, I can smell it. Midori came into class today even more flustered than usual from your flirting, and whenever he would look at those two, Mina jabbed a thumb over her shoulder to indicate Momo and Okiko, who were not so discreetly glancing at each other and blushing, he would go a shade redder. Damn it, I know she likes to tease Izuku, but she doesn't know his limits like I do, Himiko thought as she pulled her shirt off. Just a little blunder this morning is all, she answered, hoping her two girlfriends could understand her words. Mina squinted at her. Bull. SHC. Mina, Himiko growled out, do not test me, and do not upset my Izuku with your teasing, otherwise you can join Bakubitch on my shit list. Mina quickly put her hands up. Hey, I just thought maybe whatever was going on between you four had resolved itself was all. Himiko blinked. Sucker, she thought. Oh that, she said, dragging it out. Mina's eyes lit up, and the other girls were leaning in to hear what was being said. Momo, Okiko, can you two come here real quick, the blonde called out. Both girls looked at each other and shrugged, both walking over without their shirts, BRSTS bouncing with every step. I wonder if Momo will let me play with those tonight, they're so much bigger than mine. I bet Aizu and Okiko would love to watch that, maybe pleasure themselves while watching, or pleasure each other. Calm down, Great, now my nipples are rubbing against my bra and my panties are wet, she sighed to herself, annoyed that he couldn't keep her urges in check. Stupid thing hormones, I don't know if I want to bite them and drink their BLD, or F them. Himiko. Are you okay? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 asked. You spaced out there for a moment, Momo explained. Well, Mina was asking if whatever was going on between Izuku and us three had been resolved, the blonde explained, and just as she expected both girls blushed. What did you do? Mina asked, eyes wide in wonder. Well, mainly this, she began and pulled Momo into a kiss, earning a gasp from the other girls before she pulled back from it, and then grabbed 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and kissed her while Momo looked dazed, but content. If Aizu baby was here, we could show you more, but he isn't allowed in here, she explained with a shrug. Mina, Kyuka, Toru, and Zu were all quiet, well, mostly quiet as Zu let a few croaks out. She then gained a smirk, that Izuku would know meant trouble, unless what? Zu asked, sounding unsure. Himiko answered by changing into her boyfriend, but kept her school uniform on. Pecs really don't go with bras, do they? Holy SHT, Kyuka muttered, blushing. I know, right? Izuku, Himiko asked, twirling in place. Aizu looks really good in my clothes. She then pulled the two girls in for another kiss, which this time they returned. Ribbit, Zu croaked out. Is that even comfortable? What do you mean? Himiko asked, facing the frog girl who asked to befriend her. I mean, you're Midoriya right now in your clothes, so wouldn't you be a guy wearing panties? The green-haired girl asked, pinning her head to the side. Wouldn't that feel uncomfortable? Zu. Kyuka hissed, turning red just from hearing that question. How can you ask that so calmly? Oh, were you curious as well? She bounty replied. The girl's jacks started waving in front of her. No, of course not. Himiko smiled, as she stepped forward. Kyuka, are you curious about boys cross-dressing and wearing panties? Are you curious what it would be like if Izuku was to actually cross-dress? Kyuka was stuttering now, unable to get a word out. 'Cause I am. Himiko declared. I've been trying to get Aizu to cross-dress for me, but he's been hesitant about it. Maybe if the three of us asked him he would do it, and I could ask if he would be okay with you seeing as well Kyuka. The girl in question looked down as her face was enveloped in red. Himiko thought she saw the girl's shoulders shake slightly. Hey, I'll stop. I'm sorry if I took it too far, she promptly said, apologizing as she turned back to herself. And hey, it's nothing to be ashamed of if that's what you like, Himiko stated. I drink BLD for my quirk, and I like to hurt Izuku when we have secretary. There were gasps from the other girls at that. Granted, we are careful and use safe words, and I stop when he tells me to, she admitted. Compared to that, liking cross-dressing boys is probably normal. You hurt him during secretary? Toru asked, finally speaking up. Well, yeah, but my saliva numbs pain so he doesn't feel it, she explained. That was part of the sec ed class we had with Midnight. It explained more niche avenues to explore safely. Hurting Izuku is the last thing I want to do, but my quirk causes urges in me. As enlightening as this is, Momo interrupted, we need to finish getting dressed. I don't doubt that Mr. Aizawa would leave us or even fail us for the day if we were late. SHT. Mina and Toru yelled in unison as they rushed to their lockers, pulling their remaining clothes off in an instant. Mina! Himiko yelled. What? The pink-skinned girl asked. Panties, or do you want the boys to see your pee-pee? The blonde asked as she pulled her skirt down, stepping out of it. Thank you, I forgot about that. I need to get that fixed still, she called back. I wonder if Izuku would be willing to go over our costumes with us. Momo pondered aloud. I bet he wants to go over your costume, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 quipped, then blushed as she realized what she said. I don't know what to say to that, Momo sated as she clipped her yellow belt around her waist. Sorry, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said, bowing to her girlfriend. It's fine, Momo replied, pecking her cheek. I'm sure Izuku would like to go over yours as well. Momo slightly blushed as 𝐒𝐿𝐵 took in her words. Oh my god, she's trying to flirt with her girlfriend, Toru stage whispered to Mina. I know, it's so adorable, the pinkette replied. Can we quit being so corny in here? Kyuka asked, as she pulled her jacket on. I mean, if we were being really corny, would we be having an org? Zu supplied, looking at each girl as she looked around the room. By the end of the year, Izuku and I are gonna be with all of these girls, aren't we? Himiko thought as each girl reacted differently. She smiled when her girlfriends looked at her and blushed. Izuku was curious where all the girls were. While they still had time to get there, he thought they would have gotten changed and been here by now. Midoriya, Aizawa called out. Sir. Go check on the girls, make sure they aren't goofing off, or something happened, his teacher told him as he pulled his phone out. I would go and look, but I need to make a few calls first before we can even leave. Izuku looked to Ida, who he had been idly chatting with, and shrugged. I'll be back soon, he offered before muttering out, hopefully. Thankfully they were close to the locker rooms for 1A, so Izuku had to only walk back inside. He saw none of his classmates in the hallway, so he decided to head for their locker room and simply knock on the door. Several squeals of laughter came through the door as he was about to knock on it. Girls, he called out, hoping they had heard him. A moment later, the door opened and Ashido stuck her head through the crack. Midori, how are you? I'm doing fine, Ashido, he replied, but was cut off from saying more. I'd say you're doing more than fine, Midori. After all, it's not every day a cutie like you gets 2 more girlfriends, she interjected with a smirk. He paled at her words. Oh no, Himiko, what have you done? Also, you look really cute in a skirt, she said, catching his attention. What? He yelled, embarrassed by her words. Aizu. Himiko called out from the room behind Ashido. Is it just you? Yeah, he answered, not sure if that was the best course of action. Wanna come inside? His girlfriend questioned. He sputtered at that. I can't come inside your locker room. We're all dressed, so what does it matter? Ashido asked. It's improper. Ribbit, Midoriya, have you been hanging out with Ida? Zu croaked out, earning a giggle from a few of the girls. Aizawa sent me to find you girls, the rest of us are at the bus ready to leave, he stated, not answering Zu's question. Mina opened the door, revealing all 7 of the girls dressed in their hero costumes. Sorry we got distracted when your girlfriends decided to inform us that your relationship grew. He looked to Momo and Okiko, who were blushing. Himiko, he questioned them. They nodded at him, confirming his assumptions. She decided that a make-out session was the best way to break the news, Toru explained. He looked at his first girlfriend, who simply smiled and blew him a kiss. He blushed as a few of the girls giggled at him. We should go before Aizawa decides to come look for us himself, Momo interjected, trying to get them to move out of the locker room. Yes, please, Izuku squeaked out, before moving out of the way. His girlfriends were the last to leave the locker room, each giving him a kiss as they passed by him. Upon reaching the bus, Momo saw that Ida was trying to line the other boys for some unknown reason. Ida, what are you doing? Urzu, I am attempting to get the class present to line up by student number for sitting on the bus, while we travel to our destination, he explained with an arm chop. That's not needed and causes more problems, Ida, Izuku interjected. Some of the class have bulkier costumes and builds and will cause issues if you try to force 2 to a seat. Imagine you and Seitu or Shuji trying to share a 2-person seat with your costumes and sizes. One of you would be partially in the walkway. And I don't even think it is that kind of bus, from the looks of it. Ida chopped an arm but said nothing as he processed her boyfriend's words. I wonder, can the 4 of us sit together on the bus? Momo thought, looking at the vehicle before her. Everyone on the bus, hurry up. Aizawa called out as he placed his phone in his pocket, a sour look on his face. She quickly scrambled on board, not wishing to have her teacher turn his ire to her. Luckily she saw a set of 4 seats along the side, and that Himiko and Izuku had claimed them for her and Okiko. Himiko patted a seat beside her, smiling up at her. Come sit down, before Aizawa has the bus take off with you still standing. Momo quickly took the offered seat, right as Okiko took the seat beside Izuku. So I have some news, Aizawa called out. All Might will be joining us later in the lesson, it appears. He is currently occupied with some last-minute hero work apparently. Aizawa scowled out the window as he finished his announcement. Why is he so upset? Momo questioned her girlfriend. Himiko shared a look with Izuku before answering, well, All Might is new to teaching, as you may have noticed, so he probably scheduled a patrol during this class or saw something on the way to UA and got caught up in a big mess. 𝐭𝐽 let out a sigh of relief as she rolled over, thumping the bed sheets with her arm. That was wonderful, Toshi, as always, she said before kissing his cheek. He smiled at her as he shifted on the bed, wrapping an arm around her waist. I just hate that I lost track of time. I'm supposed to be teaching today, he lamented, his eyes drooping for a second. At least Nezu called. Granted, he was rather upset with you, 𝐭𝐽 pointed out. That and I used up my quirk for the day beforehand didn't help either, he replied. Still, I'll get to UA right as Izuku and the class get to the USJ. Universal Studios Japan. 𝐭𝐽 questioned, a hand teasing his NPL. He chuckled at her question. No, it's the unforeseen simulation joint, they are having rescue training today. A lesson Bakugo desperately needs, he growled out. You know, mentioning Izuku is one thing, but can you not mention him when we have secretary, she asked. Sorry, he apologized, watching as a condom was opened and started to unroll as she applied it using her quirk. Make it up by being on top this time, she smirked. Gladly, he exclaimed, rolling on top of her. But it will have to be quick. Plus ultra, 𝐭𝐽 as he moved into her. Ribbit, Midoriya, I have a question for you, Zu asked as the bus rumbled along the road. Oh? He asked, turning to face her. As you've noticed, I'm very blunt, so I'll ask, what exactly is your quirk? It reminds me of All Might's in a way. Izuku froze. Is it really that noticeable? Well, yeah, he has some crazy strength, Kaminari interjected, but All Might doesn't hurt himself when he goes all out, like Midoriya does apparently. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, noticing Himiko and Aizawa watching him closely. True, but it does seem like a powerful quirk, Ribbit. Zu's tongue hung out of her mouth as she tilted her head in thought. Well, it definitely is one of the strongest in class, and flashy too. Yeah, but powerful and flashy isn't everything, Izuku rebuked. There's more to heroics than those two features. It's harder to get noticed without them though, Kirishima commented, hardening an arm. My hardening isn't as flashy as yours, and I feel I won't get noticed. Your quirk is extremely useful though, Izuku stated. It offers defense and offense at the same time, that's extremely useful in heroics. Ribbit, well, as far as flashy goes, there's Todoroki and Bakugo, but he has a horrible personality for a hero, Zu announced. What did you say, you Fing Toad? Bakugo screeched from the back of the bus. Yeah, it's like sewage when you think about it, Kaminari joked, earning a laugh from Zero. How crude, Momo muttered, while Okiko giggled. They really aren't afraid of him, it's so weird to see people making fun of Bakugo, Izuku mused, as a small smile spread across his face. As the banter continued, the bus slowly approached a large glass dome. Of course, we're heading there for rescue training, Izuku mumbled to himself as the bus began to slow down. Hey? Himiko asked, before noticing the building. Oh, and I didn't bring a bathing suit. What? Several people asked, clearly confused. You'll see when we get inside, he replied as the bus came to a hissing halt. Aizawa stood up then, catching everyone's attention as he spoke. Today your heroics lesson will be taking place at the USJ, Universal Studios Japan. Ashido interrupted, bouncing in her seat, but was quickly silenced by a glare from Aizawa. No, Ashido, the unforeseen simulation joint, Aizawa deadpanned at them. Fires, floods, earthquakes, and traffic accidents. It has it all for you to learn in a stable environment to teach you the basics of rescue. Sir, Kaminari called out. Yes, Kaminari. Aizawa asked. I can't swim. Everyone looked at him at that admission. How can you not Fing swim? Bakugo screeched. Babies can Fing swim. The blonde jolted away from him, looking nervous as he answered, well, no one in my family can. He then held up a hand and let the electricity spark. None of us wanted to take the risk our quirks would go off in a swimming pool. Thank you for informing me, Aizawa stated, shooting a glare at Bakugo who scowled and looked away with a huff. I'll talk with the staff when we return and see what we can do about swimming lessons for you. With that in mind, let's head inside. Quickly they were off the bus and watched as it trundled away. Izuku looked at the building. For some reason, his stomach was in knots. Maybe I'm still nervous about yesterday. Aizawa put his phone away after sending a message and began heading for the doors. Follow me, we're heading in now. Izuku looked to Okiko out of the corner of his eye. He was curious to see how she would react to seeing 13 herself here teaching the lesson. As they headed inside, they were greeted by the heroine in question. Her white spacesuit was the same as the last time he saw her, the glass dome of the mask revealing a mass of black and 2 white ovals serving as her eyes. Good afternoon, class, she called out to them, waving her hand in the air. It's 13. Okiko exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. I see I have a fan, the space hero called out, chuckling at the girl's enthusiasm. Now, before we begin, I have several things to discuss. While today we are here to learn about rescue, I also want to discuss the dangers your quirks pose in the field as well. While your quirks can be utilized to save and protect, one wrong move and they can just equally maim or kill a person. Izuku looked at his hand as she talked. He and Himiko had heard this talk before, and he understood it. One for all was quite powerful. Even the small amount he could manage now was enough to cause damage to the environment around him. One wrong attack and he could easily kill a villain or a stray civilian who got caught up in a fight. As her talk was reaching its conclusion, the lights flickered before shutting off. Oh, Kaminari hissed, pulling his headset from his ear. There was a massive burst of static over the radio waves just now, but that doesn't explain the lights. Izuku looked down at the central plaza where he saw a small purple cloud slowly start to form. Shouter, he meekly said. What's wrong? Aizawa asked, turning to face him, not even berating him for using his personal name in front of the class. Izuku pointed to the plaza where the cloud was growing wider until a leg stepped through it, followed by the rest of the body it was attached to, then more people began walking through. Is this part of the lesson? Kirishima asked, looking at Aizawa. No, those are villains. Izuku gulped as 2 figures emerged from the mist. One was a hulking thing with an exposed brain and eyes set in it, simply staring ahead, its onyx skin scarred and tearing as the bulging muscles tried to break free. Next to it stood a man covered in hands. Izuku hoped those hands were simply fake, but something told him they were real. He had a thin Langley body, and his head was adorned with a mess of unruly cyan hair, while his face was obscured by another hand. The thin man looked up at them, and Izuku felt the dread from yesterday once more. The villain had returned. What do we do? Hagekyu asked. All of you stay quiet, Izuku hissed. We head for the door, and Ida, when you get out, run to UA. I can't leave you behind, it's cowardly, the boy rebuked quietly. No, you're running too. Get the heroes, saving us. That purple mist or fog has to be a warp quirk, we can't outrun that, Izuku stated, catching their attention. A Fing warp quirk, Deku. Bakugo hissed at him. How else do you explain people walking out of it? He shot back. Fine. 13, Aizawa stated calmly, watch over my students, they're in your hands now. With that, he ran forward and jumped over the railing, heading for the villains.